This thing always crooked, man. Dang. Alright, we good now. Let's go ahead, man. I usually don't talk about this, but I see this stuff getting out of hand. And after I got out of some lives that was actually praising these guys, that's why I know it's starting to get dangerous now. That's when I know. That is when I know. Mhm. I don't want everybody hearing me crunching and stuff. That's what the deal is, man. Alright. Alright, we back. We back. Try me something new out real quick. Oh, shoot. Dang, broke into the microphone. Broke. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, we good now. We Gucci now. Alright. Let's send my invites out. I forgot. I forgot about that. Who else I can bring up in this boy? Bring up in this boy. Who else I got? Who else? Alright. It might be everybody. I don't know. I just send them out. I'll go ahead and send them on out. Send these invites out, man. Let's go ahead and talk about it, man. You know, since they love the simps so much, man, why they not off the why y'all not marrying them? I don't get it. I really don't understand this. They take up for them, but they not marrying them. I don't get it. Make it make sense, man. Actually, I done came to the point that you might as well go ahead and blame the man. Go ahead and blame the man, but y'all blaming the wrong type of man. Y'all actually blaming the man that y'all taking up for. That's what it is. Y'all don't realize it. Because now when dudes want to stop doing the simp stuff now, when they done found some standard within themselves, now that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? So as soon as the dude gets standards, that's when it becomes a toxic masculinity. That's wild. Shoot. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, let me see one quick. Second, I forgot the Man, you gonna trigger the unaccountable with this one. That's the problem, man, and that's one of the biggest thing I noticed though, and that's what makes the simps dangerous, because they scared to hold women accountable, and they praise them for all the behavior. You know what I'm saying? They want to take up for every situation or make an excuse behind their behaviors and stuff. Oh no, you just don't know what she been through. Oh, she had to play two roles. That's why she got to be like all this extra stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's never going to make any type of change. Like, we could talk about the past all day, but then again, it's not going to change the behavior that's going on now. So there's no excuse for how you are now when you aware of it. I mean, is it so hard? Well, I guess it is. It's hard to try to put in that work. I guess it is what it is. So, but we'll never get nowhere. And it ain't no one way street. You can't look for men to get held accountable and not be held accountable yourself, but have an excuse on your end. That don't make sense at all. It don't. We'll never get nowhere. We can't. How can we? If feel like neither side should be able to do what they want, but they let one side do what they want, and the other side, you know what I'm saying, they get held accountable, and that don't work that way. Every side, men and women, should be held accountable. You know what I'm saying? We can't make no excuses because you just don't know what they've been through and all this stuff. It don't work like that. We'll never be able to grow. And the thing is, that's what's actually hurting the situation, because people don't know. They don't know what accountability is. Hey, but it is what it is. You don't learn the hard way to where everybody old. It's gonna be too late by that time. Dang, I should have listened. Dang, I should have listened. The thing is, what I figured out is that, I mean, it's easy because nobody don't like to be accountable, right? Nobody don't like to be held accountable and stuff. So that's why I said I wouldn't blame a situation. If somebody's taking up for my behaviors, why wouldn't they go for it? You know what I'm saying? But then again, you go for it. You like when they take up for you, but you don't date them. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense at all. So it's like, of course, if somebody ain't, if you could try your best to continue being yourself without somebody changing you, of course you're gonna support some. But that's not how life go. All of us need some type of work. All of us got to get held accountable. All of us gotta. We all need to be checked, no matter how we want to look at it. No matter how we want to look at it, all of us got to get checked. If we keep pointing the finger, we'll never try to do the work within ourselves. It just don't work like that. But what make it dangerous, what I'm meaning about the simps, is like, bro, they it's like they help boost, just like this empowerment groups, they boost the negative, the bad behaviors, right, or this other stuff to make people's feelings feel good. And then it's like, and then if that's the case, they will never change themselves. All of us need to be called out for whatever we got, what's wrong with us. We need to. Even if it hurt our feelings, it is what it is. Hold on real quick. I gotta send some more. Send some more. I know I got it. Everybody will come in as soon as I gotta lay down. As soon as I gotta go to bed, that's how I be. Be right near the end of the day. But you're going. Start off this. It's crazy, but even with this, right? Some dudes probably don't even notice that they doing it though, for real. Because the thing is, what I got out of it, and I understand why some of these dudes are like that, is because the first thing they think about is their mother, right? And of course, mother probably raised most of us and stuff, and we don't want to think the worst. We don't want to think our mother had bad behaviors or could have did anything wrong, because we gonna do anything to take up for our mother. But then, like, it's like a reality check as you grow up, and you realize there's two sides to every story and stuff. Like, you realize women can actually be wrong instead of just men being wrong all the time. We got brought up that, oh, Papa was a Rolling Stone and this and that, but we never asked the backstory of why, you know what I'm saying, what happened with the situation. But we grew up in an era of believe all women. That's what made this problem the problem it is today. Because we never knew that, you know, we always thought they were innocent. You know what I'm saying? We live in an era where, you know what I'm saying, court, and it's to this day is like that men is guilty until proven innocent, and that women are innocent until proven guilty. That's just how it's been. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the world is gonna cater to what has more feelings and stuff. Even if, you know, as you realize the new group that's rising now, it ain't new, but you realize anybody with feelings get the most rights in this world or get the most respect. That's just how it is. And with feelings and stuff, that mean it's gonna cost more money. It's gonna mean more stress and, you know, all this stuff. So of course, whatever is in the world, they're not gonna put out stuff in the world to really help us, because they know that take hard work. You know, they know that it's gonna so people is not gonna really want to do it and stuff. So they're not gonna force it out. They're gonna anything they can make somebody continue to stay in their traumas and they stress and stuff, they gon' you know, they gonna keep it like. That's why they make the food like that. Like, okay, we're gonna sell all the bad foods. We're gonna put the ingredients and tell them to do them up, but they gonna do what they gonna do. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they do it. Because otherwise, if they was to follow every last rule, these hospitals be out of business. That's just how it is. Yeah. People like being them. People are not don't know what discipline is. And then when they get mad, then they talk about the other people across the seas, or they're just in control and all that stuff. But it's obvious that it's working for them. You know, most of them more healthier than us, relationship wise, physical, all that, whatever way you want to look at it, they healthier than us. But then we look at it, oh, they getting control. But it's obvious that we need control is like one of the most powerful things we need in this world, just in general. That's what we need. We can't control ourselves. Somebody gonna control us no matter what. That's just how it is. That's just that's just how it is. My thing is, like, I never understood it. The only reason why, like I said, I came up with this is because I heard another room that was actually praising them and saying was nothing wrong with it. Well, of course you're gonna praise something that's praising you. That's just how it is, though. But then again, like, why y'all not getting these guys off the market? So I mean, they telling you everything you want to hear and accepting you for who you are, because that's what it is. A lot of people want to be accepted for who they are. You know, don't. If it takes some type of work, I don't want that. You know, so you got somebody that you keep talking about what these no good men hit, right? You got simps, go for them. Like, why y'all have these guys still out here? They're taking up for you, so go ahead And wife them, I mean, and what you call it, do? So what is the definition of a simp? What is the definition of a simp? A simp, I would say, I don't think it's a definition. That's more of a herbal, like a Pookie and Ray Ray, how they use it, right? But I think it's more of a person, from what I see or my point of view of looking at it, right? Is a person that take up for somebody, take up for behaviors to save people feelings. That's how I look at it, and I notice it as you go along. Any dude that will do something to get to some punani, stuff like that. You can actually notice the difference when you see him. So if it's a dude that's sitting here telling you something that you want to hear all the time, 9 times out of 10 they are simp. That's what it is. That's your definition right there. It's them guys that's happy wife, happy life guys. Yeah, I'm about to burn something today, man. It's them type of guys, man, that don't realize it's supposed to be happy house, happy spouse, man. It's 2 ways to everything. It isn't no 1 way. But I mean, shoot, our ancestors, there was a lot of them. It came from them. You know what I'm saying? They ain't really had no backbone for real. Thank you. I just needed the context. Most definitely. Yeah. That's like I said, that's my point of view. I don't think it's a solid. I'm actually, let me look at it. I don't think it's a solid, because it's a word that just came out, just like dot. Some new word that came out, but you can understand it after seeing the use of it and seeing like the behaviors behind it or what they do behind it. So it's like a made up word. Well, most stuff in definition or urban dictionaries be made up and they get created down the line and become in a dictionary. So that's just how words make up. It's like a general type decision. Let me see. Simp definition. Simp meaning. Let's see if they got a meaning for it. Simp is slang for a person, typically a man who is desperate for attention and affection for someone else. That sounds about right. Let me see. What does simp mean for a girl? I guess attention towards another person. I also agree with you. The happy wife, happy life mindset is a cop out, most definitely, man. But the thing is like with that situation, like I said, because now dudes don't be having standards nowadays, and they will literally and some of these the simps are married too. I mean, they are. I mean, and what I say is like it's helping them out. You know what I'm saying? If that's what make you happy, it is what it is. But my thing is like, especially these ones, I just don't like the messages they put out where they make it seem like that a woman can't be held accountable. If a man can be held accountable, a woman can too. You know what I'm saying? It works both ways. Imagine a woman sitting here taking up for us cheating and stuff. Like, that's kind of wild. I can't do that. Like, I'm a fair game and stuff. I've been hearing some people be trying to push that out. Well, man, because that's their nature. That's the only thing I really kind of disagree on with that situation. Like, bad behavior, anything on both sides is like, we can't take up for negative behavior and make an excuse behind it. And that's what simps do. You know what I'm saying? So that's what makes them so dangerous in this community. Because, like, as long as they got that, and then what make it worse, you know why I say that is because if we're looking at the man to be the leader, right? If the man is supposed, that's why I kind of blame the man in general, like, and it's mostly simp men, right? The reason why a lot of these women is that way. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna actually agree with them. It's the man's fault, and I actually feel that way too. Because a lot of times, maybe back in the day, we might have contributed to some situation that messed their mind up. It's obvious that by us being a leader, they following the same things we doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's obvious, and I don't want to put it in that way. It's like, I don't want to put it in a harsh way, but it seems like they don't have a mind of their own. So they like, because if you ever notice that if you get in an argument with a chick, right? And they don't like what's being said, well, men doing it too. You know what I'm saying? So it shows that it's like a tit for tat type situation. So it's obvious that we're going to have to get to the root, and the man is going to have to be the ones to lead. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have to lead by example. And that's why I like what my man's Ghost is doing. He doing a 90-day rule for men and all that stuff, because it's obvious that we got to step up some more, man. Men got to step up. We got to stop trying to sit here and spend $40 just to get a chick to get a piece of buns and stuff. Like, that's what's messing these chicks' heads up nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm meaning. Like, this stuff had to. But then again, it's funny when you address the men and women still get mad because, like, even with that, a lot of them only can get their relationship, it leads off of, especially when it comes to the discipline part about sex and stuff. Oh man, dang, that's the only way I can get my man. So it's like, no, they start going back. Like, but it's then again, like, if you want you a solid man, a leader, or whatever they want, you know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. We got to put all this stuff up, and that's why when my man's ghost get off, hopefully he probably come over here. I don't know, but he got that book and stuff for real, and a lot of men need to read that stuff. I look at that shoe. If we got to lead by example, and I'll go ahead and go on the train, blame the men. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? I'll go ahead and do that then, because it's obvious that we got to lead. We got to make some type of lead on it. We're gonna have to do that because it's obvious that besides the children looking up to us, it's the women that's looking up to us too, I guess. And it's like, but they taking the negative parts of what dudes do and try to follow it, like, well, he's being a player, so I need to be a player. And then that's why that one girl came with girls as players too. That's crazy. But the simp stuff, like, it's mainly them. Them are the main man. They are the main ones to really blame, because a lot of us, it's a lot of dudes that was simps that kind of evolve and realize that they have more, their standards are better, are higher now. You know what I'm saying? Well, I can't say standard. Yeah. So the standards is higher. They setting boundaries, and they're more disciplined now. So they breaking out of it. But if some dudes are still stuck in that situation, that's what's making it dangerous, because they're putting up with any and everything. You know what I'm saying? That's what's making it dangerous. And then and then while them dudes are doing that, the women still feel like they're all right. Well, he's taking up for that, or he's still sleeping with me when I'm this type of way. I don't have to change nothing if he's still messing with that. Oh, he's in my DM and all this stuff. So, of course, this going to mess their head up, you know what I'm saying? Because they feel like all this attention and not realizing that dudes will do anything to get some buns. You're not special. You are not special. Dudes, you like literally the only thing, like, even with if we talk about punani, right? Ain't nobody's punani that special. The only thing that's special is a new one. You know what I'm saying? That's just a harsh truth. Because eventually, like, it's not like the stuff changed as long as you sleep. So if it's a dude that's only going for that, that's a problem. That's why, man, this jug, it's a lot though. But that's why I'm saying these dudes, they dangerous. No matter how we want to look at it, it's dangerous, because if they're not gonna hold it accountable, and we got the women that still got this mentality that they ain't got to change nothing about themselves because these guys want to help them along and stuff, that's serious. I mean, that's serious. And like, if we gonna have to find a way to, because if, like, imagine this, right? If we stop showing them attention for this, for these negative ways and all that stuff, they gonna have to be forced to change some stuff up. Petty in the building. They got to be forced to change some stuff up and stuff. So, but it's just like, because I don't know, women not trying to break, man, not trying to break on different parts or whatever, and that's why this crazy war going on right now. And then when the man finally say that, hey, you know what, I'm gonna do this and all that, and you just gotta make sure you wear more clothes. They hate that one. More clothes situation. Well, it's men that like me with these clothes on. And I heard some live talking about, well, stuff gonna happen regardless. Like, it's no way that we can be this, cuckoo in the head for real. I don't get it. I'm not trying to put it that way. Why aren't we aren't changing for you? Right.
Want to come on here butt ass naked, and I think that's the way I need to go out on a date. I'm going out looking like a 305.
Oh wow.
You know I'm bullshit.
Well, damn.
Right, came in here with that. Somebody about to give you some claps in there.
And look, you might fuck around and get the wrong kind of claps.
The kind you can't get rid of.
Exactly.
Oh my, not the two.
Damn, no, I'm
about 3 different versions of claps. I was talking about the other clap without the hands and stuff. You talking about the other claps?
Yeah, the clap, clap, clap. You
Oh
know.
my.
Yeah,
The,
that's stuff that you don't want to clap.
I'm
Nah, my. No, you don't.
the
No, you
stuff that
don't.
claps back. You gotta
Exactly.
say.
Oh my. Can't clap on or clap off that either. That's
No,
crazy.
Nah,
it's okay.
you just out here giving a round of applause to everybody. It's just
Is that Rice Krispie treats?
Us
snap,
black
crackle,
people,
pop,
we are
tuna
so
box. It's
damn
crazy.
creative. Look how we just made a whole bunch of shit out of that
Right.
one word.
Hey,
Clap.
that's what happens, you know what I'm saying? When blame the video games messing with these little kids and all them we want to talk junk. All these little bad kids online too. You
Oh
gotta that's
man,
messed up
what?
when you gotta snap on little kids. You
Yeah.
don't get
Oh
yourself off,
God.
whoop you and stuff, boy. He
I be
cussing
hearing
and stuff.
grown ass men on what's that cam PlayStation 5.
Wait, what you say?
I be hearing grown ass men like they be
What
playing
that
their
mean?
place.
Hold up, what you saying? You barking up something. What
I
about
said,
grown men PlayStation 5?
hey,
Relax,
cause
Kev. That's
I be
not where she
hearing them, they be
going.
going off.
Y'all may
Like
be sweating, man. I ain't trying to.
I was at my girlfriend's house and
BK,
all
what's the deal?
and her husband was in the den. And I said, "What Ricky doing?" And she said, "He playing PlayStation 5." I said, "Who the hell he cussing out?" She said, "Some little kid." So he finally comes out to get him a beer. I said, "Ricky, was you really in there flipping out on some little kid?" He said, "Yeah, that little 11-year-old motherfucker keeps shooting my team up and killing us."
Hmm. Right.
11.
So Queen, she going in down there, boy. I must have hit something, boy. I see why you ain't here. Yeah, it's all right, man. You can go to your panda rooms. It sounds like that's what you need and stuff, man. I mean,
What's
it's all
all
right,
right?
man.
She said, "You
Okay,
only
so wait,
making
I don't
26 a
know how she
year."
know my pockets.
she counting your pockets, Kev. That's
Right?
crazy.
Ain't
Kev, what
that
did you
something?
done did to offend that woman?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm talking about her
She
leaders.
ex, she extra coochie tender. That's what it is.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
that's
was
what
that.
it is.
Super soft skin
Oh,
face ass like
so she want permission to be half-ass naked and talk shit.
I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? But it is
I
what it
know
is.
I know what it ain't though. I know you're not about to come in my boy room and sit
Right.
here and try to be disrespectful. Cause if he only 26,000 a year or whatever, what is you doing? Cause you on here commenting on a nigga that you claim is less than you. So what does that make you goofy? Cause you over here talking about it.
Right, don't be
I don't
talking about my
understand.
baby daddy. I got to jump out this box over there.
Let's not do that. Especially well, we ain't gonna change for you, ma'am. I'm sure
Right. I try to.
you're not even the caliber of woman that this man would even want to talk to. So your comments, you could just put them in your pocket or in your tuna box that you probably haven't checked or washed in a long time.
Not the tuna
Now get
box.
your snap
Knew
crackle
something smelled
ass on
fishy in
out
here.
here. I'm trying to tell you, I can't stand women like that. Like you just come in with
I,
the insults.
right. Hey, it's just the
Exactly.
beginning. You
Don't
know
know
what I'm
nothing
saying?
about nothing.
It's just the beginning. I already know this
You
is
know
gonna
what I'm
be like
saying?
that, but at the end of the day, that's the reason why they mad because of dudes like this. That's why they mad.
Man, I want
They
to know
not
how much
used
she
to
make a
people
year
talking like this.
without. I want to know what she make a year without government funding and without a sugar daddy or a simp to take care of her. Like I can't stand the females on this app, bro. Like a lot of these females come in here like, you don't make enough for me, bitch. My taxes is paying your $5 rent. What are you talking about,
Do they still got $5 rent? I heard it was $22 now.
girl? It don't matter because they still can't pay it. People getting
Yeah,
evicted and
BK, that's all I
you
make,
can't
man.
pay $25. You can't. Your rent's $25 and you getting evicted. That's wild.
Hey,
Hey Patty, I got a video on my page, and it says when kids start talking too much to adults, and so the lady sitting there, and the little girl said, my mama went to jail, and the lady
Hmm?
washing dishes, and so she just kind of looking at the child, and the child said, yeah, and she keeps talking to
what's
her.
the
Then
deal, Henry?
she said, my grandma said it's a damn shame that she got put out. And who gets put out on Section 8 when all you got to pay is $7? That's the
That's wild.
thinking
You know
that.
what I'm saying? If you can't get $7 from your closest friends, this is what I don't understand, right? Tell me if it makes sense. If these females is so good at using men, right? Then why do y'all have to keep using men? You get what I'm saying? Like, why do you, if you so good, why do you have to have different men pay different things? If your box is A1 and you the baddest bitch in the world, then don't you only need one man? Shouldn't you be getting the highest bidder that's taking care of all of that? But no, you got you got Tony from the hood that's paying your gas and water. You got one dude paying your Wi-Fi. Then you got to call another dude to feed you and your kids. That's wild to me. Obviously, mind you, not the baddest, and your tuna box not hitting because you need 17 dudes to pay 4 bills. That's wild.
But you know what?
I'm
The
Yesterday,
sorry,
tuna box
Kev.
be getting me
I'm
every time.
yesterday
your
I
your
sat
cooter
in a
pop is not
live.
cooter
It
pop
starts
yet.
smelling every time she say tuna box. I'm like, what the
Yesterday
freak?
I sat in a whole live where it wasn't nothing but side chicks in there talking to tea time, and
We ain't gonna talk about her room. I'm good on her.
they literally
We're
was
gonna do a hard
talking
pass.
about their perks of what their married men do for them. They were out trying to outshine each other. I'm just sitting there going, I don't even believe it. I must have tripped out. I must have had too much cigarette, too much coffee, because I
That's
can't
funny.
believe we are having a side chick convention right here
That's what
on
I'm
this
saying.
side.
That's wild. That is wild.
And then the one
That's
chick
that's
said,
that's dangerous too, though. That's
right,
dangerous
and then
too.
the one chick said, well, none of y'all can say y'all man spend the night with y'all. I'm the only one that's got my man spend the night with me. Oh God, I couldn't think. Oh Lord,
Wait,
y'all
your
was
man
really
spending
This
the
just
night, so
wild.
that's a flex right
That's a
now.
flex. That's a
My
flex.
man
yeah,
Wow.
a
spend the night.
married
He
man,
don't
a
help pay no bill.
married man, Petty,
That's
a
not a
married man.
flex. That Women like
Yeah,
that should be swallowed.
I need some prayers for real.
But
This
but
check
but
is
but
crazy.
you
This
know, Tea Times
world is
Live,
twisted.
it said women side chicks are winning. That's
I
what it
don't.
said. Side chicks are winning.
You know what's wild to me is that they really believe that. Like
Yes, yes.
you don't get the security, you don't get the stability, you don't get the protection. All you get is 3 pumps and a grind and $40 on your dresser. And then you don't get holidays, you can't take pictures. Y'all gotta go to a whole nother county or state or town. Like, and then you over here trying to cuddle and make breakfast and all this extra shit, and this nigga got to get home to his real family. That's wild to me. And then you in your feelings because you see this man and his wife on Facebook or social media. Now you mad and want to talk shit. Like, bruh, like, how are you winning? Oh, because he got your nails and
No,
your
the
hair done.
fact
Okay.
the fact they got a voice that it already showed that they not even secure in that situation. Why you got to even put that out, man? If you winning so much, why you got to talk about it? They just want to ruin some happy homes and stuff. That's all they want
But
to
it
do.
all come back to
That's
them.
a
So,
fault.
ladies, if y'all want to be side chicks, when your little whole era is over and you done being the side chick, and now you want to be the wife, please know that that comes back full circle. So,
Yes, it
ladies,
does.
y'all want to be side chicks to these married men. When you have a married man and he's now stepping out, I don't want you to say nothing. You shouldn't be saying nothing. You can't cry. You can't get upset. You can't do none of that because
Yeah.
it comes full circle. And the women that think that they got something because they took a married man from a woman, baby, you lose them how you get them.
And you know they're
Man,
gonna be the first ones to be crying too.
Tony in the
I don't
building.
know
What's the
why
deal, man?
my
What's
husband
up,
don't
Tony?
spend time with me.
Girl, yo, these people is backwards. I'm
You,
sorry.
it's they lying to themselves though, because there's no way. I don't think women actually even want to do that. To keep passing that tuna box around. Let me go and use your stuff real quick. They don't
I'm
want to
sure
keep
they
putting that
do.
tuna box
Sure they
around and
do. That's
everything
why
on.
they do it.
See,
They feel
you
weird
said the
and they
right
feel bold every time they do it. They can't
you
lie to
said the right
themselves
word
about
though.
that.
Women, right? Let's not group these hyenas in 304s in with the women. Because
Thank you.
real women don't
No,
move like that. Real women
no,
is
Thank
what
not
I
out
no
you.
what
here
no look
playing
look this
Russian
is what I
roulette with
said.
my
I'm
life.
talking about women in general. They do not want to. Okay, let me not say
No.
tuna box then. Like, they don't want to pass that thing around. Just in general, they not like that. I don't think they build like that. Even if they a hyena, they don't want to do that. They really feeling bad about that stuff for real.
Yeah, they
I don't
cry
think.
at home at night, or that's why they always in the
Yeah,
club, or they always got to do something to make themselves feel better because you have that emptiness inside. Mine, like,
you for a couple seconds, but then you back empty.
you know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Like, why? And then you popping Plan Bs like they Tylenol because you can't have a baby by this man because he's married. Like, oh,
Mm,
y'all wilding, and then y'all playing a dangerous game because you slide up on mine, and you messing with a
mm.
woman like me. I'm putting both of y'all on a shirt together, so y'all ain't got to worry about it at all. I will proudly be in a jumpsuit behind mine. Y'all two will be on a shirt together. I'll throw y'all a fish fry and everything. You wanted to be under him so bad, now you under him. Works for me.
Oh my. Hey, look, even with that situation, at least they show how strong your marriage is, because I already know they ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
I know you got a real one for sure, so it only work on the weak men or the simps that be in marriages and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the
Or
only
the
way it's gonna
miserable
work.
ones. It does work on the miserable ones, and then the wives
Yeah.
of the miserable ones don't want to take accountability that you're the reason why your man cheat. Like, let's just be for real here. You got dirty dogs that just cheat for absolute no reason. But if you
Absolutely.
but
Absolutely.
if you have a good man and your good man is stepping out, you really need to sit down and look at yourself like, what am I doing wrong? Because a good man is going to give you signs and show you that this is about to happen. Now, whether or not you choose to see them signs and acknowledge it and change is on you. But a good
Okay.
man is not gonna just wake up tomorrow morning and be like, you know
Excuse
what?
me.
I don't like you anymore. I'm about to go get me some
Wow.
new tuna.
He growled at the bottom and stuff. That's when you know you was preaching. Bruh, you're
Bruh,
right.
I'm just
Hell yeah. Oh my. BK, what's the deal, man? That's my brother up there, man. DJ,
What's
if you
up,
don't come up
baby
here, is he
Kevin
down there?
Hart?
What's going on? I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just listening to the tuna thing, you know what I'm saying? I'm over here like, I never heard it like that before, but, what she's speaking is some speaking facts. Saying that because I'm going to let her eat, and she's eating, so I'm going to let her eat, you know what I mean? She's speaking number of facts, and
Mm-hmm.
listening to a woman speak like that just gave me chills to hear her actually speak like that, you know what I'm
Oh yeah.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because these women and men as well need to hear things like that. You know what I'm saying? And
Facts.
I come up in the box and I see this word called simp.
Me?
Man, listen,
What's the
bro,
deal?
I've been doing my homework on that simp shit. I'm on some other level. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Ooh.
facts that we sit here, man, you know what I'm saying? We cater and we pander to these women. And you know what I'm saying? I never knew what it meant. I started doing that
Right.
homework. You know what I'm saying? Yo, this is some foul and some deep stuff, bro. And this stuff right here can damage a lot of the women that thinking they're getting the real deal. You know what I'm saying? They need to open
Exactly.
up their eyes, and men need to open up their eyes too. It's a lot of work that we need to do that we're not doing as men. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
If you want to do it over there somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? But the ones that really need to be seen and need to be woke up, hey, we need to get this thing, man. And this self shit is for real, for real. I ain't know what it was. You know what I'm saying? I got to
Man.
think, you know what I'm saying? Going to different
Mm-hmm.
lives. Like, but man, what the hell is a simp? Now I understand what a simp really means. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
hell
I
out.
just think,
Yeah.
I was lost. I always thought, like, in the real world, not on the TikTok world, but in the real world, a simp is a man who will sit here and take care of a chick that's not his. Like, the
uh,
simp is the one that'll come pick you up, take you out to eat, wine and
yeah,
dine you, give you money, and then you spending it on
That
J
too.
on
yeah,
J Bo down the street in the hood. You know
that's
what
what
I'm
a
saying?
simp is.
Like, that for
That's
me,
what a
that,
simp is.
Well, that
that
too, but in new school Sims are the only fans sponsoring these girls, paying for the, giving the fans the donations with no return.
facts.
Right. With nothing in return. Exactly.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
that's what they are connection to. All of it is literally the same thing. It's like
Same.
a dude that do
Yeah.
anything for that point. They actually when they look the definition up, it says looking for basically for attention. You know, just like it's like a. But I know we know what they mean by attention, man. We know what they just trying to get to their number one goal and stuff. So they gonna put up with anything to get to that thing.
yeah.
They want that
But
tuna
I ain't
box.
gonna lie though, like
Hmm.
I can understand, okay, and that's why I was mentioning earlier, right? And that's why I say I'm kind of blaming the man just in general, right? I'm gonna go ahead and go to the women's side, blame the man, right? Because it is a point where dudes was slipping around and all this stuff because they want to get their stuff wet and all that stuff. But then again, it's like it's messing their mind up and stuff. So it's obvious that women is following after that stuff.
Oh
And
yeah.
then now we have the dudes that want to take up for that situation after they done got 100 bodies and stuff, and they like, man, you just don't know what they going through and all this stuff because they're not trying to change their ways because they still want the box, so they're gonna make up anything and take up for anything about it and not address their behaviors and stuff. It's like if we had to grow up and change from our simpish ways, that mean you know what I'm saying they gonna have to make some type of change too. But if you got this dude keep on making excuses for to hold them accountable, that what the heck just happened? Did I freeze? I'm here.
It's glitching.
No,
TikTok's been doing that all day.
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, yeah. So I'm saying, if they gonna make an excuse on that side for what they do, that we never gonna get anywhere. This
Right.
accountability thing is real. That's why I talk about this every day. Like, this is the only way we can be able to grow and better ourselves. But we ain't gonna better grow if somebody telling somebody what they doing, especially these empowerment rooms. Oh no, it's okay. You say it ain't you, it's them and all that stuff, and telling them that, making an excuse for every last thing they do, we'll never get anywhere. And then they praising them, keep sleeping with them and all that stuff. And I'm like, that's why I made this one thing of like, why are you sleeping about something and talk about them at the same time? That makes no sense. You gonna say, oh, these 304s ain't nothing, but then you just literally just sleeping with one a couple days ago. That don't make sense.
Make it make sense.
Ain't
That's
adding
what
up.
I'm
The
saying.
math ain't mathing now. The math ain't mathing.
Can we spin the block though? Because I heard you say that these men, because I hear it too, the men that be pandering and simping, like, you don't know what she went through, you don't know her struggle. My thing is, like, how bad is your life that you're like, yep, I need 7 dicks tonight? Like, what? I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, how? Like, what struggle? Because I'm confused. Because I done went through struggles. You know what I'm saying? I done been through some real life stuff, and not one time in my lowest of moments was I like, to make me feel better, dick. Like, I don't understand that. That's not. I don't. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, what struggle are we talking here? Like, I'm confused. Just let me know so that way I can, teach my two to watch out for those struggles. Like, if you cross the street the wrong way, that makes you like, I don't. What struggles are we talking about? Your light bill might be due, so now you like. I don't understand. Like, even when I was single and I was a single mother hustling and working and doing everything, if my bills or my kids wasn't straight, the last thing I was thinking about was giving away my tuna box. Like, that's not what I was thinking about at all. You get what I'm saying? Like,
She's so funny with that accent too, make it funnier.
you get what
That's
I'm
too
saying?
funny.
Like,
Yeah, I
I'm
feel you.
confused. Nothing about, I don't understand why, like, all these people, they be out clubbing and partying, but y'all broke. What are y'all celebrating? What are y'all happy for? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm confused here. I don't know about y'all, but like, if my pockets ain't right or my kids ain't straight or my home is not where I need it to be, the last thing I'm thinking about is, yep, let me bend over. Like, that's not, no, that's,
Why does she make it seem like that? Oh, she's funny.
oh
Let
my
me bend
God,
over.
my mom won't watch my kids tonight. Hold on. Let me suck and fuck. Like, that's not,
Hmm.
I can't take life right now, so I'm gonna be a 304. Like, I don't, that's how, what? I,
I don't know. And it's wild because even if you made all them so-called mistakes, right? Why are you still making excuses about it at all? Hey, that's the past, but don't make an excuse about the past. You just need to change from it. You know what I'm saying? Like all of us, like we made our bed, we gotta lay in it, but don't take up for what the mistake. That's it's still wrong. And then I heard, okay, I was in this live, right? I ain't gonna say his name, but
I love.
it's just, and y'all know the dude, man, the main dude. But I was talking about the.
Lionel.
I'm like, no, I was talking about the kids and stuff, right? He told me like, why you be worried? You need to worry about your own kids and all this stuff. And I'm like, bro, I said the thing is that's why I stayed quiet because I'm like, it sounds selfish, man. That's some selfish type of stuff. Like we got to care about more than just ourselves, man, because our life ain't gonna be too far. You know what I'm saying? Our life, we ain't gonna be living too long. So why we can't worry about the next gen? Imagine if our ancestors was just as selfish as how these people is today. They wouldn't have paved no way for us. So it's like, no, we got to do something to help the next person rather than just ourselves. So of
Right.
course I be caring about what the youth is watching and stuff on TV and all this stuff that they pushing in their head and stuff. Of course I'm gonna care about that because you saying they don't worry about somebody else's kid, but that kid can grow up one day and brought up another way and rob you. You know what I'm saying? When you're an older man and stuff. So like that's
Mm-hmm.
still playing an impact in this community. So yes,
See, I
it's
think
important.
the 80 babies get this concept. Somehow it got lost with the 90s and the 2000 babies. Because the 80 babies, yo, I don't know about y'all, but if you messed up on the street, you got your behind tore up from everybody that knew you until you even made it home.
Sure
Like,
enough.
you know what I'm saying? Nobody growing up that I ever hear, don't worry about my child, worry about your own. No. And I had to watch and make sure you know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't just do things that I wanted to do because everybody either knew my mom or my dad or my auntie or my uncle. I remember I stole a Snicker bar out of the bodega. Do you know I got my behind tore up because she knew my daddy? Went 3 houses down, got my behind jacked up by that lady. Like, got home like,
Yeah.
Mom, please, you gonna whip me too? Like, the neighborhood done did it.
Yeah. I mean, but see, we lost that main thing called village. You know what I'm saying? We lost that in the era in the 2000s. You know what I mean? Because parents begin, I'm not knocking any parents that are young and having kids, but they're young, they're having kids, and they're not teaching the old fashioned ways that worked for us when we grew up. I'm a Gen X. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times they forget. They want to go their own direction. They don't want to do this. They don't want nobody whooping their children. You know what I'm saying? It's not whooping, it's disciplining. It's knowing that, okay, you do wrong in this community, you're going to be held accountable for your actions. And by you being held accountable, that means getting a spanking from one end of to the road to the other end of the road. You know what I'm saying? And it makes you, and it makes you have some sense of awareness.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? These kids are nonchalant. That's why the things are the way they are now, because nobody's holding these young kids accountable for their actions, other
Mm-hmm.
than the prison system. If you look at it, that the crime rate is high, but it's even higher now. They're younger, older. They're younger going to prison.
Okay,
But
they
even
think
the
it's
school,
cute.
even the schools is bad too. The high schools that these kids getting pushed through schools with no standards.
Right.
Like my neighbor, kids about to leave school, and it's like C is pretty much like D's passing right now.
Oh
Yeah.
my!
Not in
Wow.
this
D
household.
pass. Like it's crazy. Like I'm like I thought D was failing when I was going to school.
I
I,
mean,
it was when I was in school. I don't understand this curve that they get. Like
yeah.
Yes.
we we get this curve. What do you not? Look, this whole generation. I'm sorry, but it's designed to make everybody softer. It's designed to make everybody
Exactly.
slower. It's designed to keep everybody down. That's why there's 1,001 electronics coming out. There's different games all the time. Like everything is meant to keep us back and not focused on what our goal used to be.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have no morals anymore. When's the last time you watched a show on TV and it was a family show that taught morals and respect
Mm-hmm.
and love and consequences if you did something wrong and go to college and no, that none of that is hell. You turn
Dang.
on TV now, it's a family program, but 10 minutes within the program, two dudes is kissing. Like make it
Oh
make sense.
man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, am I wrong? If I'm wrong, just
I,
Right.
you might be
We
right, but I
still,
haven't
we
been
still,
watching TV in a long time, so I'm scared.
Me too.
and
TV
listen,
is the
I'm gonna tell
worst.
you,
TV is
this
the
is
worst
I've
right
where,
been on
now.
this is
Netflix.
where, yeah, exactly. This is
Netflix even
where that
worse.
we have to be as parents. We have to take control of the education. We have to take control of our children watching this TV. You know what I'm saying? We have to take time out, give them a break from the TVs and electronics so they can understand. First of all, let's get in front of a book, learn how to do research other than going on Google. Yeah, Google is convenient, but teach them how to do research. One day they won't have the internet. It probably will never happen, but just what if? What if they don't have internet? Be able to go backwards and say, you know what? I know how to go do my
Go to bed in
research
2 cents.
in the library. Right. You know, you know. So we all got to we all got to do our part at home, and then it goes out to the schools. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And then here we are. You know what I mean? We talking about schools. Some we have to start our own school so we can control the narrative of what our children learn. So then we'll teach them about the old ways, things, teach them about the village people. We supposed to be the village people. We supposed to be
Mm-hmm.
there to help our children in the next generation. You know,
Mm-hmm. I look at it even with that, right? The technology ain't bad. It's just the parents being lazy with it. Cause
that's
you
what I'm
can
saying.
program that stuff to be straight learning stuff and try to, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? You could program it to and help them learn even faster, but it's just like they don't want to take the time to supervise their child and all that stuff or put it in parental control and all that stuff and make sure they watch the right things, even though they say they be slipping some stuff in, but I don't know about that though. I'm just saying. I'm gonna tell you, this ain't gonna-
But this
trying
is
to
the
keep
issue,
it.
though,
I'm
right?
sorry, Kev. I'm sorry, y'all.
This is
But
this is the issue.
I
They have
She
information,
funny.
right?
I love it.
So they have all information, but they don't know how to process the information.
Right.
Right.
So they get all information, but they don't know processing. So they don't think. They just like copy and paste. That's
that's
not
it.
thinking. You still gotta think.
Man. But yeah, y'all welcome DJ. I met him last week, I think. Yeah, he
Yeah,
new
yeah.
to the fam. He been in there for a minute. I had to make him a mod. He been in my room for like almost a few days in a row. I'm like,
Thank
okay,
you,
I'm going
thank
ahead and
you.
make him a
I don't know
mod.
who gave me gifts, but thank y'all. Thank y'all so
hmm
much.
Yeah, I like your dog. You're cool.
Henri, what's up, my brother? I messed up last night. I was doing so good with the name until the end of the night. I was so mad at myself. I'm competitive. I am competitive with myself. Like,
That's
I
that
ain't gonna
light
mess
skin
up no
shit. I told you I am on your
more.
neck for calling me lighter skin. I got you. I
I,
got you.
I had to, man. I was like, you like,
Li-
oh.
I know this is completely off conversation, y'all. Please don't. And before anybody be like, "Oh, she colorist," chill out. Do you know how me and you joke, Kev, all the time. After I had tagged you in a comment about light skin, I got like a 3-point essay in my inbox, like that was disrespectful. How do you call somebody light skin? You're a colorist. Like, what, you got a
Oh
problem with light
my,
skin? I'm like, do you not see my picture? I'm damn near clear. What the fuck
right,
is you talking about?
brighter than me.
I'm
Oh, that
I'm
is weird.
confused here. Like, why is you in our
That'd be
conversation?
annoying. I ain't gonna even lie. You can't joke around, or and that's what a big bean
Nah,
about that new soft stuff. Everybody is soft now, man.
that's
Grown
super
folks,
sensitive.
kids, all them getting soft.
You can't make a joke like, oh, you're colorist. Because I called him, I said, hey, light skin, you on your light skin shit? Like, don't be mad.
Women being simps. I was thinking about that too. Kind of, I
Yup.
think it is. I don't know
Mhm.
how it goes.
She can be.
How
That
they
would
go?
When I
that
tell
would
Women
be
y'all
can
more
be
before
like
simps
doing
though.
my homework,
that
bro,
would be more like
I've been doing my
polygamy.
homework. I just stepped outside. Hold on. I do my homework. That's it. I looked at the whole thing. A female simp, someone who
That's what I
shows
like about you. You be doing your homework, man.
uh, someone who shows excessive sympathy and attention towards another person. She's simple.
mm, like a
And
pander, like the
I
pander
can
rooms
give
or the
like a person,
right.
I can give a couple
it go both
examples.
ways. It go both ways. Women and men.
For instance, you know the
And it's the
woman.
same thing with men. The same exact action,
Yeah,
actually. Except they
same
doing it
thing.
with a goal at the end. They want to get something at the end of it, get that reward, and they
Right.
look. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference.
And
But that
some
makes
women are the
sense.
same way.
That makes
And
sense,
some
though.
women are the same way. Cause just
I
like
mean,
I
oh yeah,
went,
I forgot about the same thing. Yeah, yeah, forgot.
a woman when I went into a
Same.
live, you know what I'm saying? I went into a female live earlier. You know what I mean? She was like, I was the only male in there. The rest of them were females. And she was talking to them at first when I popped in. I was just coming in and see who was in there. I thought one of the people I know was in there. But anyway, long story short, it's directly towards me. I'm like, oh, look at this. It's just simple. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to get something from me. You know what I'm saying? And I knew I
Mm.
wasn't throwing no gifts because I don't even know you like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do. I'm not spending my. I'm sorry. I'm not spending my money because you saying, "Oh, you so handsome." Oh, this is okay. I know I am, but you ain't got to tell me. You know what I'm saying? I care less. You trying to. So I felt like now you're trying to reach a goal.
Trying to
You know
oh,
what I'm
I get
saying?
you. Yeah, I feel you. I
So
feel
yeah,
you.
Listen,
one can be.
Hey, you remember that chick I was telling you about earlier?
what
Yeah,
chick?
yeah, yeah,
She
yeah.
like that too.
That's, bro.
I wanted to call her out so bad though, but I was like, you know what, I ain't that. I'm gonna try to keep from doing that though. But I don't like stuff like that, man. When you talking one way and the next, and that's crazy. And she do that too. She do
Yeah,
exactly that too.
bro. She
Try
was
to.
in. She was in Lower live doing the same thing. Bro, I was like, what? I said, no, I said, no, she ain't simping. I was like, okay, I see what
A
battling.
matter of fact, that's what that is. You right. That's what that is. What you just said.
Simping.
That's a woman simp. It's
Yeah,
gonna fit whatever narrative, you know what I'm saying, to make her feel good so she can get, because it's obvious that I noticed that she looking for some attention. She be looking for a lot of
yeah,
attention. She even hit me with the same situation, but yeah,
What?
that's a woman.
Y'all got
That's
a
a woman.
habitual offender?
yeah,
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Kev.
I inbox you
Right
and let you
there.
know.
I was just about to say,
I
give
got
me tea because I love that type of
yeah,
shit. I be on their neck. Like,
you.
ma'am, every dude in here got bougie tender boxes. They not giving up not a chicken tender or nothing. I don't know
yo.
what you.
And it's sad that, you know what I'm saying, that there, and in that live that I went in earlier, it was like, women on top of women just doing it and don't realize that they was doing it. I'm sitting here like doing stuff just to get attention. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
Like one girl went up in the box and she come on the screen like, okay, you just stepped out the shower. Okay.
It's never that
Like,
deep. It shouldn't be.
I'm like, why you coming? You just got the shower. Why are you coming up in the box? Then you turn your camera on. And other time, the lady was in the lady that was below her. She said, "Why you got your camera on? You don't never turn your camera on. What? Were you trying to get out? Were you trying to get something?" The girl said, "Yeah, I'm trying to get," and admit to it like she was right. No, I hurried up and got up out of there. I was like, man, I
You
see what
know
it
what?
means. Some things I can't take.
You know what's worse than a single person trying to get attention than somebody in a relationship, or a lot of these women that be married, but you so married and you so happy, but every time you on this
You
app
better
right
stop.
here, you got your no, I'm going.
You better stop.
You got your camera on.
You better stop.
Kev, how many times you seen my face, Kev?
Um, 55 cent. I'm joking. No, I ain't see your face like that much. No, I
You
did.
get what
Except for the last time you got banana. That was.
got bananas quick too.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I feel you. That makes
I
sense though. That
understand.
makes sense. I don't like how you said that. That makes sense though, and that's respect right there. I love it. I love it.
Just
Remember?
make it make like I prefer and I expect single men and single women to act single. Of course,
Right.
if you're on a chat and you see, you know what I'm saying, a little something something that might catch your eye and you want to hurry up, you know what I'm saying, turn that camera on because men do
Little
it too.
petty.
That's cool. You single, but you
Right.
married and you got your chest out, lipstick on, hair did.
Woo,
Your
she
husband
getting
not
somewhere.
nowhere. Your husband nowhere in this box. You get what I'm saying? But
Right.
you opening up doors, windows, and back doors for the next dude. Make it make
There
sense.
you go.
Preaching
There
about
you
how you need to be a good woman. Well, be a good
go.
woman and stop showing people your face.
Oh wow.
Ooh, she was fired with that one. I ain't gonna even lie. I never thought of. I mean, I think I seen it, but I never put it out like that though.
Yeah.
That
I
was
mean,
nice. That
you
is. Now you about to have me looking at some stuff in a whole different way.
yeah.
What the heck
I mean,
is?
it's a lot of that on the app though. You look at these apps and what she said is like eye opener. You start seeing things a lot differently. You know what I'm saying? When I was reading, when I was doing the homework, doing my research and stuff, I was like, you know what? It's a lot of people that does that. A lot of women and men do that just to get that attention. You got a whole wife in the background. Why you
Mm-hmm.
why you even allow that to happen? Come on, that's disrespect. You know what I'm saying? And then
That's
you get the
wild.
majority of the people that's in your
No
life.
frame. These dudes got no frame in their relationship.
Right, right. You try to promote something. Okay, you can promote something with your shirt
Oh
on.
man.
There you go.
What's
What
up,
can
Kate?
you?
I swear for God, if you do the giddy up
No, I'm
cowboy
not.
or whatever,
No, 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 no. Don't do me like that. I
I'm
ain't
about
gonna
to say,
do that.
Kev, I'm on
I had
you
to do the
next.
little. That's my new little thing though with the what you call
Somebody
With
it?
the
got
Kool-Aid
him.
smile. Yo,
Yeah,
I was so done.
Kool-Aid smile, right?
give
Oh
him a
man.
ice cream. So should I do the ice cream or
Oh no,
microphone
please
on
no,
fire?
no. Ice cream so good. She done got stuck in my head. Ice cream so good. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
I can't.
yes,
I
yes,
think
I
I
yes.
can't
feel
with
it though.
her.
She making a ten
Yeah,
thousand dollars a day. What the frick?
and
I'm about
she's
to be
making
ice
killing.
cream and so good. Like, I don't be care about that money for real. I'm not even on here for money.
And she
I'm
making
really.
kill.
Oh, she making bread for real. I just don't like she
Yeah,
throwing her
but
kids in it.
that, and I
Right.
don't like the fact that you're portraying yourself to be this young teenage girl to attract all these creepy predator dudes. Like on here, you trying to tell people that you're 19. On Twitter, you a that's weird, and you a mother. Like that's just
You know she has an OnlyFans, right?
I know,
Yeah,
I'm
honey.
yeah,
I
not
she
was
does.
trying to
shocked.
get to that.
I'm not shocked.
Thank you,
I think
Tony.
is it on in one of her bios on Instagram?
Hmm. But none of them
I don't know.
are
I
saying
just
that
heard she
she's a
got an
25-year-old woman. Everything is
Right,
she's a
right,
young. That's disgusting to me. And then she has a child too, and I'm confused because you sit here all day trying to be a robot, and your child is abusing a whole puppy, and you can't even
Mm.
pause your robot to go read a book to your child instead of yelling at him instead of being on here 24/7. How about
right.
get a real job? Then you don't have to be on here like yum yum yum, pop pop pop, and like, come on, like
Gang, gang,
just
gang, gang.
gang gang. You can make
I
Besides,
watched
sentences
it's
her too
like,
though,
much, man. Let me
Oh, you
stop.
do it too,
That's
man.
not
Oh,
even what GG
you do
means.
it
That's
too,
not
Right,
Kevin.
that
even
ain't
what
what
that
GG
means.
mean, right?
and that poor
That's
flat
not even,
iron.
yo, when I heard that, I was like, yo, is she fucking, I wanted to cuss her out.
yeah,
I wanted to cuss her out.
Oh,
but
y'all
you know
making me
what?
laugh.
She made, but like you said in the earlier, she's making bank though. You know what I mean? I got to
She
give my
most
hats off
definitely.
to her. I got to
I'm
give my
not
hats
taking
off
off.
to her. You
I'm
I'm
know what
not
I'm
gonna
so
saying?
lie
not.
though, with the
But
cowboy one, whatever she be wearing, that junk got stuff. I don't know what she be saying though, but that last part always it's a
She don't
tone
even know
to
what
it. But
she
let
be
me not
saying.
boost her up, man. But this funny though.
but
I be
I'm
you know
wondering
what
what
I
so
she
mean? It's
saying
not.
like
though.
you
She be, I don't know, I'm a cowgirl.
I'm a
Let me do
cowgirl.
that.
Gang
I don't
gang
know what she be
gang.
saying. That's all I.
I can't.
but you know, and then that to even in saying that, like you said, Petty, I don't respect the fact that you're using your child as game.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? When you start using your child as game, it's disgusting to me. You know what I mean? But I can't knock your hustle,
I
how you
can.
do it. You know what I'm
That's
saying? But
disgusting.
All I'm
it
saying,
is,
if that was a
it is.
man, they would have got
I'm trying to
permanently
tell you.
bananas if it was them. That's
But
all I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah.
But
Cause
there's
That's
no
God,
shame anymore.
cause,
The
cause
shame is gone. People.
God forbid a man on here dead ass trying to support his family, and he over here like, yeah, gang gang, gang gang, and his child in the background like, Daddy, I'm hungry. Can I get a hot dog? Nah, son, gang gang, gang gang. Like they be like, he's a
right.
horrible father.
Stop it.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Gang, gang.
Gang gang.
I
Like,
That
mean,
is funny.
no.
yo,
I mean, I
that
seen that one dude named Miles. He do Miles Morel. But do he got kids in that too?
I don't
I
think
don't
No,
know.
Miles.
you did not just say that. You did not
they
just
Do
say
got
he?
Miles Morale.
I don't know how to say the name. I never know the
Yo, Kevin,
name.
you're fired. Yo,
I
you're
know.
mm,
fired, yo.
Well, what's his
I
name?
It's
actually got to get that
Morales,
game
Miles
though, but
Morales.
he be dressing up. Oh, he
But
dress up
nah,
like that, dude.
yeah, like the TikTok
I think he
impersonation.
like
yo,
second
he went
place to
off
her
on
though.
somebody.
This is too
Yeah,
much.
Yeah.
It's
You know
too
he
much.
went off on he went off on somebody.
Oh yeah, I seen him cut somebody out. I seen the
Somebody was
picture
like,
too. He like, yeah, and he was going
well,
crazy.
that shit was hilarious.
I can't do my nerd stuff in peace.
Somebody was
He
like,
went crazy.
come over here. He was calling him all types of bit, bro.
Oh
I
yeah, he
was
was
like,
ready to
damn,
swing on him
okay.
for real.
I
They be
mean
playing with people, man. They don't really. They think it's crazy.
Bro
they
went
got
back to it like it was nothing either.
damn, that's crazy.
He did go back to it like, okay, all right, I'm Miles Morel.
Oh wow.
Exactly.
People like that scare me. I'm sorry. How you just get this snapping and be like,
Mm-hmm.
so guys, never mind. I'll go back to it. Like, nah,
hmm
son, you just wait, spin the block then.
Right,
Spin
right.
Yo, old
Well,
girl
he
did
did
it
start
too.
the live.
Yeah,
right.
restarted or something. Yeah, the old girl did it. She snapped on her son.
Oh yeah, I
You
seen
know what I
that.
mean?
I seen that
Dog
one
was
too.
barking. Yeah, the dog was barking.
For
Stop
real?
it! And then she went right doing what she was
Like
5
I
minutes
said,
later.
ice cream so good.
Right.
Right.
Gang
And
gang.
you know what I mean? It's like, hey, man, it's just crazy up here, man. That's why I take a break from
Anything for money. Anything for money, man.
It's this. Yo, Kevin, Tony, you've been firsthand knowledge. We could be on a panel. Shorty be in a box. Kids is hollering in the back. Mommy,
And
Screaming.
mommy. And she just like, but let me finish telling you why niggas ain't shit. Ma'am,
it. Yeah,
your child.
the child back
You
here.
know, you know, we just going, okay. Fuck the kids. If it was a person, not a problem.
let me
All
finish
right.
tell you that. This
But
ain't
let me
that's
that should be throwing me like you don't hear them in the background, like screaming bloody
No,
murder. There was one lady, yo, the poor. I
I
felt so
remember
bad for the
that.
kid. The kid was like, "I gotta go to the bathroom, mommy," and she was just like, guru. But you not hearing what I'm
Yep, I
saying
remember that.
though.
I
Like,
was on the panel.
ma'am, your child has to pee,
oh
But that
boy.
that that baby was up
You
there
go,
crying.
girl.
She was over there, hold up, hold
crying.
up.
yeah. Oh, it's a
Oh,
lot
she
of them
do
up there.
remind me. Oh, I thought about that. She do remind me of her.
You go. You go, girl.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
like
your new name now. Yeah, you done call me Dexter, your light skin just hilarious. She do remind me. I never thought about that though, cause she can clown you like just like her and stuff, and got that accent too. So it makes sense though. That dude son.
I'm mad
Yeah,
because you up the light skinned Dexter. You caught that, huh?
yeah, I caught you. I caught you with
You
that
was
one.
supposed to, you was supposed to catch. Okay,
I be
okay.
scared to go against Jess, man. I feel like she gonna say some deep stuff, but I ain't scared of her. I'm
Gun,
get her, man. It's like no, it's like a
money gun, I
Wait,
got
who?
you.
Who?
Money
I
gun.
feel bad for her
Wait.
though with that situation they said going on. I still gotta look into it though. I heard they
What
tearing
situation?
her up.
Oh, you talking about Jess Hilarious?
Yeah, I heard they tearing her up.
What she do?
Oh, no, she ain't do
Some
nothing. It was pretty much that community took some bullshit out of context, and now they just trying to like shame her for it. That's all. They
Oh,
took
why? Because
something
she
out of
said that
context. I know
they not real
exactly.
women.
something like that. Yeah, I heard.
Yeah,
She
I
had
mean,
every
she
right to
ain't
say
lying.
that. Like, where's the lie, bro? Like, we not gonna keep taking disrespect, and y'all just keep doing this shit. And we be like, okay, cool, yeah, nah, son,
I,
you're not me. I'm not you. No, you don't know what it's like to have cramps, and I don't know what it's like to wake up with a hard on. I can't. We will never understand.
No, I
We're,
ain't gonna lie, that shit crazy. I'm gonna let you know that shit right now. That shit crazy.
Waking up
Like
with a
it
hard
never
on
fails
ain't
to
no fun.
surprise us either.
that's messed up because they
Yeah,
forcing us to live in a delusion, and it's sad. That's not fair. That's not fair
yeah, it's
to
not.
straight people, man. That ain't
It's
fair. And I
not.
was
It's not
thinking
at
about that
all.
some days ago. Like, why we got to be forced into their mentality and stuff, and they get to switch it whenever they want to, and we got to go along with it. That's like
Hmm.
Disney fairy tale stuff. That's not fair.
and why
And
can't
then we got to
Exactly.
every
get
people
canceled when we
use?
talk about it.
Why we can't use the same delusion? Why can't I go to the bank and be like, excuse me, I put my card in the ATM, I identify as a millionaire, I can't get 500,000 out. What's the problem?
Exactly.
Are you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm transitioning into a millionaire. Respect my transition. Give me
Yeah.
my money. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I
Right.
can't tell, you know what I'm saying? The landlord, like, look, but I identify as somebody that paid rent this month. No. You know what
You
I'm saying? Like,
translate.
what?
You translate.
You know what I'm saying? Right? Like,
He said
You
identify
translate
with
this money.
somebody that paid rent. That's funny.
Shit,
why
I'm
does
trying
that
to
That
make
was
it.
work?
funny.
Exactly. Like, why can't I identify as I'm not showing up to work today? Like,
Right.
in the dead ass.
I'm sorry.
Translate. I remember
I'm
somebody
sorry.
said something like that.
I identify as
Exactly.
somebody
Translate.
who's trans off. I'm transitioning off.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Because you're a slave.
But nah.
You're a slave.
But nah.
You gotta go
Welcome
It's
to
to the
work.
crazy
world,
though.
man. We live in.
You
Ain't
gotta
that
work
Nah, it's
and
something?
pay
crazy
the
though.
bills,
But nah, it's wild though. Look, imagine
feed the
you're a
machine.
woman having to tell men that they're not men. They're not. I mean, they're not real women, and men getting mad. That shit is
Wild.
crazy to me. Like,
Wild to
Hmm.
me.
What do
like
F1 mean?
imagine
Because I feel
being
like I
a
put that in the
woman.
chat in a minute.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
that saves your life.
on
If
some real
somebody
shit.
like me
On
who
some
Yeah,
real
do
can't
shit.
that,
control their
y'all. If y'all
mouth.
could do that for me, then, because I'm scared.
I've seen. I'm on TikTok recently, right? I'm new to this shit, so I'll be on here looking around, and I see some debates like trans or women. I see the debates. I'm like, I want no parts of this
I'm not gonna
because
do that. Yeah, I'm not even
I'm
jumping
not
in
gonna
that stuff.
debating.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
I'm not debating no goddamn
That's
woman.
And look, that's what I started doing
Fucking
recently.
insane.
On my days I'm not going live, like Tuesdays and Mondays or whatever, I started jumping in live, especially some of them be toxic ones, some of them be I know that they against with my opinion and stuff, but I still try to go in there to try to bring some type of balance and maybe that I get some people that understand me in there. But that group, I'm not gonna mess with them at all, man, because I
Hell
had a
no.
bad back in when I first started this app. I learned from them. I learned a lot from them that I cannot talk to them. No logic gonna work. No nothing gonna work with them. So
Mm-mm.
I said I'm not gonna mess with them anymore. I'm really not. Them not people. I'd rather them come
But
over
I go to
here.
work with them motherfuckers every day, but
The
they'll
first
never catch
time,
me lying.
the first time I was in conversation with somebody and he was being delusional, I was like, hold on, let me ask you a question. How much genders are there? And he's like, 8. I was like, okay, then never mind. Because
But
there's
then
Yeah,
why
no
can't
way.
like
they can't never like name the 8 genders? Like they just repeat themselves. Like that's still boy girl. I don't.
Once you go to
No,
8,
yeah,
I was
it's
like, okay,
crazy.
we can't debate no more
There's
because we are
there's eight
different.
genders, but those dudes want to identify as women. So
Why can't be one of the other
like,
genders?
and then also if you if you think that there's eight genders, y'all gotta kick the bisexuals out of y'all what's it called? Because they realize that there's only two.
That
They
that
only
part.
attracted to two.
Mm.
So
I don't know their gender,
We
you know.
just
So
as
I
confused.
I
know
I
heard it
don't
and I
know.
was like, I tuned out.
I know male, female. Then there's
Actually,
binary,
I know all of them.
non-binary people that like having sex with
I
pans.
don't want. Yeah,
Um,
I be doing homework.
I don't think. I
Not with
really
the
don't even
The
care.
pants.
F1 and the
Yeah.
T.
yeah. I'm sorry. Like I still
I
listen.
got
I
you.
still
Here is
understand what that
male.
means.
You say you ever figured
What?
it out? What is a
Oh yeah,
pan?
no,
I
never
don't
mind.
never. I heard it
Penis.
before.
I thought it was like the
Huh.
people that looked at like a saucepan, like, damn, that's sexy. Come here. You know what I'm saying? Like
That shit
you
is
can't eat.
Oh, I
crazy.
You
love when
can't
that
eat at
grease
their
is falling
house.
off of it.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Did you
yes.
ever see that burger on it?
Look at the
As soon as I
sizzle.
take that pasta out of this, I'm definitely getting in there. Like,
I'm licking it.
I'm
Put my
licking
mouth
like
all over it.
I'm not, sir, ma'am, we're
I'm
not eating
blowing the
here.
back of
I'm
the
sorry.
pan out.
You know what I'm saying? All you hear is pink, 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 pink,
Oh
pink. Like
man,
who?
can't wait to
While it's
slap
still
my
hot.
spatula on it.
I'm trying to stop. Listen, look,
Yeah. So this
right?
morning, TikTok. I wasn't in a live. I was commenting, and the lady said something. And I was like,
All right, Rashida.
typical, typical woman, right? And they blocked me. TikTok literally banned me, yo. It's crazy, right?
Oh.
Well, she blocked me. That's fine, but then TikTok banned me for like. I'm like, what? What did I say?
Said typical.
Wow.
They
I
don't like
couldn't
that
comment for
typical
like
word.
'Said,
3 hours.
which one of the part was the offensive one? Typical or woman?
Both together. Together.
Ooh,
They didn't
like
like
I'm
his
saying
tone
these
was
words
Listen,
right
if you
now.
was
aggressive.
in if you was in one of those type of lives with the DAC community and you said typical women, that excludes them because they're not
Typical
typical
women.
women.
Bro,
They're
she
not.
she blocked me, which is fine. But then TikTok, but I couldn't comment on nothing else. I was like, holy
Oh
shit.
my,
And then I
that's
appealed it,
sad.
and
I
they
bet you they can say
apologized.
typical man all day though. Walk into the world.
Misogynist,
Yeah, yo,
misogynist.
I tried that on what's it called on Instagram. You know how when you put certain messages,
hmm
they'll give you a warning on if you want to post this or not.
hmm I did it on
I
Facebook.
forgot the question.
hmm
I forgot that question, but I crafted it two ways. But I put women in there and I put men in there. When I put women in there, it gave me the
The warning.
the warning. But
That's
when I put
crazy.
men in there, I was just able to post it immediately. So I
Tragic.
had to. I was like, damn, like what the fuck? Like these
Wow.
niggas really don't care
Mm-mm-mm.
about it.
Yeah, I
Yo,
learned
I
a
was
Oh,
in
thing,
a
here
Dead
go,
man.
ass
here
don't
go
care about
BK
it.
with his daggone research. Wow,
I was in a
that's
live
wild.
earlier today, and this chick was like, "Yeah, I was a cheater. I cheated on this dude, but I learned from that, and I'm not that person no more." Tony, you was in that live, Kev. I think you might have been in that live too. And
Oh yeah,
hmm
I was like, yeah, but you still a 304. Like a man can't say, look, I used to be a cheater, but I've changed my ways. No, y'all are still gonna be like, nah, he a cheater, he a dog. She was like, yeah, that's right. I had a little dog in me, so I put in the comments like, I'm sorry, you spelled I was a hoe wrong.
Yeah, more
like
57
than a
that.
little
Like
years.
that should
dog in
have
her.
you praised out.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's praised
Somebody
out.
But
It's
should.
crazy because the
you see the
same
agenda
women.
though. They're trying to confuse us. Like they're literally trying to
Mhm.
confuse us intentionally.
Yeah,
BK, what you mean? There's four? I need to know this.
that's the 57,
Yeah.
57 different ones he said on there.
I'm
He
I'm
said
gonna let
57.
I'm not. I'm just gonna take it that he was having a light skin moment and just let that happen. So I just we don't have time to go through all 57. But if you can
Now,
give us
realize
just the
that
four,
there are masculinity, there are
uh-huh,
femininity, neutral, and
uh-huh.
common gender. Those are the four genders, or the main common. The four main genders are masculine, feminine, common, and it's neuter gender.
They names
Okay,
out to
BK,
you.
Common. What's
I'm gonna
common?
tell you, please stop doing research because I don't want to
Don't
hear
do that.
anymore.
Hey,
I
that's
don't
what
want
I
to
say
Right.
hear
in
no
my
more
head. I'm
research.
trying to actually understand it. Wow.
Yeah,
That's why I said
That's
I
she
was
only
true.
like,
asked for the 57.
hey, yo, it's a lot for the 57. It's so many I can't even. Some of
Don't
them I
even
just
do
can't
it. You
even
gonna have
pronounce.
you ain't gonna be able to sleep tonight.
That part. That part. I mean, I'm not even.
The
I
sludest, I
just
mean,
looked it up.
Never
Damn.
heard that
So
one before.
I'm about to call my mom and be like, Mom, so I feel like you cheated me because like
Right.
how you just gonna let these people tell you that I was a girl?
Oh
You never
wow.
asked me if I wanted to be a girl. How you
Right. How
Yeah.
dare
know?
she?
Either
That's
a
so
male or
super
female.
disrespectful. I'm about to call my mother as soon as I get off of this. Like, Mom, who decided my gender? Because did you know there's 57 of them? How you
We
know
need
I
that
Yeah.
didn't want to be a
conversation.
binary panda? I don't.
I'm not,
Hmm.
We
bro,
need, we need a
bro.
conversation like ASAP.
Yeah, I
I'm
believe
I'm
it.
I'm gonna cut this conversation because there's a lot of genders. I
Right.
mean,
I was
like,
about to say, yeah, but I'm hurting my head. I hate my brain working like that. Be trying to let go of a combo, and I still be like, "Duh, what the heck could they mean?"
right. Transgender. You got gender queer and non-boy, intersex.
What?
Mm.
Oh
What
my.
happened to the good old days when it was men, women, you had the guys, and
Yeah,
then you had the gays? Like,
and,
what
Time.
and
happened to that? Can we just go back to that?
and that's and I mean, you got the pansexuals. You got the mo.
Do they
I
at
can't
least
even.
got a description of what they do? Like what? That's weird.
Yeah, they do. They
They do.
do.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
all
Okay.
57. They got what they are.
Mm, wow.
That's a lot.
I
When
would
I
say
say
the bisexuals are probably the most realistic because they still notice that there's only two genders.
That part.
yeah, yeah. Mm.
They trying to be like Baskin Robbins out this bitch.
Even though that shit is still weird,
Baskin Robbins, really?
they just
Oh
got
my.
hella
I just
flavor.
showed my
I stick
age.
with my cookies and cream.
But hey, I want no tuna.
Yeah,
I want no tuna.
Okay,
Wow.
you
Rashida
just
with
got
your
to
It's
remind me.
38.
crazy. It's crazy.
You know the tuna boxes.
Did you just say tuna? Lead a box. Lead
Tuna
a
box.
box.
Leave the
Yeah.
box. Just the tuna.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just leave the
Listen,
Yeah,
box
go
with
ahead.
the
You're
tuna.
fired. You're
some of
fired.
them be some of them be having sardines, but we not. That's not the
Oh no,
conversation.
not the
Sardine.
sardines.
I'm
Yeah.
not even gonna go
Yeah.
there. Ooh, that's a ooh. And sweat on top of it. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to tell
Oh
you.
my.
Hey, all right, all
Ooh,
right.
I'm not. My bad,
Hey,
bro.
He gonna make
I'm
you think
eating
in
right now,
detail.
bro.
My bad, bro. My bad.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm almost finished, bro. Just please, just wait a little bit
Oh, you,
longer.
oh, you
He said,
eating?
"Let
Oh,
me
my
just hurry
bad.
and finish my food
Yeah,
real
I'm
quick."
about
My
to
This
say,
bad,
boy,
bro.
yeah.
My
Oh,
bad,
I'm
bro.
still eating this Philly.
you better not be eating Zaxby's. If you eating Zaxby's, I'm about to mess it all up for you.
Oh no, not today, not today.
that a
Cause you
Philly?
know
I was killing some
they got them wings and things boxes too. Just saying.
My boy over here stingy than the mug. Go come on here eating some stuff
That
like
part.
that.
That
That's
part.
Tony for you.
That's Tony. I was about to say that's
yeah.
Tony for you.
He don't know how to act now
Oh
that
yeah,
his
you
box
ain't
done
know?
got longer.
I done got super toxic. What? Shit.
I'm trying
Come
to,
on now.
yo. As soon as that one lock touched the middle of his forehead, it was over with. Tony
It
changed
was a wrap.
I noticed
immediately.
that. That's why I say something. I knew it. Izzy, what's the
hmm
deal, man? They got to miss the dang on Kool-Aid smile. Oops.
Nah, we're good. That image will forever be in my mind. I'm straight.
I was gonna get.
Hold
The
up, let
heck,
me.
this dude Izzy been at, man? This boy been hiding somewhere. I don't even know. That
Probably in
dude
a
been met.
healthy relationship.
Hey, okay, let us know something, man. I thought it was your big bro or something, man. What the heck?
I mean, I
I
don't know.
already
I was
know.
just saying.
He used to send me in lies every time he hears somebody talk about the Bible. So he's like, "Oh, let me call Big Bro." Okay, that used to be funny. I'm like, "No, I'm at work."
Pastor Kev.
All right, Pastor. No, I love it though. I mean, because that's well, that's my belief and stuff.
Talking about
So
the
yeah,
Bible. Hold up now. I'm about the Bible too now. Hold up.
I already know for sure, man. That's how we all met through
Listen,
Kana.
we not even
Can you
gonna get
relate?
started.
Can we debate?
Cause I'm about tired of them too. The super extra hard Bible thumpers that get off this app and then go sell coochie. I can't. I'm done.
Oh
I don't want to
no.
do it.
I'm
That's
so
because
weak.
they missing the parts. They want to pick out the selection. I think them are the main ones that
Hey,
like to
I
take
don't.
that one section. You cannot judge me. That's their favorite part. And then otherwise, I don't believe in nothing
Yo,
else.
That part.
I hate when people. I hate when people say that. I hate when
And it's
you
wrong.
can't judge me, and then you go to John 24:7, and then
Like,
you go to John 24:7, and it's like, oh yeah, we can.
Righteous, right? It say righteous judgment, right?
Yes, we can.
And
same
even
dudes
with
on
that, I heard
here.
it
Yeah,
read
righteous
wrong. Peter
judgment.
had
So yeah,
explained it
that
better.
one.
It's just basically saying hypocrites. You know what I'm saying? Hypocrites that be so basically saying
Yeah,
practice
you
what
can't
you
be a
preach.
hypocrite.
I still become a type.
You're right.
You don't read the Bible to fit your argument. You have
Exactly.
to read the whole scripture.
Right.
Once you read the whole scripture, then you get the understanding of the whole thing. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Don't use it to have your
Precept.
yeah. People. I just listen to them, and that's one reason why we don't need to bring religion on this app. If you have faith, you believe. Okay, that's you believe.
Right.
If you don't believe, that's your belief.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
That
push.
part.
Don't try to push your religion or your non-religion on everybody else because
Exactly.
everybody don't want to hear that. Because
Exactly.
I believe what I believe. You can't knock me for what I believe. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I mean? No matter
Oh yeah,
how you feel about it, it is
Right.
what it is.
understood. Yep.
Listen,
Oh yeah.
I might not know the scriptures in the Bible, but I know from personal experience that this man is real. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Like I'm not religious at all, but I'm damn sure spiritual. And
Exactly.
just because I might not pray like how everybody, I don't know all the Hail Marys and all of that. Like I talk to him like he my homie. That's the only way I know how to talk to him. I don't know how to be like, dear Lord in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Like I don't know how to do all of that. I just be like, hey bro, can we talk?
Believe me, he understand you before you understood you. So I'm putting it that
You
way.
know what I'm
So
saying?
ain't no way he's like, why you talking to me that type of way? Like he's gonna be shocked.
Right? Like he made me in his image, right? So he know what's going on.
He know what's
So
going on.
if I'm like,
Of
hey bro,
course.
we need to talk. Holla at me. Like I don't see what the problem is. At least I'm communicating.
Yeah.
They said I challenge people and make them think. I forgot Izzy do be on there though. Them
Yeah. I
last
mean,
few
look.
live.
I
See, it
only
ain't
de
nothing wrong with that.
I
It ain't
only
nothing
yeah,
wrong
I
with
only
saying,
debunk people. That's all I
yeah,
do when I
yeah,
do that. Like when they talk if they were to say, "Oh, God said this and that," and I'm like, "Okay, did you read that whole scripture?" Like I do that.
Exactly. That's why I be
That's what
wanting
I
to
do.
go. I'll be wanting to do that because a lot of the times when people be trying to say some stuff, I'll be like, all right, let's go read it together. And it always
yeah.
they try to make
Yep.
the worst out of it. That's why I be saying when people want to read it in fear rather than love. You know what I'm saying? So they be like,
Hmm.
oh, you ain't never done it. And every time I always end up right because I said this don't sound right the way you wording it. Then when I read it, I read it for myself, and it'd be a whole different thing. I'm like, y'all be just trying to make something worse than it really is because y'all just don't want to. And them be the main ones that don't like accountability. I noticed that too. People that don't want to follow,
But
that don't
Yeah,
like
people
yeah.
that.
always
Those are
wanna
the same ones. They'll
people always wanna fit the
they'll try to
narrative to
do
their
it.
conversation. So
Yeah,
they find a
most
spot that
definitely, most definitely.
Yeah.
fits their
They
conversation.
use
Like
it to try to
I don't
justify
force
their
none of
bad
my
behavior.
situations. That's why I don't talk about it so much. But my thing, I don't like when somebody want to diss the situation or disrespect what I believe in, or just disrespect religion. Anyways, I'm not talking about Buddhists or I'm not talking about none of that stuff. I'm not talking. I let them believe what they believe. I'm not gonna talk down on it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why I be getting so mad when people always want to talk down on somebody else's religion to uplift their situation. That just be
Right.
annoying me.
That's same with
Because
statistics too.
I can
Like
talk junk about
people,
every last person's belief. Like we all can literally go tit for tat for that situation. Because nobody don't really know what they know for real.
Yeah,
All
we
they know is their
definitely could.
experiences and what they've been taught. That's all we know. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
it.
So
Right.
that's why I be saying there ain't no such thing as no the truth or something like that. Because we living off faith right now. Whatever we have faith in, that's what we gonna try to go with. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? And whoever our maker is, well, I got a topic too about people that feel like they gods and stuff. I got something for that too. But yeah,
Well,
whoever they
come on now.
maker is, right? They gon' I mean, it is what it is. You know.
but it's so crazy. It go with statistics too. Like people always trying to quote statistics. I'm like, this I don't believe in statistics. I believe in statistics, but when they're gonna use a stats to come to make your argument, I can find the stats to make my argument too. So the stats,
Yeah, I heard about
that's a
that.
whole different. You know what I'm saying? You can find stats for everything. I can find stats for water. I can find stats for relationships, marriages to fit
Yeah.
my argument. So
Listen,
Right.
never heard of it until I got on TikTok. In my everyday real life, I wasn't like,
they just
oh
throw stats out
word,
there.
but statistics says like
Yeah.
that's not what I was. That's no.
3.4% of people, 0.8% of people believe in. I'm like, where you get all these numbers from?
Wait, how do you get those
You know
type of
what I'm
Yeah.
stats?
saying?
Yeah.
And it's funny though, because even with stats though, like we still people want to pick and choose that situation too, because it's like
Exactly.
let a stat come up with like, hey, if you get some head for like this or whatever, you gonna be feeling good or something. I heard stats do that. They gonna be trying to read the mess out of that. So
Right.
when
Yeah.
it's something
Yeah.
that's dealing with against their behaviors or something like that, that can't be true. That's biased. You know what I'm saying? They come with all types. Like, bro, you gonna either believe in stats or not. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It don't make sense to me. I'm not telling people to believe every last stat though, because I know some BS out there. But most of the stuff is out there for a reason. You know what I'm saying? For us to not keep following the same thing. Just like I'm not to believe that yes, cigarettes give you cancer. I'm not about to just try it for myself. Like that's a fake stat. No, it's obvious that's is legit in some forms. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But you could find stats say cigarettes are good for you. Like they say cigarettes is good for you. It raises testosterone, right? But we all know cigarette smoking is bad for you, period, right? But you could
Yeah.
find stats that says it raises testosterone. Who,
Mm.
but but
That
who's
and
selling
it,
the
oh yeah,
information
it
though?
calms the
That's my
mind and
thing.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Well,
Who's
that
selling the
explains
information?
all these females that is smoking cigarettes like a mechanic. That makes so much sense.
Well, there you go. There you go. So it's like stats can
Hey,
work, depends on
Wednesday.
the
I don't
argument
think
you're
they
trying to
got a
make.
stat where it don't make your chest black. I mean your heart. I mean your lungs black.
It's okay, boo. You know you was gonna find it at some point.
Hmm.
One of them areas.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, 'cause, a lot of people got to look at, especially the ones that's not, non-religious or whatever. The first thing they want to use is, well, the Bible is written by man, but hell, all the book was written by man. I asked this, right? So what knowledge do you have outside of that? That's the only thing that you can
I'm
come
sorry,
along
I just
to.
wanted to see it again.
You know what I mean? Every book is written by man. So how you gonna dump on one and praise the other? That's confusing to me.
This makes no sense. That makes no
And then you come
sense.
back with
Even with this, and that's why I like doing this too with the people. That's why I be like doing this though. Like, cause I'm like, all right, since you want to bash the Bible, right?
yeah,
I do the same thing with people that be into this Black History stuff, right? I'm like, you act like they can't just like they can't like they can't. What's the freaking word? The same thing they try to say they do with the Bible, right?
right.
What is
They
it?
can't
Plagiarism.
rewrite it or
There's some stuff in
misinterpret.
it. You ain't right. They act
Yeah.
like they can't do that with the history books. So they can throw anything in there, but of course, because we choose to believe in it, like you know what I'm saying, it can get tampered in too. That's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. Is
But
both
it
of them can
is.
be tampered in, but we choose what we feel sits right in our spirit. So why talk down on something else when I look at that as history too, the same way we look at Black history books as history. You know
Oh
what I'm saying?
yeah.
So
I
we
got a good
choose what we
example.
feel. Because
Yeah, I
none of
got a
us
good
live them
example.
lives.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I got a good example. Y'all know Rosa Parks, right? Yeah, that story. No, she wasn't actually. That wasn't her that actually got put off that bus. That wasn't her. It was actually It was actually a 15-year-old girl that was pregnant. But they put Rosa Parks in that. They put Rosa Parks because they didn't want that narrative to be spread that women were getting pregnant at that young. Yeah, that wasn't even her. Wasn't
That's
even
what
And
I'm
we
her.
saying.
and we
That's
all
what I'm
So
know
saying.
that
yeah, they
Rosa
talk about how
Parks.
much they want to skew stuff. Yeah, they skewed the shit out of it. But yeah.
But
Look,
that's a good
Mania
story
told us
too,
the truth. Rosa didn't
because
get
that
off
whole
that bus
story.
because she didn't want to fight.
Hmm.
Just saying.
The reason why her thing got blown up too is because of the times. People forget the
Hmm.
times. Like that one thing because Martin Luther King was doing his thing, and it was the right time for her when that happened with her. It's kind of like George Floyd, right? The time was right. If it happened like 6 years ago, his death would be as a regular thing. But it was the perfect timing. Like the timing got a lot to do with it as well.
Just like Rodney King.
Yeah. So those
Yeah,
those
so and I
those
mean, yeah, the Bible's been grossly misinterpreted
Of course.
throughout history. It's been used against us, and that's why I would say a lot of especially black people. I ain't even gonna lie, we really we've strayed so far away from the Bible. It's crazy, and it's because it's been used against us.
Right.
Mm.
But they say if you don't want people to know anything, you could put it in a book because
Mm.
nobody's gonna read it. I bet you if a lot of the people really just sat down and actually read that book, they would not hate it. It's
They
crazy.
wouldn't. They
It's
wouldn't.
crazy. A lot of
They
people would
wouldn't.
not
it's
hate it.
really crazy. It's
As
very
I go,
valid,
But the
as I
thing
got
is,
older, I
no
started
one
focusing more on
wants
it.
to read it, and they'll just
especially the
hear
women.
what people say.
If women read
Huh?
the Bible, they'll be like, "Oh my
Yeah.
goodness."
Oh nah.
They gonna hate it.
Woo.
All
Not the
Yeah.
love.
They'll see
not the
that.
westernized ones, especially the ones that got the back to the topic, the simps that's pandering. They can be like,
Oh my
no, I don't like
Yeah.
that.
goodness.
You're not
Hmm.
Yeah.
gonna
Women,
Yeah.
women
not
read the
You
them
know what's
Bible.
ones.
crazy? The Bible even talks about sins. The Bible even talks about sins. It talks about yes, Ahab. You remember that spirit? Ahab spirit? Yeah.
Mm.
Jezebel's Jezebel, yeah. It talks about the women nowadays, it talks about them. It talks about all of that. These are none of this shit is new.
New
That's
under
the
the sun.
thing. And
Yeah,
all
right.
like I said, yeah, and all I said, like all of these things, nothing is new. If you don't want people to know about it, put it in a book. Because
Right.
no one will
Mm.
read
That's
it.
it.
Like,
But
look,
it
none of
says in the
this shit is
Bible too,
new. None of the shit we're talking about
All
is
right,
new.
Petty.
None
and
of
it
it.
says in the Bible as well, with men can have more than one woman.
That's why you have concubines, right?
Hmm.
So all this stuff is nothing, like I said, it's nothing new. But just we trying to recreate society
Mm.
and have now we have disagreements, and let's see why we where we are because we're trying to go against what's natural,
Like I said,
natural order of things.
yep. People neglect knowledge. That's what I say. Because like I said, I mean, a
Mm.
lot of people don't want to like they will go about what they heard about certain things before they'll actually look into it themselves. This is why people criticize books so much. I've never heard a generation criticize books so much other than this right here. I've
Mm-hmm.
never heard it so much in my life. I literally was talking about reading the book. They was like, "Why do you have a book?" I was like, "Because like
I ain't
I was like,
tripping.
yo, dude, you can read it on your phone,
I ain't
like,
tripping.
bro, like like it's that bad. Dead like the shit is bad.
Yeah.
I
Just have no
mean,
time. There's no time to read.
yeah,
I've
I
been reading
mean,
all
I
morning
mean,
this morning. It was raining.
it's so bad that they hide great things in the libraries and they hide bad things in life. Like it's to that point. It's to that point. They're damn near putting sexual books in children's libraries now.
Oh
Like
my.
Oh
think of
yeah.
Because
it.
they know they ain't
Think
gonna
of it.
read it.
It's exactly they know nobody's gonna look for these types of things
Oh,
either.
I get you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right.
they're not even gonna mind it until somebody do, I
but
guess.
these books are recommended books though. That's the thing. They put
Hmm.
people don't read books, but these books are recommended. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
These books with the boys kissing and sucking dick or whatever. Those books are recommended.
Yep. The
Like
crazy thing is the
it's
Bible's free.
crazy,
The
especially in
Bible is free. You
California.
damn near get one when you walk in a house.
Right.
You could
Right.
like literally you could buy a house right now and I bet you the first thing before a sink is in that motherfucker, there'd be a Bible in it. The shit is free. It's
Right.
free.
Exactly. Yeah, you were right.
But
Hey,
I
that's why I
mean,
be getting so mad because
like I
I
said,
realize it be the victim mentality people that don't want to understand the Bible. I noticed that too. That's why I be like, I mean, it's because this stuff get repetitive. When I tell y'all this stuff get repetitive, it's when I talk to literally people, and I'm like really take time to listen and try to understand people in general. That's why I be sitting back and even when I'm on my lives and stuff, so either my lives or other people's lives, I just sit back and just hear how people talk and stuff, just study them. And I'm like, dang, this just sound familiar, man. It just sound like it's coming from a different mouth, though. It be funny to
That's the
me.
thing.
yep, that's
These
exactly what it is.
podcast conversations. You know what
That
I'm saying? Like people don't they don't research. I heard a lot of stuff from this one guy. I heard. I'm like, damn, this dude is literally
What's up,
word for
sugar
word.
mama?
A lot of
You said what?
this guys on here is like they're word for word with the podcast I'm listening to. You could tell this come from that podcast. Like they go word for word. The
Mhm.
percentage, what women want. I'm like, where's your research? At least put a twist to it. Don't let it sound so
Mm.
fucking
Like fresh
just
and
so
fit.
copy and paste. Yeah, fresh and fit. Tate.
Hey, you know
A
what's
couple other
funny to me,
guys,
though? I just
Kevin.
mentioned this. You you got the same accent as Fresh though. I thought about that some days ago. I'm like, you remind me of Free. I know you gonna laugh too. You got the same
yeah, I was just
accent.
gonna
Where
say,
you from though?
Jamaica. I'm from Jamaica.
Okay, that's why. Yeah, you got the same exact
Yeah.
accent. That's what I'm like. Dog, you sound like Fresh, dog. I just never took the time to say it though. But now you mentioned the podcast. I'm like, oh, well, I get to say it now.
but
He's
yeah,
from
That's
Barbados.
why I had to
I'm
make
from
sure when you
Jamaica.
turn your camera on at one time, like, all right, I'm like, I got a celebrity. This boy, Fresh, in this boy. Like,
Oh
yeah, dog.
shit!
I'm
Oh
so
man.
weak.
Yeah, I got
But
an
nah, I
accent.
mean,
Yeah.
he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong because I mean, if you think about it, that's how a lot of guys tend to pick up on who's a feminist or not. Because
Mm-hmm.
feminists do the same thing. They parrot the same talking points over and over, and it's usually something disingenuous,
Mm-hmm.
something that straw man's an argument, or something about the patriarchy, or just something
Uh-huh.
about men having more power in general. They
Yeah.
all the time. And like I've literally, me personally, I've done it. I've literally detected feminists before they even said. Actually I
Boy.
was on Guru's channel one time. Guru
Mm-hmm.
was talking to a lady, and I told Guru because I messaged him and was like, "Hey Guru, I bet you how much you want to bet? $20." I said, "How much you want to bet this lady is gonna say the word patriarchy is the reason why all this shit is happening?" And he
Right.
Oh
laughed
my
at the
God! So I hear
comment.
patriarchy one more
He
time.
laughed at the
Bro.
comment. He laughed. I said, "You want to put 20 on it?" And then he was like, "Nah, nah, nah, but let's see." He was like, so why do you think? And then immediately she said patriarchy. Everybody in the comments was like, he called it. He called it.
bro.
And then I was like, I was like 20 more guru. She's a feminist. He laughed again. And then he asked. And she was like, yeah, I'm a feminist. And I was like, I want my $40. Yeah. I want my 40 because it like I said, the points that they say and stuff, it's there, you hear it so many times to where damn near some of them don't even know that they're feminists. Like at
Oh,
that
you're
point.
right.
It's some people don't even know. Like it's
They're
like
so
you
used
you
to it.
you talk that talk
When
and
I hear
walk that walk.
patriarchy,
Yeah. They don't even
once
know.
when I
Yeah,
hear the word
and they'll
patriarchy, I'm
scream
like,
that
okay,
word
I
top of their
know.
lungs.
When I hear the word
I tune
patriarchy, I
out
was
from
like, that's
conversations
what
when I
I'm
hear
saying.
that. Yeah, as soon as I hear that word, I just kind of say, yeah, whatever. All right, whatever. I know this ain't gonna be no conversation. If it was my panel, I'd drop them because yeah, because I already
Exactly.
know like you
Yeah.
finna like, oh, so what's the problem with this patriarchy? So what if women all women got $100,000 a month patriarchy? Like that'll be their answer for everything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Like they can't just say you can't even say something that they literally
It's the
oh women
patriarchy.
chivalry we
Hmm.
open the doors for you. It's because of
Right.
patriarchy. Like
I ain't
could
gonna
it just
lie
be
though,
because we're
like with
nice?
Fresh and Fit in them, right? Fresh and Fit, Kevin Samuels, they opened my eyes on a lot of stuff. That's how they helped me identify them. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't never
Yeah,
knew a lot of this stuff or whatever. And they actually, I used to listen to them, like, especially Fresh and Fit, especially when Kevin Samuels had passed away. I started listening to Fresh Fit like crazy and stuff. But I actually learned a lot
yeah,
from them. But a lot of stuff I don't agree with them, or Kevin Samuels, though. But it's like a lot of that stuff I've learned a lot from both of them, though. And that's how
For
they
sure.
had me
yeah,
to be able to open my standards now and know what to look out for and focus on trying to be more masculine and stuff. 'Cause I didn't realize I might have had a little bit of simpish ways or something. Have I ever had that? I don't know. I don't think I did. But I
Like I
just
said,
need
you're
to try to
Disney.
raise my
You're,
standards more. I'm gonna say I'm put it that way
Yeah.
though. But
you're
they
a
helped
Disney
me out
baby.
though. I ain't gonna lie.
I
You're
believe
a Disney
every
baby. We are Disney babies. We all go to Disney
yeah.
era. And R and
But
B
you know,
too. I'm sorry. The most dangerous thing is the fucking R&B. The '90s R&B music that worship these women,
Right. Right.
nigga.
yeah,
Listen
yeah.
to any
Usher,
R&B music from the
Usher is
'90s,
the
my
worst.
nigga.
I
You'll be
saw
listening
that
to the
son. I still want to
R&B.
hey,
find
brother,
that type of chick. What
I,
the
I got,
heck? This dude seen the sun.
I gotta stop you on that '90s music now. You ain't
Is
gonna stop
he?
me.
Bro,
Nah,
I'm
nah,
not. Hey, no disrespect. I
nah.
love him too, man. I still listen to my
I
'90s, man.
mean, you can't lie though, man. They
Listen
had
to
some
words,
stuff that
bro.
was making dudes simpish than the mud. Speaking of the topic, right? They
Yeah,
had tell her what they want to hear and stuff. They done had
Bro.
the oh man, they had a lot of songs that made dudes
I
yeah.
like
still
gotta
love
dang
'90s
near
music. I ain't gonna
worship
lie.
your woman, and that's why they ran over him and stuff. Like, bro,
That's
Nah,
he
I
that's
ain't gonna
say
like,
something
lie.
about that.
and you know what? It not put it like a lot of
See that
men
done
that grew up
that
in
done
them
it did.
eras. Go ahead, Tony.
I was going to say, like I would say, I still love that music. I ain't gonna lie, I love the '90s. I would say the '90s probably about the last era, probably some good music before
Some hip
music
hop.
kind of
Bro,
tanked.
listen to
But
the words of the '90s R&B
yeah,
song.
yeah, that stuff kind of flooded in.
It
But
goes with Disney
then
World.
they had songs like they had songs like the women created like Cater to You. That was a come
Let
on
me.
now, that song was
You heard they tried to
perfect.
banana that
Yo,
song though.
Bro.
yes,
That was
exactly. Like
wild.
they're getting that mad. I was like, yo, there's a woman that actually wanted to be a wife, and
Mm-mm.
you damn near they even wanted to choke her out over a song. Like, come on now.
Oh my.
Like I would say
Oh.
at that point, that was a good reciprocity of music. That was
Mm.
reciprocity in music. So I would allow it. But now they doing all this shit. Now
And
now
that's
you
why
got
Beyonce still
reciprocity of
married.
just
Why?
straight toxicity.
And they not.
Queen ain't
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah. I would
Queen
say
Bey
yeah.
ain't
They
stupid.
they put out a narrative. Obviously, they put out a narrative. She talks all that shit in them songs about being single and all that shit. And
Right.
whatever,
That's.
whatever,
I
whatever.
tell my wife.
But
Yeah.
she know where home is. That's what it is. I would say
She
a lot
wants.
of the women live vicariously through these women's music, which they don't even live. They don't even live that life.
Hey,
But yeah,
To
nah,
show you they're
'90s
easily
music was good.
programmable. That's why women are very programmed. That's why you got to. I won't say control the women. That's why you got to be. You have to have a frame in a relationship because women are very programmable.
Yeah,
easy to be controlled by the media, by fucking music, other men. You know what I'm saying?
it's
It's crazy.
because a lot of the media and those type of men understand that if they can appeal to a woman's emotions, more than likely you can get them to do anything. And that's just
Yeah.
how it is. You can get them to do or say anything if you
Yep.
appeal to the women's emotions, because they understand that more than likely we're gonna move behind them in mass more than like more behind them. So more than likely that's why they do that. They appeal to women's emotions. Women are loyal to their emotions. I'm gonna let you know if you do not appeal to a woman's emotions, you don't get nowhere with it.
Hey, you can
That's
talk to
why
them.
all these businesses and everything appeal to their emotions first,
Oh, they
the
do.
way they feel. So yeah,
So
that's
they
how
say
they get
women
that.
women
So
love.
hold up, I want to get on this comment, bro. I couldn't even let it slide because that we on the topic again now. I couldn't even let it slide. It's burning me. Right, hit the box, man. Go ahead, let's talk real quick. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to do what works for you, though. But I wouldn't recommend that for every man. You know what I'm saying?
He says, I
Oh
tell
yeah.
my wife,
And,
yes, it's
then it
circumstance.
sounds like this is the same thing.
Yes, dear.
Mm-hmm.
Even the TV shows. Yes, dear.
Over.
You
Oh,
say yes, dear.
talked to him. I've talked to this guy. I know his story. I know his story. It's not as black and white as he's saying it is. There's reciprocity there. I understand what he's saying. I know this guy. I've
Mm.
seen his. I
Who
remember
Rock?
him. It,
Hey, whatever works,
yeah,
bro.
right. Yeah, I've talked to him before. It's not as black as white as he's saying.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even consider that being simple because you're married. That's what you're supposed to do
Yeah,
with your wife.
But I'm saying the
yeah. I
reason
would say,
behind it. He said,
Oh,
"I'm gonna say yes to everything, so she don't say no to me."
okay.
That's wild.
I know what they mean by no to me there on the end of the night, though. You know.
I feel you, though, and that's what I mean. I mean that I'm put it this way, right? Because even with that, right, it shows,
mhm.
and that's what actually I don't want to say that, man, but I'm trying to be nice, but and that's I would say that's one of the main reasons why a lot of women get away with a lot of stuff because we ending trips type situation, this little late night feeling, and they get away with anything and stuff, and that's what I, this is
And
crazy.
that's where I agree with Fresh and Fit on them. Like, I agree with the sexual standard so high. She gotta keep chasing a validation because that validation, what you can say no to her and she still respect you. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. So
Yeah.
it's crazy we get so scared to say no that we scared we might not get no buns because we can't say no.
See,
That's like kind of
right
like a
there.
wrap around the finger type
Hey,
situation.
you can't.
That's
Yeah,
what it
that's
sounds like.
what creates a
I
simp.
can't do that shit.
That's what
Hell
creates a
no.
simp right there. When you void your own standards, morals, and principles for more than likely just some poon or attention from women, to where you're scared to say no, and you just do whatever they say, you have literally been a simp. You're a simp. Like
Okay.
if you can't stand in control of yourself, say no when you need to or yes or whatever, and then you void, like I said, you void your own, your own principles and standards for a woman,
She
a
being
Well,
woman's
no
modest.
trip.
attention or box,
Well,
you're a simp.
I gotta say this. He can't. Ain't no way Rock can be a simp because once you get
Yeah, no, not
married,
him, no.
that takes off the table. But simp only replies to the ones that are single out here doing the simp ish. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
to an extent, I would say you're right. I would say there are probably still some married simps. Well, I could say one,
mm,
Derek
no,
Jackson. Derek
no, because
Jackson fucked up a lot.
when you're in the marriage, when you get married, you know what I mean. You're supposed to make sure your wife is straight, and vice versa. And if
Oh
you're
yeah,
It
not,
is,
yeah, I
but
get that.
if you're
it
not
is.
getting that, then you have to learn how to fall back from supplying her with everything, because then you make her stagnant. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I'm big on
I would say
wording,
like,
right?
Right.
So what he literally said is like he sound like he's scared to say no.
Let's hear him
because
talk.
he ain't gonna get no buns. That's
Mm-hmm.
called what that old definition of punani whipped. That's what that is. So
No
the thing
level.
is, we got to I mean, even if if it's working, it's working. You gotta something, but I wouldn't push that message for everybody else because the thing is like you in this little box and don't really realize it though for real. If you scared to tell your wife no, that's that happy wife, happy life situation again. Because you scared
Well,
because it's gonna fail one day because you
I do
can't.
agree with
One
that.
day you gonna have to say no. You know what I'm saying? But if you doing all this because you don't want to get no punani tonight, crazy. That's a crazy way to live. You know what I'm saying? Like a man got to be able to put their foot down at one point. I'm not saying you got to be alpha and
So I would
omega,
say,
but
yeah,
it's like
that's
if
the
that's the only reason why you don't want to say no, that's sad.
no, I ain't no
yeah, I
pussy.
would say right
Okay.
there is the reason.
Let's hear him speak.
It's
I said
more.
that's the
Go
problem
ahead.
with
I'm gonna let Rice. I'm gonna let him talk.
yeah, go ahead.
It's a give and take kind of relationship. It ain't
Okay.
about being pussy whipped or nothing like that, or not being
Okay.
able to say no. It's how you word it, you know. And you know, I'm like, yeah, let's maybe not do that. Let's maybe, you know, maybe we should try this first or something like that, you know.
Hmm.
But for like the majority of the things, like she said she wanted a house with a yard and she wanted a red pickup truck and she wanted a barn and she wanted a trip to Maine and she wanted to do this and this and that. I said, yes, dear, you know. But then when I say I want a new hunting blind or this rifle or this to eat for dinner or this in the bedroom, she don't say no, dear. You
Okay.
know,
Okay.
because
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'm
So
providing
yeah,
stuff that she
yeah.
needs.
So that's what I was
You
saying.
know,
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I was
glad you
I'm
saying.
put it, but you
providing what
can't.
she
My
wants.
thing is, even with that, I like how you said that, but the way you doing it, even that message right there is dangerous for other people. That's you can't just say that because the dudes will and women will they'll take advantage of that statement right there. They're like, oh, okay, dude, because you ain't say the other part that she actually do stuff for you. You know what I'm saying? Because there's
Right.
actually
Right.
dudes that's
Right.
doing yes, yes, yes because they're scared. They sound like that one girl, right? Yes, yes, yes. You know what I'm saying? They say
Like I said, she doesn't
they
say
Ain't no
no
actually
to me.
lying.
doing that
I say
because they
yes, she
scared they
don't
ain't gonna
say
get no
no.
punani at the end of the night, and that's sad. That's where that simpish
And
stuff
then
come from.
you do have them women out there that have that golden coochie syndrome. You know, my man's got to do
Yeah.
this, that, and this, and be this, and make this much money, and have this kind of, you know, 6 foot, six pack, and six figures, and all this
Right.
stuff. What else he ain't gonna get with this? Like, woman, I can get coochie from anywhere. What else you bringing to the
Exactly.
table? You know
Exactly.
what
Yeah.
I mean?
I like
It's like
that.
it's not all
So
about the
so
coochie.
Rod.
Like, what else are you bringing? So, like,
Mm-hmm.
my wife, three months after we started dating, my mom died. Right.
Yeah.
So she was there for that. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
she was a waitress. She working 12 hours a day on her feet. Right after she got off work, my mom ended up having issues. I called the ambulance and all that. She was on the phone with me all night long. We got up next morning, worked another 12 hours, and still took time on her breaks and time afterwards to talk to me again. You know,
Mm-hmm.
besides taking care of her 3 kids, you know, she was there for
Was
me.
that
You
that a
know,
deciding factor for her to be your wife?
so she you know she provided that emotional stability for me in my time, so that let me know that I could be vulnerable with her, that I she could see that side of me without holding it against me, without giving me shit about it, without calling me weak, you know, shit like that. So that's what endeared me to her. And then, you know, the same thing applies there. You know, part of being a man isn't just providing financially, it's providing emotional stability during
Oh, that's
times
the
of
main
crisis.
thing.
Hmm.
There are times when, you know, you're struggling about bills and all this stuff. You can't sit there and pile on and make her worry more. So you got to tell her, hey, baby, we'll be fine. Even if you're worried too, you know, but you got to say, we'll be fine. You know, there's
Mm-hmm.
times when a man can't share his emotional problems with his woman. Like my ex, we lost our son at 7 months along, you know. So when we uh, had that happen, you know, I couldn't let myself feel them emotions. You know what I mean? I couldn't let her know that, you know, I'm sitting on the couch every night with a pistol next to my, you know, ready to end it all. You know, I had to be strong. You know, there's times when men have to do that. And there's times when women can step up and do that. But for the majority of the time, you know, women have the luxury of their emotions where men don't, you know. And it's not that men don't want to express themselves emotionally or something like that. It's just you don't have that luxury because you don't want to pile on, you know. You want to keep that burden on your shoulders, not her shoulders. You know what I mean?
Right. Right, that
Yeah.
And
image for
that's the
real. I
same
feel you.
thing. So it comes down to that communication thing, being able to be open and honest about stuff, and take those times to sit down and discuss those emotions and whatnot. You know.
But that's what
Yeah.
masculinity is, right? When you can hold your emotions in and let her crash into you, because that's what separates men from women, right? When she can go through her emotions, you need to be there as her as the rock for her
The
to
rock,
crash
right?
into. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Versus you telling her you're having a bad day too. Like that's why men and these things are important for men to have communication. To call your boy like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Come over, smoke one of it, chop it up, and then you go home. That's why
So
you. So go ahead.
so what's the so what is the what I mean, I'm just asking for educational purpose.
Yeah, it's a
You know,
conversation.
I don't know. I mean, so what's the point of even getting married if you feel like you have to go to your boys and talk to your boys about your feelings instead of talking to your wife?
I can handle this. I can handle this one. I'm gonna try. Um, so we understand that men are men and women are women. We're different. We more than likely will throughout your life, more than likely, generally, you will have more in common with other men than you will with women. It doesn't matter how close you are to understand them. So there's certain problems and stuff that surface level you can tell to your woman, and that's fine. This We're not saying don't communicate with her. Obviously, she will feel like she's shut out, and that'll emotionally void you from her, and then she will leave you more than likely because she feels as if she's not needed. So we're just saying surface level, of course, hey babe, this is going on here, blah blah blah. Just need some comfort and stuff like that. That's what they're emotional support, not the I don't think you should voice the deep, the deepness of those problems towards her, because more than likely, she's not going to understand all of the stuff that you're saying. She's not going to. I mean, and that's okay. That's
I think I
not
get it a
bad.
little
That's
bit.
okay.
No,
That's
she
it's
can't
not.
Mhm.
handle it.
Yeah, it's okay.
She
So
can't handle it.
so we
That's your
understand
I
job
that.
as a
get,
man.
I get
But
what you
no,
mean though, because it's like I'm gonna put it another way. That's like it will be different from because
go
men
ahead, Josh.
talk to each other different, right? So I'm pretty sure
Hmm.
if BK, we understand each other a lot, right, on a lot of things. So it's like we could talk to each other about whatever, some deep stuff, or whatever, and we be able to understand and talk to each other like straight up men. But it is different from your wife wouldn't be able to not they wouldn't she wouldn't understand the same way as another as a man. Like she will get to, I mean, she know you, you know what I'm saying? She know you and all that stuff, but then when it comes to like that true empathy situation, by us being men, we more connected as in we'll be able to express it in like, you know saying you got to give us a solution better towards it. You know what I'm saying? But she is there like really like the nurturing part, right? She ain't gonna be able to really get to
Hmm.
the root of it or something like that. But it's good for her to like to you say motivate and all that stuff and make sure, hey baby, you can do this. That's the most she can do for real. That's really, but she ain't gonna
Yeah,
truly understand your pain though for real.
yeah. So
And
yeah. So
and
when
the,
it
the,
comes
way-
down to
the
it,
best part about it too,
we
the best part about it is you are the protector, so she gotta look up to you as your hero. If
Yeah.
you start giving
yeah.
her the emotion, then become an equal, then the respect is gonna be gone, right? If she gonna look straight in your face versus look up to you, it's a difference.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
that's
would
what
I
say
mean, I
so.
feel you
So
to a
that's
certain
not in
extent, but
all
I think
cases.
when they married this stuff, once they got this building of understanding, they ain't got to worry about her disrespect because they really gonna know each other and stuff. Like even
Hmm.
I get like at the beginning of a marriage, you probably don't want to, or what a relationship, you don't really want to do all that because she don't want to look at you as no soul. But if she's seen you being tough all this time, and whenever that time come, you feel like you got to cry or something like that, or whatever the situation is, I'm pretty sure she's not gonna throw that against them or something like that. Especially if they've been in a relationship for 50 some years and they know each other, so she know that she got a tough man. He just happened to have that moment. It just depend on this. It just depend on how long it is. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't, me myself, I wouldn't recommend no. You know what I mean? I'd rather let a man be as tough as long as he can be. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I'm
Hmm.
not risking it.
So
That's
when it
for me,
comes
but
down to it,
I'm not
so when it
risking it.
comes down to it, we confide in other men to encourage us with an iron fist to keep each other going. Obviously, we do that for women, but we expect more of a softer, more comforting tone from them. We don't expect them to be like pat on the back and get your ass back there. We
Right.
don't expect that from, especially like, let's
That'd
say
be
a
a turn
woman
off
that
for
we
your girl.
married.
Today. Scary.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like
It's more
I
serious.
wouldn't
Get
want
your.
that from my woman. I want her to like,
It goes from there.
massage my shoulders, then bend over, pat me.
Right,
Look,
like that.
that's what I'm looking for from. I'm not looking, I don't expect that same energy from a guy. I want them to be like, hey, bro, you know what? I understand that, blah blah blah. That's cool. We got this. We gonna get through this, blah blah blah. You got to get back out there. Remember, you got your family. You got this on you. You got people counting on you and stuff like that. So we need that realness, from other people that understand us a little bit more, that could be put in our situation, vice versa, right? And when it comes down to women, I couldn't sit here. I could comfort my woman and be like, I know your period's on, rub her stomach and all that. There's no way in the
Yo.
world, and she knows this, that I will not be able to understand what her period feels like ever in my life, ever. But there's other women that can, right? So
Right.
more than likely she's gonna go to her, to her lady friends with those problems. But at the same time, remember, they still do confide in us a lot more, because obviously we're supposed to be that rock for them. So when it comes down to it, obviously we have differences. I would say understanding each other and having, a certain level of, empathy for each other is what would keep us obviously together. But at the end of the day, we do need, the same gender when it comes to, like, um, similarities, obviously similarities. It's I would say it's good to have homeboys and girls to have, girls, but obviously in that same type of category and stuff. You wouldn't go to some broke dudes on some problems, obviously, and she wouldn't go to no 304s with her problems. They got,
Be back, baby.
yeah, that's just, the breakdown of the whole thing. But
But that's just the
that's
respect.
how I see it. Yeah,
Like you
that's just
said,
how, that's how I see it. But I think that that's a good thing. Honestly, I don't, I feel like it is okay that we don't completely understand each other. We understand each other to an extent where we empathize with each other, we're able to comfort each other through those types of problems. But we still do need friends.
Hey Tony.
We need friends outside of that.
Hey Tony.
So yeah,
Hey Tony.
but yeah.
How do
Hmm.
you? How do you, Tony?
Yeah,
How old are you, Tony?
I'm 27.
Hmm.
I'm 27.
I got you. You know what, and I respect your
Yeah.
opinion, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Because what you're saying, and I already knew the answer. I just want to hear your perspective. And you know what I'm saying? And your age don't make a hill of beans, but
Yeah.
you come with a lot more wisdom than what a lot of 27-year-olds do have, and I respect that.
Yeah, I
And I
appreciate it.
totally, you know what
I
I'm saying?
appreciate it.
That's why I asked the
Yeah.
question, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause
But
I like to get other men's perspective
yeah.
because, you know what I'm saying, just because the way I think is not, I can always change my viewpoints. And I like to hear
oh
other
yeah,
men's
Hmm.
viewpoints about, you know, communication and talking to their woman. And I respect that. And
Yeah.
I deeply respect
Oh,
you. So, and
I appreciate it. I really do. I take that to heart. I take that to heart because I do listen. I try to listen to my elders as much as I can. This is the only reason why I guess, is why I'm going to take that from you, as wise as I am. That's why I do. And also, there's one more point I wanted to add to that. About, the the similarities between the two genders. Obviously, there are couples and there are women that do understand a lot more about men than, other men or women. And men do convey those full, I wouldn't say full, but the blunt of that emotional, you know side of them to women. I would say, if for any woman that does have that, congratulations, because that is something, more than likely, socially, we don't. If you have, congratulations, you really have won. Like, you really have. I'm gonna tell you right now, don't ever break it, because more than likely you'll never get that part of that person, or probably ever any other guys ever again in your life. So I would say, for those that do get that, you have won completely.
I'm just happy that Rye explained this. He scared me. I mean, he already followed me. I'm like, no, I thought I talked to this guy before. He scared the mess out of me. I'm glad he explained that whole
Now,
story, though.
I
I'm
was gonna
like, no,
say,
this
I
is
was gonna
exactly
say the
what my
cape for
topic is
him.
talking about. You saying,
I was gonna say, yeah, I would
but
say
he
the cape
explained
for
the
him,
whole
because I've
thing, so
heard
it
his.
makes sense now. And I'm like, Cause I was like, get
Yeah,
out the
I was here to
situation now. I was ready. Cause you're gonna be stressing if it's only one way. I was already.
Man,
Yeah, I was only here to cape for him because I've heard his story before, so that's why I was able to cape. I was like, I know what he's talking about. It's not as black and white. I understand
As
what you're
long as
saying.
it's two ways, that's all I really care about.
Yeah,
It
that's
because
it.
the one
That's
way
it.
is stressful.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. That's
It
why,
comes down.
before anybody pass
Yeah, sorry.
judgment, they always supposed to have, there's always two sides to every story
Hmm.
before you even pass judgment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, that's why I looked at the comment and I was like,
He
wasn't going to
got me though.
comment
I
on
got
it.
triggered. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
But
I'm gonna
check it
own
out
up
though.
to it. Yeah. I'm like, when you wrote some stuff
That's
down
the
like that, what the? I was gonna give it some
Yeah.
chance.
that's the standard though, right? That's the standard for the last 20, 30, last 40 years. Happy
Like
wife,
I said,
happy
I take
life.
words literal. I'm like, hold up. I only do when she wants, and when he say
Yeah.
no, yeah, I need you to come up in this box.
Yeah, she don't
I
I
say
mean,
mean, home
no.
but yeah, I mean,
services.
what Rye has is great though. I would say for like I think what he has, I believe what he has is a great
I
thing
think he
because
set me up, man.
when it
Forget
comes
that.
down,
I'm not being accountable for
yeah.
that.
But now, when it comes down to it, I think that's what a lot of relationships are missing nowadays. It's understanding and rest
Mhm.
two things that we are missing a lot of when it
Yes,
comes
sir.
down to both sides.
You gotta
I don't even
understand.
care who started it first or all that, but it's gone. We've seen things like chivalry diminish.
Oh boy.
And that was just basic privilege that men awarded to women just for being women.
Boy.
But now things have shifted around. Now things like that have gone. We have less things like that have just straight diminished. Obviously, they have targeted women. I'm gonna just say they, but they have targeted women because obviously they are the more emotional. Like I said earlier, they appeal to that side. So therefore we reacted in kind. But like I said, I won't blame this on a set person because obviously we could start it back up at any time. But I would say these things need to happen simultaneously. These are the two things that we're missing though, is understanding and reciprocity. Do I think it'll
Man,
come back? I know this is hard, but I
it'll
don't
come back.
think so.
It's not a matter of coming
It'll
back.
come
It's a
back.
matter
I
of it's a matter it's a matter of it's a matter of being a man. You're gonna get if you're a
I mean
man and
I anticipate it heavily.
if you handle your business as a man, you're gonna be fine. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because
Of
women
course.
still want the man at the end of the day. So we can talk about this family stuff and all this crazy shit going on. If you handle your business as a man, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, that's it. As long as you do your part as a man, you know what I mean. You hold that woman accountable, and vice versa. Man, we'll be all right, man. But you know
You're
what
gonna
I'm
be all right.
saying. You have to learn. You know what I'm saying. You can't be afraid to learn from each other. You know what I mean.
Right.
Whether it's man or woman, understand each other.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying, because we can't just sit here and act like we know everything. And a lot of us think, and some of us think they know everything, but they don't. You know what I'm
You
saying.
don't
We have to
nobody
be
knows.
able
Yeah.
to learn from each other. You know what I'm saying? From the old and the young. And Tony, I'm a little bit older than you, my brother, but hey, I've learned a lot, and you've taught me
Hmm.
some things that I thought I already knew. So I had to scratch what I didn't know and listen to what you said because it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I can
Hmm.
witness from the word go. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that
Hmm.
wholeheartedly. So you know what I mean? You
Like
keep
you,
doing it,
I
my
appreciate
brother.
that.
Whatever you're doing, you keep doing
yeah.
what
So
you're doing because I
yeah, I
don't
was
know
gonna
if
say
you're
I learned from
married.
people.
Hmm?
I'm not yet.
I don't
If
know
you
if
hold
you're
us
married.
I'm not
accountable,
yet. Like I said, I
have
learned from people
standards,
older and younger than me.
you will be fine.
Yeah.
My brother,
Hmm.
you gonna have them.
Yeah, I learned from
You
people
mean the
older
way
and
you
younger than
worded
me. I
it?
live by that saying.
See, Tony came from the group which we all kind of branched off from. The Kana Speaks group. So that's why a lot of us think the same way, you know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. She
Yeah,
has made
Kana
us become
and
us. Like,
basically,
not talking to but he
Yeah,
be
I mean,
doing his own
it
like I
live
said,
takes
I mean,
too.
like,
it takes a woman
go
that
ahead,
have
DJ.
strong values.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? That understand somewhat what men be talking about and understand what a man's talking about. You know what I'm saying? So that takes that nowadays, and it's gonna be vice versa. It's gonna take a man to let a good level headed man to be able to talk to some of these women to get them on that same accord. And I guarantee you, like I said, I'm very optimistic that we're gonna get back to the chivalry. We're gonna get back to the relationships. We're gonna get back to the marriage. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yep.
not gonna say all. I'm gonna say most. And the ones that are married is just gonna that's gonna make their marriage a whole lot stronger. You know what I'm saying? So I applaud you, Tone. I'm, I'm following you, my brother. I like-minded men that can hold themselves accountable and other people as well.
But that's it though. Because
I
again,
appreciate
we
that.
say
Yeah,
it's
I'll
gonna
follow you
swing
back.
back. The pendulum gonna swing back, of course. But at the end of the day, women making all the money now, right? So they're not gonna go
Yeah.
back to the people because men not making as much money. When I came to the States in '07, that's one of the first thing I've noticed. Women wasn't making like middle class. Middle class women. Most of the women that I know was making more than men do. And I was like, holy shit. I thought it was, men was because I'm from Jamaica again, like I said. So it's different. So when
Hmm.
that's the first thing I noticed. And then over the years, it started getting more and more. And then now in 2020 and 2021, 2023, you start seeing a big drastic difference of women making more money and start behaving a different way. And dudes' money hasn't went up in the last couple of years. And that's why we are where we are now. That's why fashion fit is risen up and the other guys. Because dudes'
I
money has
got it.
still
I
stayed the
got it.
same for the last 10 years. So these women have the
Okay.
attitude they have because they're making so much money. So guys gotta get back. Guys start get their money up
Okay.
and get the
So when
confidence
it
up.
comes when it comes down to just the money part, I mean, I don't like to have the whole just money part because I feel like that's a little superficial when it comes to just money because I would say there's more to leadership than just money. But I do understand what you're saying. But there is well, I'm gonna let you know I deal with just the black community, but there is a certain thing about that now. Men
Okay,
on average, men on average, we do make about a good, what I think, 9 to 10,000 more than women yearly.
No,
So I
46.
would
It's
say,
like 36 to $46,000 a year.
yeah,
That's what I've seen.
47,000 a year. We
yeah,
make
something
less.
like that. I don't remember it like off-rip.
Yeah, but
We
women.
make
Than
less.
women.
We make less than women.
My point is this: when men make a lot of money, they learn more
The
ways.
the the black men.
They the black men, yeah. When you start making more money as a man, you learn more ways how to carry yourself. You know what I'm saying? When you're
Right.
in a certain category of money you make, you think a certain way. The more money you make, the more accountable you become to yourself. You know what I'm saying? So you carry yourself way more different than the person that make the average amount of money. Because these girls making money from the side, and
I
the
was gonna
women,
say because I looked it up. I looked it up, and we make a little bit more than our counterpart. Like I said, that's not.
it's not
Yeah,
this
That's
yeah. I
not
was just saying,
much.
but when it comes down, I'm not saying I'm not like downgrading women because there are a lot of women that do make a lot of money, and I do understand that. But when it comes down to it, there's an inflated value that the women are demanding, and telling you a lot. I wish we could, but we know what type of place we live in. But yeah, there's an inflated value that the women are more than likely looking for, and a lot of us obviously we're just average. We're not extraordinary, but a lot of us are average. Guys that are managers, white collar, blue collar jobs, all these types of we have these types of jobs. We're not making millions,
I
but
agree
we're
with you.
making good wages. And I would say, yeah, so when it comes down to it, obviously I would, encourage every man, if you could, to try to level up past that, obviously. But there
But
are, when it comes down to reality, there's gonna be people that stay in that 46 to $50,000, probably 55, if they're gonna stay in that range. Because
but my
not
argument is
everyone can
this:
be
I'm
a
not
millionaire.
I'm not truly this. All I'm saying is the women they're making 36,000, right? They have side hustles
Hmm.
with the social media, and so they, like I said, they
Hmm.
overinflated value. So they're thinking they can go online and they can find these guys with the BBL and stuff like that. So yes, I agree with you 100%. But they're not gonna go back to the regular life like they used to. They used to being flown out. They used to being talking to guys anywhere, and you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about. So all I'm saying is,
Oh
as
yeah, no,
men,
I
men
understand
have
that.
to men have to step their game up. It's not fair, but we have to.
Now see with
Hey
this.
DJ, you know what I just thought about? I should have knew
Hmm.
better. Should have knew better that you wasn't fresh because I thought about it. He is fresh.
Exactly.
Fresh about that. I,
It's fresh. It's fresh, yo. I swear.
no, no. He turned his camera on. He turned his camera on. I seen him.
But
Yeah,
I
but if
agree.
he started stuttering, that's when we would have thought it was fresh. Cause fresh,
I
he
said
ain't
it
got
too,
his.
though.
He
I
still
said
can't get the straight words in.
it.
Yeah, he can.
He like, he be
I
like,
stutter too. You know what I'm saying?
I need you to teach Fresh how to talk,
but
Mike.
but yeah,
Oh shit, I'm still learning because I
I'm
stutter
weak.
as well. It took
But
me years
yeah,
to get in here.
Hey, you good though? I'm gonna say you for sure good though. I can tell your English way straighter than his.
yeah, we speak
You need
fast
to run
though.
that
We
podcast.
speak really fast. Exactly. But when it comes down to it, um, that type of lifestyle, the whole flown out, doing this and doing that to get certain things, that I would say, in my opinion, I don't think that's much of a healthy lifestyle for women because it kind of diminishes them to, let's say, those type of men. More than like we understand, and I know you do because you say you've seen these podcasts and stuff like that. You understand that those men have options
Hmm.
and they will explore those options as much as they can.
But
Who
your
you
Those
answer,
talking
those
about?
type of men
I'm
that we're
sorry, I
talking
missed something.
about, the ones.
What does
Oh
that
yeah,
big?
I'm talking about the men in the upper echelons.
It's
Those
more like
those
fresher
guys.
fitting them.
but I wasn't talking
Oh
about
well,
them. You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? I was just speaking like just on this TikTok alone app. You've seen this conversation. These girls talking about what they want from men. Like we've seen it all day long. So I'm just saying
Yeah,
that just in
yeah.
general, just in your own communities, like where I live, I'm an entrepreneur myself, so I see the world differently
Hmm.
because I got always got to accumulate more and more
It's
or
for sure
whatever.
fresh. She just said he's opposite maneuver. It's over now. He ain't tricking me no more.
Yeah, nah, this man is
I
fresh.
think
Yeah,
he put
I'm
it wrong.
convinced. Yeah,
He did the wrong video though. It was a video. That wasn't.
yeah, this is
I'm not even
fresh. Yeah.
like, wait,
Yo, didn't Fresh say he was an entrepreneur too? Yeah.
He entrepreneur for sure. That dude a millionaire.
I'm not a millionaire. I'm trying to be one, but I'm not.
Nah.
Sorry, man. I found your low key profile, man. I can't wait to send a super chat in there.
Exactly. Like, what's up, DJ Claw?
I ain't got no super credit, man.
Send
I'm
him
trying.
Caught you
that
talking to
that
the
$50
peasants.
super chat.
I'm
You
trying,
was over
man.
there hanging with the peasants one day, man. We caught you.
Exactly.
I'm trying.
But
You know,
not Claw. I know what you mean though. Even I would say those women are, let's say around you or even not around you, they can all demand those same things. They can. They have
You're right.
they more than likely just they can do that. I mean,
right.
it doesn't matter if they're working at, a fast food place or they're an entrepreneur, a doctor. They can all demand that. More than likely, a lot of them do. And I'm not saying that that's wrong because excuse me, that's their
Well,
preference. They're
all of them
they're
think
they
they
are allowed
tens.
to that. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. You are allowed to be as delusional. I could say I want a space woman. Like I can, and I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to say I want a space woman.
Hmm.
But I mean, it's not,
But
I get that
but
obviously.
if we
I
both
mean
we
that's
all
what they
can
allow. I mean,
agree,
but
if
mhm,
we all agree that
mhm.
saying when a man is making six figures, he'll normally go come get a woman that working at McDonald's or Burger King.
Most definitely.
All day
Most
long.
With
definitely.
Oh yeah, he has
All
it.
Hey,
day
Uh-huh.
long.
so they got the
Yeah,
biggest
they
option. That's why they call high value men
yeah they
for a
have they
right,
are
reason.
awarded that.
They want
right,
all of it.
and then the higher value women only go for higher value men, and
Exactly. They
high
don't
value
date
men
down.
are looking.
Level up because now these guys are in the game as well. They will go down, and these girls ain't trying to go stay lit where they at. They trying to
Nope.
go up.
And that's
Mm-hmm.
probably the half of the problem because a lot of times these men don't want nobody on their same level
Nope. Nah.
because
Exactly.
it's the
The
fact that
problems.
okay, it's either gonna be multiple reasons.
Oh yeah.
And I'm only gonna name two. There's gonna have either they're gonna want to control or they want to bring that person up to their level.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So if a
Mm-hmm.
woman that's making six figures, okay, you can find you a good brother that you can mold and shape into the way you like him, vice versa. You know what I'm saying? And then you bring him up to your level. It's about when you're in a
I don't
relationship.
think women got that patience for that though.
There
Not
you
about
go.
to
They
mold
don't.
no
Right.
man.
See it?
Most don't.
There you go. Right there.
They don't.
Mm-hmm.
But
That boy would
Most
get
don't.
booted out in 2 seconds. If only we could.
that's the thing, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Women
but
that's
I
wait.
it.
mean,
Women wait to the
but
finish line,
no,
right?
yeah, I would say BK isn't wrong. What he's saying is right. But and then on the other side, there are guys that more
Mm,
than likely, let's say with that woman that's demanding all these types of things from him. from a man, right?
Hmm.
There are multiple other women doing the same thing.
It's some
They
of them.
all want him, right?
Yeah, I
So
agree.
he has the option to express. He has the the flexibility to express his options and go through them.
Right.
I'm not saying that these like all high value guys do this, but
But
I'm
they
gonna tell
can.
you with the way, yeah, they can, and with the way things are moving nowadays, more than likely they will.
They
You see
will,
it
right?
all the
Yeah.
time. You see it all the time
Because they high
on
value, right?
TV shows. Yeah, you see it all the time. They either got multiple girls and the girls, but you understand that the type of guy that they go for is not the typical guy. So
Yeah.
so
But
when it
it's
comes
it's
down to
natural
it,
though. It's not like it's because the
oh
high
yeah, of
value
course, I
man.
would say
It's a
yeah,
woman natural
yeah,
innate thing. They want to go for the strongest
yeah,
man they can get.
yeah,
You know what I'm
and
saying?
that
Hmm.
and
It's
women are
always been this way.
attracted
The
to
ball
they are
players, the dope
attracted to
boys.
men. Yeah, go ahead, my bad, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm not saying like it's always been this way. The dope boys in the neighborhood always get all the girls, right? The nigga
Of
didn't go to
course.
school. He dropped out of school since he didn't go to high school, but he got the whips. You know what I'm saying? That dope. It's always been the same way forever.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Just like
So,
nowadays, like dudes can get raise their game up without go that route.
Yeah, yeah, it's women are intrinsically attracted to men who can obtain women. That's how that happens. And usually when it comes down to that, more than likely they have things that are more than likely on par or better than those women. This is how that happens. I mean, you see it all the time. Nick Cannon has done it like a few million times. Future, like they're attracted to those types of men, obviously. But I would say these things are also kind of detrimental, even though it's kind of natural. This is why I say sometimes we got to control ourselves. I don't think God should go around sleeping with every female either. I don't think that either. Same thing with women. I don't think you should do that. It's not very productive, especially towards a community. And like I said, I work in the black community only. Well, not only, but mostly. It's
What you
not
mean? What you mean mostly?
yeah, mostly. I love my people. I love my people, so that's
But
why.
he get his
I
feet done
wanted,
from Asians.
Yo, no, I don't. Yo,
I wanted
petty.
to
Yo,
respond to what
yo,
Petty
petty. You gonna
said though.
stop?
And that junk true though. But I think what they talking about is literally just the dating just the dating scene though. Like that's where high value man because most of that time that ain't no real love in it. It's just and what they looking towards and what they want to try to see if they can find some love out of it. But yeah, I can most definitely get you with that. Like if it's about just the money and the materialistic thing, that ain't real love and stuff. It ain't. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
It's
yeah,
just to
think of
get
it.
you in the door and stuff, but it's bigger than that because you don't know who's using you for what, you know what I'm saying? And you don't know, I mean, both of each other could be using each other. That's why I ain't never looked for trying to be a high value man and none of that stuff, like, because that junk ain't real.
Yeah,
Well,
this
the
this is
love
why
ain't real.
I
I
this is why I modeled the
I
way
guess
I
I'm
said it.
just
Wait, go ahead. My bad. You go ahead.
I'm, no, Tony, go ahead. You know I taught you everything, so go ahead.
Uh,
Speak my
I,
words.
no, I was gonna just say this one part. That's why I modeled the way what I said. Like this is why I modeled it like that. Because when we talked about it, we said those types of women said they want the six pack, six figures, six whatever, all that stuff. These are all mostly when it comes down to
Don't
it,
really
these are
say
material
it.
things. They don't look any more deeper than that. So obviously, this is why I say those type of guys that have these type of things, and that's the only thing that women see inside of them. More than likely, they're gonna express their options because obviously, it takes more than just, being that to get to where they are more than likely. And when women only, spout those three things or something like that, more than likely, those guys are gonna be like, well, what else do you see? Courage, ambition, all these other things, leadership skills, none of these things. Like, can he be
But
Tony,
usually,
the
half
right?
them
perfect
women.
father? They don't ask for these things.
That's because
But
half
Like,
them women can't even spell
and these are the
ambition.
things that are left out.
this is the
I
thing
would,
though. Like people say, women attracted to money. Like women attracted to the ambition to the ambitious man. Right? Women always say they want a guy that's ambitious, confident.
Mhm.
That's what they're attracted to. And usually the guys who are attractive and ambitious and confident are the guys that go and make money. Because so with money, they still get played as well. You know what I'm saying? So money's not the whole thing.
Mhm.
That's just part of it.
Of course.
Listen, y'all men gotta be careful with the women that are like, I want a man with ambition. He has to make this, this, and this. He has to drive this, this, and this. That means that that chick is only attracted to shiny things.
Right.
So right now, if you got the shiniest thing, she's on it. But best believe somebody else come around with something more shinier,
You
she
don't
gonna leave you for that. Is the women like that? Like you, those are the women that y'all need to stay
Hmm.
away from. Those are the women that should give a red flag. I don't care how fine she is or any of that. Or women that's like, I want a man that makes da 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 da, and he gotta drive da 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 da, and his body gotta be. Those are the women that y'all need to stay away from.
Right.
Those are the, and that's just real life. Because I'm sorry, as a regular average regular woman, my man, I look at my husband, and to me, that's a high value man. Is he a millionaire? No. Does he drive a Porsche? No, we got a Kia. But this man has
Getting me some.
integrity. This man has integrity. I feel I've never been this stable, this safe, this secure. For me, that's a high value man. A man, you
How
know
long?
what I'm
Have
saying?
you,
Like
how
that's
long have
high
you been
value.
married? How long y'all been married?
We have only been married for 2 years, but we've been together for 4.
Okay. So, but I'm saying, like, in now this era, the last 3 years, it's been crazy. Y'all see it's crazy out here with the social media make that worse, and that's what it is. If like
Hmm.
if you're in a relationship for the last 7 years and y'all are good, y'all should be fine to make it through this. But if you're single out here, you got up your game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's real out here.
This is why I say like, yeah,
That's why I'm focusing on my mentality and my just me myself, my mentality, my physical and stuff. Because like I'm not trying to look for love in that type of way and stuff.
Well,
And
that's
that's the
because no,
yeah,
richest thing you can
I'm
have
not
is
either.
your
I'm
mind.
past
You know
that.
what I'm saying? It ain't about
no,
the material.
nobody out here nowadays is looking for love. Everybody is looking for likes
Right.
and
Yeah.
validation.
Yep,
Nobody's
they're
getting
looking
into
for what they can
relationships.
get.
Facts. Nobody's getting into these relationships like, oh my God, we're gonna build together. We're gonna be like,
Right.
oh, right now it's I want this man because if we post pictures together, we're gonna look cute. Or I wanna be the TikTok couple. You know what I'm
Wow.
saying? Like it's not even like I wanna be with you for you because you make me wanna be a better person.
Right.
It's not I wanna be with you for the
About
likes. I
flexing.
know if we're together and we look yeah, and that's wild because real life, I'm sorry, but a couple that's always having to flex like that, they're not
They
really
not
happy.
happy. No,
Nah,
they
Because
not.
social media. Yeah,
a
they're not
happy
happy.
couple don't got time to
No.
flex.
I
We
say
too
it
busy
all the
being
time to
happy.
people.
Why you
You
look at
know,
why is
I
a happy
say
couple looking for
if you're
validation
going
for outsiders? That makes no sense at all anyway.
and
Let
if
me
you're
let y'all
going
know that
Listen,
we happy. What the heck?
I don't
Ain't
need to
tripping.
tell y'all that I don't have to post every 5 minutes. Oh, me and my man or me and my girl, like that's wild. Who y'all trying to impress or who y'all trying to convince that y'all love each other, us or each other? Because when you're truly happy in a healthy, positive relationship, you don't have time to be posting and taking
Shit.
pictures because you're too busy living in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Females did for other girls. Females trying to piss some other girls off. Like, bitch, this is what we doing.
I
Girls do
But
say
that.
all
even
the
Girls
then,
do
time,
that.
but even then, those
you
women
go into the
slow.
relationship for what you can get out of it, you're going into it for the wrong reason. Because let's
Exactly.
Right.
face it, when you're in a proper relationship and love, it is an exercise in altruism. Okay? It's about giving of yourself, not taking. So if you're going into a relationship for what you can get out of it, you're going into it for the wrong reason. You need to go into that thing for what you can give that other person. And same with
Exactly.
them. They need to be coming with what they can bring to you. You
Mm-hmm.
know, what you're doing is you're taking all their baggage, you're taking all your baggage, putting it in a cart, bits up.
Mm-hmm.
It's our baggage. It's not your baggage. It's not my baggage.
Exactly.
It's not you and me. It's we
We
kind of
us.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Together.
Yep.
Yep. And that's the problem is out here with these people is there's too much you and me. That's my
Mm-hmm.
money. I ain't giving you
Oh, what
my
about
money.
this one?
You
That's
know,
my baby.
that right. It's just it's nonsense.
He'll make
It's
something sweet.
that's not how
It's
your
crazy.
relationship ain't gonna work. And the same thing goes with communication. If you're out here calling each other names and
Mm-hmm.
coming at each other hot and attacking each other instead of the behaviors, you might as well put another nail in that coffin. Every time you call a name, every time you get into that argument where you raise your voice, all this stuff, and before you know it, you got that sucker nailed shut, and you might as well bury it because you ain't gonna have a relationship no more. You know,
That
but
is
Listen,
Mm-hmm.
true.
if you
I,
love somebody and regardless if you upset, if you can say something hateful and hurtful to the person that you claim you love, You don't love them.
Exactly.
And when
Because
you come at them with love, you know. And like when my wife and I first got together, we both came from very traumatic
hmm
exes, you know, very very traumatic pasts and abuse and stuff like that, you know. And so when I went to say something to her, you know, she started to attack me. I said, "Look, baby, I'm not your enemy. You know, I'm not your enemy. I'm your biggest fan. Like, I love you. I'm not coming at you like that. I'm not attacking you. All I'm saying is this particular behavior is making me feel this way. I don't know if that's your intent, but that's how I'm feeling. So if that's not your intent, please tell me what's going on so that I can help make it better. You know, but that's the thing, is being able to sit there and communicate. And it's the same thing with your kids. You know, the behavior's bad. You're not a bad kid. You know, yes, you effed up over here, but that doesn't make you a bad kid. You know, that kind of thing, so that they don't feel inferior, so that they don't feel attacked. You know, and too many people take shit personal. You know, they don't realize that, hey, you know, these people might not even realize that that's what they're doing. You know, you just feel some kind of way, so you're going to attack them. You know, and
it should
you don't need to do that.
it should never be that deep. Like I don't
She said.
in a relationship, it should never be that deep. Even not let's not even say in a relationship, friendships, family ships, whatever. It should never be that deep to where you have to hit below the belt. It shouldn't. But if you do, then you don't care about that person. If you can take something that somebody done told you in confidence and use it against them because you're upset, you don't really care for that person
Right.
Emotional intelligence. A lot of them don't have it.
at all.
In marriage, in relationships, friendship, situationships, when you got to call people names, that means you're not emotional.
Somebody said it.
You know, you're not there emotionally. Because when you got to resort into name calling, I don't think you should never, because the one person do it, you got to do it because they do it. It's that tit for tat. You know what I'm
Tit for
saying?
tat.
If we take that out of relationships, out of friendships, situationships, that tit for tat, because you do it, because I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna do it even worse. And
Cool when
only
they
one
do
who's
it.
gonna get hurt is each other, because now you're gonna lose out on a friend because you did this. You know what I mean? You're gonna lose out
hmm
on a wife, on a husband because you said or did this. You know what I'm saying? That's why sometimes you
Hmm.
got to be the bigger person and say, you know
Got
what?
to.
Just like what Tay said, you have to right said. You have to put your pride and ego aside for a moment.
Preach. Love it.
Because if you don't want to put that to the side, so you might as well just stay single. Keep working on yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
Have your little how they say, have your little rose and have your little plan. When you go into the marriage or relationship, let's go in with love. Let's go in and look for, this is what I want. You know what I'm saying? If it's not what you want, then leave it alone.
But it's so crazy. We can't argue with women either, because and
Huh?
Katie can answer this. Like when you argue with women, it's attention. They want
Now,
attention.
okay. So look, check this out. I think that it's important that we uh, know who we talking to when we talking to somebody. Uh,
Right,
I think that we need to handle with care. Maybe preface the situation before you address the situation,
right,
and also don't do things that cause anxiety. Like say we need to talk in a text message. You know what I mean?
right, right,
Those things that's causing anxiety. Like
Childish.
that's almost like yeah, it's childish because but some people don't look at it as childish. They just trying to get it off their mind, but now it's your problem.
right,
Once they say we need to talk, that's already a defense mechanism for them, but they don't realize, uh, or even leading into a conversation and saying, "Can I talk to you about something?" That causes a sense of anxiety in the person because think about when it happens to you. You be like, "Oh shit, what's about to happen?"
right.
Okay, but then you hear, "Oh, it ain't that bad," so it might soften the blow. But maybe we should not do that, especially when we talking to somebody that's emotional or might be a little volatile and don't and go to 10 real quick. Maybe you preface it a little better and say things like, "I know for a while you've been doing," and then point out a lot of great things, and then you can still gauge their emotions. If they can't take compliments well, then you disengage, and then you be like, you just disengage and leave it with peace and love, and don't say anything to just leave it with the encouragement and back away.
You
Um,
gotta you gotta learn your person. Like a lot of people just jump headfirst into relationships and don't learn their person. You supposed to learn your person. If that's supposed to be your person, then you learn them. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, my husband says it all the time. Like, I'm the first woman that he's ever, been with that knows how to talk to him. And it's the way that I talk to him. I'm goofy as hell. Y'all know I tell
You know
jokes
what it was.
all all the time. So I know with my husband, if he's done something that I didn't like, I don't say it right then and there. I might wait until we laughing and joking, and I'll throw a little joke in like, "But babe, but when you did this," and he'd be like, "See, you have a way of telling me when I'm wrong without making me feel like I'm a child or
how
without
did
talking
you
down to me."
how did you learn how to communicate with men?
Um, well, I
How did
can't say
Ooh.
communicate so much with men because Lord knows my mouth used to be vicious, especially if they disrespected me. But with my husband, I had that higher respect for him, if that makes sense. I
Mm.
I didn't I didn't want to. I listened to everything that he was telling me, everything about his past relationships, things that he didn't like, and I took mental notes of that. And I was like, okay, well, if I know that this is his trigger, I'm not gonna trigger him. I never want to trigger my husband. So let me think of a way that I can talk to him without triggering him and him being on the defensive. Because if I come at him a certain way, he's on the defensive. Anything that I say is falling on deaf ears.
Is there a man whose feelings or emotions that you cared about when you were a child?
My dad. I think I cared about his feelings and emotions. Yeah,
How
I
did you
think I
see him
think
get
that.
treated?
Um,
I'm asking these questions because I hear
listen,
similarities, and I'm just trying to see if it's about like how you raised and stuff,
my
and like
uh
seeing love.
my father was a. I'm not even gonna lie. My father was a womanizer. My father was a street dude. My father really didn't know how to be a family man, and I watched my father, even though I didn't like um, the woman that he ended up marrying really humbled him and changed him. I saw a softer
Take me
side
a break.
of that. I watched my father be loved, not the way the woman wanted to love him, but how my father wanted to be loved and needed to be
That
loved.
he needed his love to manifest for him. She was able to bring it through to him.
Right.
She manifested the love for him because she knew she loved him. She wanted to manifest the love through him. And I guess he loves her back the same way or did, I don't know. But she saw what he wanted. And I think, I'm not saying that if I'm pinpointing it to that, but I think we still have to see things to be able to give it. Or at least have to fathom it or like read about it. We got to have the knowledge of
Yeah, but
it.
also too, she said to respect him. Like come back down to respect again, like I said earlier. Like she respect this guy. So the
Yeah.
respect is when a man respect himself and carry himself a certain way, it's gonna bring out the woman in him too, in her too. So that
Hmm.
respect is everything.
Have y'all ever dealt
It,
with irrational people? That's rational talk. I'm talking about like, cause there's some people that's not rational. So,
mm,
so all this rational speaking we talking about don't apply to them. Like some people, uh, they don't know what respect means. They say they respect people, but they don't know what that means because they don't speak to anyone with respect.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's why I be saying
That's
respect is
true.
subjective and stuff. That's why I say
mm.
it always come with understanding. It always come with that though.
got
If you
you.
respect it to me, respect is this, right? If you respect somebody, but you don't want to be disappointed by that, right? That's that respect is to me. Like my father, right? We have a good relationship. I don't want this. I don't want to disappoint him. That's the respect I have for him. I don't want him. He never see me smoke. Put it that way. To this day, and I'm 37 years old.
Facts.
I like how you said
That's
that
how.
too, but like if you always go back to what he said, it really is like because everybody be thinking they respected somebody, but they don't. It literally is when with that word just being so broad. That's like very subjective, like crazy. Because people be swearing they respect him, but they don't. They really
They
don't.
don't.
But you'll know. But
You
you'll know when
hear
you
it
come
in
across
the
somebody
moment.
respect you though. You'll know it.
Cause it's
You'll know
not
it.
a, it's not really an objective type. Well, I can't say objective. Well, I can't. It ain't. It's not an objective respect. You know what I'm saying? Cause it depends on where you at. It changes everywhere you go. It literally do changes.
It does change. It
But I know
depends
I
on.
feel you like on the comment thing. Like nobody don't like to get called a B or disrespect the
No, I
your
wasn't even
parents or
talking
something like
about.
that. I mean, I guess it's just some of that stuff. It's got to be a comment though. But I feel you though.
Yeah, I was simply saying like like she said she didn't want to get him triggered because I'm sure there's men that she dealt with she didn't respect. She just deal with them just to deal with them. But like
Absolutely. I
exactly, so this guy that she
I
deal with,
can
she
I can
respect him.
attest to
Like
that.
it's when you come across that type of person, you can sense that feeling. So like you
Yeah.
said, it's subjective. Depends who you're dealing with.
Because I can say wholeheartedly and hold accountability. I didn't treat my husband's the first man that I've ever one been submissive to. Two will sit
There you
there
go.
and listen. Like it was, and Kev laugh at me every time I say this, but like listen, it was literally I met him and it was like the bells, the whistles, the fireworks, and it was just like, okay, like here's me, here's my life, what we doing? Like you got control of it, what we doing? And it was
Yeah.
easy for me. Like he was everything. My husband is everything and anything I could have ever prayed or imagined, and I got it. Like did I go through some BS? Absolutely. Can I say I've never loved anybody? Meeting my husband, looking back, I've never loved anybody because I never showed them the respect that I showed my husband.
There
If
you
that
go.
makes sense.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
I,
got a
I
question then. Let's get. I'm about to dig deep now.
Allah, here we go.
Oh,
Nigga, you
oh.
already know. You already know how I am.
That's
But
the
no,
same thing,
I just
King.
want to know because I want to give a key thing though. What about him that made you that you like? What signs was it to make for you to respect him? Right? I don't know if I'm wording it right. What was the
Yeah, you
signs you
are.
seeing for you to give him that type of respect? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Um, One he listened,
That made him
like
different. My bad. I mean that to made him different
that
from other
that
dudes.
that made
Okay.
him he he listened. He didn't judge me. He looked past my hard exterior. Kev, I was real rough around the edges. I did not know how to be in my feminine. And he
Mm.
he opened that box for me. He allowed me to be soft and not have to put up my guard.
You open
He
that box,
allowed
all
me
right. Wait, no.
Andy,
well,
but
tuna box.
That tuna
not
box.
look was ready. Listen, so but he did like he allowed me to be soft, and
Hmm.
my whole life
Hmm.
I was never allowed to be soft. My father didn't raise me to be soft. My father raised me really to be like a man. I
Hmm.
didn't
Right.
know I didn't know how to be super soft and sensitive, and but my husband opened that door for me. He showed me that it was okay for me to let down my guard. It was okay for me to finally let things out and open up and be feminine. And I didn't have to cuss and yell and scream or be mad or do any of that to get my point across. I could just be me. He is
How
the first man in my life to truly see me.
how tall is
And
he?
not my husband is six 6'1". But my children's father, I'm 5'4", and my daughter, their father is only 5'6".
Yep,
So
there
like
you
height
go.
never height was never really a
It
thing
is though. It is
for
because
me.
this is the tallest. All right, isn't the tallest guy you talk to?
My husband, no, I in my younger days I dated a guy that was like 6'9". That was
Okay,
a little awkward because I was like in his belly button all the time. It was weird.
okay. No,
Fucking
I
big
just laugh because
basketball
it's
player.
Listen, he was goofy. I don't even know why. Like looking back, like I don't even know.
It was tall for nothing. That's funny than the
listen.
He was
mud.
listening and
There's
couldn't
tall
protect
privileges and there's pretty
couldn't
privileges.
Hey, girl.
and couldn't
Imagine a
protect to
big old
like
6'9" dude.
for real.
Hey,
No, and
baby.
he was so super scary. Like I couldn't. Like he was just big for no reason. Like he couldn't protect me
How
to
y'all get
save his
on height?
life.
Y'all talking about height?
No.
Yeah.
Not really, no.
But I just mentioned height
You
because
gotta read the room, man.
she
I
mentioned the
heard
guy and
height.
the
That's
way
what I came in
You
on
can't.
to
You gotta
say.
listen to the
Shut
whole
up,
thing so
boy.
you can figure out the whole story, man. You
You
can't
know
just.
what,
like
Ken?
Also,
Give me some of that food you eating. Give me
so
some of that.
Petty was he so you felt safe around him, right? That's one of the biggest things was the safety.
oh yeah, I not only did I feel safe, but my daughters felt safe as well.
Yeah,
Like he was able to really break down a wall.
yeah.
Like he's the first that actually, and then not only that, but
It's
he
cool. You ain't gotta tell us the secrets, man. I know you went around it though. I'm just trying to find the
no
secret
he
though, cause
that was the
that's a hard thing to do to like break a chick out of their ways or something like that. So it had to be something very special though. It had to be something
But
special though,
yeah,
because I
hope.
hear a lot of women be like, "Oh, I'm about to be like this until I find the right man" or something like that.
And
But
But it's true.
that's what
It's
men
it's
and
something.
women. That's what
That's
men
not
it's
to
and
mention
women.
masculine.
he
I
also
mean,
my husband is also Jamaican. He don't play no games, so
Oh
I
oh,
shit.
mean,
oh, that's what
Oh
happened. Now
shit.
they're gonna.
Oh shit. There you
We
go.
found the piece to the puzzle now. We found.
I'm not even gonna lie. Okay, he
No
hit me with that
cap.
Empress, and I was like, yes. No,
Mamba clan. What? Are
Get
you
your ass over.
your ass over here now.
No, but
Get
Get
your
your
ass
petty
over
ass
here.
over there. Get psyched out.
but
Let me
bro,
stop.
Your set
I'm trying.
time. Don't tell me what to do. Nah,
but
but
real but
You know they
realistically,
He
don't
hit
play
me.
no games. They don't.
Yo,
it's
he don't play. Listen, but he is the most sweetest, funniest. Like my baby is a whole gangster nerd, and I love it. I
the
love it.
nerd.
Everything
That's
about him
cool
is
That's what
though,
you
for
just.
look
sure,
for.
man.
it's that
That's what
masculine
you've been looking
energy.
for.
That
That's what
masculine
exactly what you've
energy.
been looking for.
That's
Exactly.
exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
That
listen.
masculine
Been
energy
looking
can
for.
calm any woman. It
I'm
doesn't
trying
matter
to
how
tell
fire
you.
she
Like,
is.
masculine energy can calm
What
anyone.
the?
I'm trying to tell you. Like,
Yeah, you got to drop down and come back up. I think. Yeah.
and you know
Yeah.
what? He's masculine without being like rough, if
Over.
that makes sense.
Without
Over.
being alpha.
You
Yeah.
know what
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, and it was like, yo, it's just I don't know how I really, Kev. I want to give you the answers, but I don't know how to explain it because like this man just
No,
like
that's
he's
it. It's masculinity.
like
That's it.
the way he stands was just sexy to me. The way he walked was just sexy to me. The way he
Oh
takes
Lord.
off his glasses just does something for me. Like I don't know how to. This man was just like, and that accent helps too. I'm not even gonna flex. That accent. Y'all know what y'all be
Let me
doing.
go ahead
Y'all
and
be
get to
like
this
Empress
Jamaican.
and
I
all
got to
that.
get turned Jamaican a little bit, man. Hey DJ, me and you
No,
got
but
to
real
talk
shit
real
though.
quick, my brother. Teach me the way.
My accent is gone. It's gone,
No,
Teach.
man.
He said
and
it's
it's
gone.
you know what's crazy is Jamaican men get such a bad rap. Like they get this rap that they just whores. You know what I mean? Like they'll never be faithful as long as they pay the bills. They'll be out
Are
here.
you talking about the way
They'll
they be doing to women though? Be smacking
yeah,
their
like
booty and all up on
this.
them.
I'm not mad at it at all, sir. I'm a Dutty wine every time you want me to, without a problem. Go full steam. Like, but no,
Wine.
like real facts. Like they Jamaican men really get a bad rep. Like they got 1,001 kids, but they work 1,000 jobs, and they gonna cheat on you. And but that's not that's listen, not mine. Like
Not mine.
not mine.
Bend over.
Now
No, but some real shit though. Like
was he a
that
bad guy
masculine.
in the past? Absolutely, but those women was just stupid. I would have did the same thing too. I can't even
Uh,
hold
That
that against him.
that women
Hey,
always say is right, man. It's true what she said. Like it take a man to not a man, but like certain men can bring a woman back to her. It's that safety. That safety net that
I'm not
they need.
trusting that. Forget that. Mm-mm.
That safety.
But
That safety net.
That's rare. That's a rare case. I'm gonna put it that way. It's
It
not
is.
once
I don't want a
some of them be
situation,
so
but
far deep in, they not changing for the certain man. Even if they seen a real man in front of their face, they not changing. That's just yeah. I don't
Kev,
know about
look, listen, if you would have met me maybe 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago, you would have thought the same thing about me. You'd have been like,
I know.
nah,
So I say
son,
you rare. You rare.
she too
You
hard.
rare.
Okay.
Yeah, you most definitely rare. Because that's what a lot of if you really like listen on this app for real, a lot of them all that stuff. And look at the predicament they in now
But
because
see, they go in, they go
they
into it with
haven't
the
had a
wrong.
Jamaican one though.
But no, they go into the wrong thing. Like before I met my husband, I had to do the work. Like I literally had to look in the mirror, and I
See,
said this numerous times. I had to look in the mirror, like why am I finding myself in these certain situations? Why am I so cold? Why don't I
mm.
want to open up? And then real life, going through the things that I went through and living where I was living. Like I was living in Macon, Georgia with no family but me and my girls. Macon, Georgia is not a place where a woman can be soft. You can't be soft there. You know what I mean? Like I get when some women be like, well, it's where I'm living at and it's my environment, which is true because a lot of places a woman, especially if she's single and on her own, you can't be soft. Or you're gonna have that target on your back. I had to be aggressive. So they knew not to mess with me because I was an outsider and I was a target. I'm not from here. I don't have no family here. It's just me and my 2 daughters. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to be that rough. If not, me and my daughters would have been in dangerous situations.
So that's different then that you said that, right? So based off what you just said, it's more you did more of the work than your man changing you did, from what I just heard. You know what I'm saying? So that's what make a big difference because you already was aware of your situations before you got into it. That's why I be telling people to like do that work before you get into it. Not the way it was sounding at first. Nah, this is the second time I got tricked today.
Wow.
So the way it sounded, it seemed like the dude just did all the work and made you change and something. So no, it sounded like you did some pre-work before you got into that situation, which that make more sense now. A lot of them not doing it.
I didn't want to be. Listen, I didn't being angry all the time, being that independent. I don't need nobody. I can do this on my own.
Right.
That really wears a person down. These women can sit here all day long and say, "My life is great. It's peaceful. I don't need nobody. I'll do this alone." But at night, that junk hits you the hardest.
Yeah.
And any woman that's like, you know what I'm saying? Any woman that
Yeah,
says
tell
they're
them,
cool
tell
with
them.
that is lying. They lying. Because let's be for real, women, we get tired. A woman can only handle but so much. You need a partner.
But you,
Like let's just be for real.
and Petty, I mean, I'm gonna add on to this. I mean, I just talked to, I got like 2 friends that thought the same thing that you thought at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And we started talking. We were just friends. You know what I'm saying? I had to be brutally honest. I couldn't pander to them. I couldn't cater to them. I'm never going to tell you what you want to hear. You know what I'm saying? Now we talking in general. Um, I told her, I said, listen, you got to get out of that habit of thinking, okay, I'm independent. Okay, it's okay to be independent, but sometimes you have to come off that high horse you own and say, you know what? I need a man. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
want one. You know what I'm saying? She was like, well, I don't need a man. Yeah, you're supposed to say, I want one. And you need one. Just like I'm single. You know what I'm saying? I say, hey, I need a woman and I want a woman. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm not going to lower my standards to the point where I'm uncomfortable in the
Yeah.
same person.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? Don't lower your standards where you're uncomfortable in a situation. I'm not telling you to go get the pookies and the ray rays. That's not what I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? Go get you a man he has his own crib, he has a job, he has things going for himself. Them are the men that would love you unconditionally.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? 5 years after I told her that now she's married happily with a man that's not, you know what I'm saying, the pookies and the ray rays. You know what I'm saying? She lowered her.
Right.
I ain't gonna say she lowered her. I'm not even. I can't. I want to say lower standard, but she didn't lower her standard. She just
She,
modified it a little
I'm
bit.
gonna think of the word. Dang, I know what you want to say.
Hey, but also to be honest, older, 30s and up. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to say anything, but when women get 30s and up, that standard shit changes too.
Jane, what's up?
They
I think
Anything.
it's still that. It's still lowered. I think you're right. It's still that. I know people don't like to hear that, but it's still lowering. Sometimes people's
yeah
standards is too high. Sometimes that's
It's
all
too
it
high,
is.
yeah.
So if it's too high,
Realistic.
you
So
do have to lower your standards.
yeah. You have to lower it. You know what I'm
It
saying to
sounds
get
bold,
the
I know, but
yeah
hey, I mean,
but
yeah.
it's fine though,
Want to.
because you know
I didn't want to rough. I didn't
it's
want to ruffle nobody's feathers. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
By
yeah.
you know what I
Nah,
mean?
ruffle them. Ruffle all of
he's
their
a rough
Yeah.
feathers.
with him.
I mean, but yeah, because that means I'm
We ain't talking
pandering
about the
to them,
chips
right?
either.
That means I'm pandering to them, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
ruffle their feathers.
you do have to
Ruffle their feathers.
lower your standards because everybody ain't where everybody should be. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? You can't knock a person for not being there. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody's not emotionally there. Everybody's not
Right.
financially there. But I guarantee
Oh,
you
thank
there's
you,
a
babe.
lot of men out here that are working towards getting the financial freedom, getting the
Mhm.
Facts.
emotional. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody, first of all, you got to work on yourself. Why you keep getting all these men? Because you haven't checked yourself. Once you check yourself, you'll be fine. You know what I mean? You'll find that right man. That right man will come in right at the right time. Isn't that right?
And
You know?
is.
But I think
But
so.
it also works for men too though.
It
Because
goes
a
both.
lot of times it definitely goes both ways. Because my like again, my if I were to explain my husband's past, y'all would be like, man, what? He was wild. Again though,
But
I don't know, I've always looked at things logically, but I can see why, you know what I'm saying, he did what he did and moved how he moved because the women allowed it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you allowing him to jump from bed to bed to bed and
Mm-hmm.
breed and do all of this, then that y'all could have just got a hoodie. But instead y'all signed up for the single baby mama club. You get
Right.
what I'm saying? Like a lot of the women in his past wanted to love them the way they thought he wanted to be loved. None of them were listening to how he wanted
Want to
to
be
be
loved.
loved. It was, nah, you don't want to be loved like that. I'm gonna love you how I think you want to be loved. And he says it all the time that I'm
Right.
the first woman to love him the way he wants to be loved.
That go
Now
that.
you know
That's
the
the key.
funny thing though. I thought about it with the standards thing, right? That's the
Mm-hmm.
problem in this world now. I think the average woman need to lower their standards, and the average guy need to raise theirs. That's the problem. That's why the balance ain't
that's
there
the
yet.
fucking
I
imbalance.
just thought about
Exactly.
that.
That's it.
That's true.
That's it.
I thought about that because like the dudes would do anything, but and they not. You know what I'm saying? That's it's crazy. That's so weird.
Yeah,
But
because
Niggas
they
want to
don't
pay
care.
$40 for some pom pom and all that. Like that's not wild, bro.
You know
You
what?
better
is
Yeah. You
gotta do
is that
better
the
than
national
that.
price for it though? Is that the standard? Is that the national price across the country for that? $40.
It's the 40 ball.
yeah,
We call it the 40 baller.
yeah.
Unless it's Christmas, because then at Christmas,
That's-
you know, they drop it down to like
Black
25, because
Friday.
you know they,
yeah,
you know
yeah.
what I'm saying, Black Friday
Black
specials
Friday
and
might
stuff.
do a 30 piece.
I heard it's
You know
$40
what
on
I'm
Black and
saying?
Mild. Yo, that shit crazy. No,
I
yeah,
think it's like
Newport. No,
80 if you
Newports.
bring a friend.
Newports.
I'm not sure.
You know, and what kills me is when and I can only speak for the ones that I encounter. You know what I mean? And not on TikTok. It's just right here in my community. And I think that's probably why I got to venture out more because a lot of these women here, they'll accept anything. They don't want anything better. You know what I mean? And that's sad. And people wonder why, you know what I'm saying, that I choose to be single. All I had to do is talk to 5 women, and them 5 women, not saying that all of them are the same, don't get me wrong. But those 5 that I encounter kind of be like, you know what? Let me step back and look at me for a second. Why do I attract these type of women? Why these women is coming out or them? So I have to I have to look at myself. You know what I mean? And it's crazy that some of these women will accept anything from a man. You know what I'm saying?
Just to say that they're loved, and that's not love. Just
That
like
ain't love.
I find it horrible that men do the same thing. A lot of men settle and put up with a lot of BS just so they
Mm,
can be like, but she loves me. But if she
yeah.
loved you, you wouldn't be going through or feeling the things that y'all feel. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? Like it's wild to me because I notice a lot of women, and I hate it. A lot of women have this image in their head like, well, as long as he's pouring into me, I'm good. Well, they don't realize that you got to pour into that man just as much. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I don't think women truly realize the shit that goes on with y'all. You get what I'm
Mm,
saying? Like, y'all, the way y'all brain work
mm,
is wild, and I'm not saying wild in a bad way, but the way y'all
Get
brain
you.
work, especially if y'all are in a relationship and you got a woman and a family, the way y'all mind operates, y'all don't just look at things for today. Y'all are thinking 3 years, 4 years ahead. You know what I'm saying? Y'all might come home and have an attitude, and the first thing a woman's gonna think is, "Oh, well, I must have did something wrong." Nah, ma, you don't realize that that man had something planned. That man
right.
had something in motion, and something didn't work out the way that man wanted. So now he feels like he might be failing his family. Instead of you
Mm-hmm.
jumping on this man's back, ask him what's wrong, or don't say nothing. Just let this man come sit next to you, and you let him put his head on your lap. It's little things like that. Women don't take time to really think like, look, my man's being a little distant. The first thing a woman's gonna say is, "What, man? Oh, you cheating on me?" No, things could be going on. Maybe he's trying to think of a better way, or maybe he needs to be distant because something is going on with him, and he doesn't want to take it out on you. Women don't
Today,
think like that.
today, do you have a twin sister, clone or something.
I was
You know
saying
what
that
I'm
too. I was
saying?
just keeping that to myself.
You
I'm
know
like,
what I mean?
Oh, this
get me off these
nigga.
TikToks. I know talking that.
But that comes with wisdom. Like that's why women. But like she said, like women doesn't learn this stuff till later. You know,
And it's sad though.
it is sad.
It
And
is.
then, and the
It's
Simps again. Back to the Simps again. The Simps spoil these women, give them all this attention for nothing.
Absolutely
So
nothing.
that
this
part.
come back to the original part of it. The Sims spoil, give all this attention, and resources with no return. So when they come into a relationship, they think the man that they have should do the same thing. You know, what I mean, the DMs are filled up like, oh, I got my DMs is full. I'm like, okay, who cares? The
Hey,
man that you
Kevin.
want is not the man that you want. You're not gonna get because you think every man is the same. Every man that's not the same. The dudes that in the
Exactly.
DMs, you don't want these guys.
Right.
Hey,
Right.
Kev. Hey, Patty.
Hey, Jane.
What's
Hi,
the deal,
Yo-Yo. Hi, BK.
Jane?
Hi, BK. I like this one. I like everything about simp conversations.
That motherfucker.
That burst of energy came out of nowhere. That was funny. They called me off guard.
Yeah, I
She's
like
like, you
the
just went right
simp
up my alley. I can't wait to
conversation.
tag this one.
Yes, Lord.
Listen,
Man,
I love when Jane go to talking about the simp conversations because it be great. And the things that she do to the simps be amazing.
Mm-hmm. Well, not well. I ain't even gonna say that because I ain't even gonna put him out there because I done had to block him because he went to my platform. So now he's a trick. So he
mm,
can no longer have regular conversation with me up here. There's another trick, and we used to have regular conversation. He said he wanted his passport and all this other stuff, and then he ended up falling in love with OF pictures. So,
Oh,
um, if a
Oh
simp is
my.
considered a real man, you're not marrying them. Simps are not men. I don't know what a real man is, but a simp is definitely not a man. They have their own special category.
hey, tell them other girls that that's a real man right there. He's taking up for me. He's not holding me accountable.
yeah.
Uh-uh.
They're dangerous. They're insecure, dangerous. They do have a
Mhm.
return, but the return is very short-lived and temporary.
Uh-huh.
It's like buying a brand new car. Once you pull that plastic off the steering wheel, the car no longer matters anymore once you drive it off the lot. That's how simps operate. They like that temporary lust, and they think that it's love, and they usually have a motive behind
Mm.
everything that they do, because
Uh-huh.
nobody deserves all that admiration that I see the simps doing just to receive it because they're a woman. Like
Right.
that's
Can
crazy.
we call a spade real quick? Because the women that love these simps, do you not realize that the simps are like the dangerous ones? Because they're extra
Hmm.
nice. Those are the ones that
Exactly.
when y'all want to break up or y'all want to get away, those are the ones that are stalking you. Those are the ones that are gonna be abusive. Those are the ones that
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. But nobody want to talk about that. Yeah, he pay your bills, but he also knock you upside your head too.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's it.
Facts. Because
And
I
we get
married a
blamed for
simp.
them though.
I
Yeah.
married
We
a
get caught
simp,
all
Patty.
men when it come to that. That's the point. That's the funniest thing about that.
Hmm.
I married a simp that was 17 years older than me. That whenever I needed him to come to me in the very beginning of the relationship, we lived 2 hours away, both in the military. I would call him at 2 o'clock in the morning, know he has to get up for PT at 4. And he would come rushing out there to come and get me. Flowers
Oh,
all the time, pulled out my chair, opened my door, spoke nicely to me. And I got sick at his house and I went to the living room to go lay down. And he came to the living room like he was Superman. He also flung me in that living room over the couch.
oh,
So for the women that proclaim that they want a man that is giving them all this attention or giving them all of these accolades or whatever it is they are claiming to be receiving, they have to ask themselves, what did I do to necessarily earn it to the point where it has to be this grand, or what made me so special in this moment? If something is too perfect, it's because it's not true. Only thing they're doing is mimicking off of what you're saying. They're listening just a little bit, just to, repeat it in a conversation to act like they're actively listening. And they're going to do everything they can to hook you. And once they hook you, that's it. It's going to be abuse, whether it's verbal, financial, physical, emotional, mental, you know.
mm, mm.
Listen, I think a simp is just as dangerous as a pookie. But you know,
One night,
that's just me.
them Sims are the one night. They got one girl and they make her their own world.
Mm. Mm.
So let me ask you this: say,
I mean,
if
all of
you,
them still so far. It's no separation. I don't look at it that way. I mean, a Pookie can still be a simp. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be a high value simp. You know what I'm saying? Like they all
Oh
the
yeah,
same
facts.
thing. And
yeah,
I mean, a
we can't
Pookie,
separate that. It's literally a behavior. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
it's a
So
mindset.
yeah,
I thought
them all
Pookie.
the
I thought.
same.
Hold
Yeah.
on. So I thought Pookie was a player. I thought Pookie was a player. I got a bunch of kids.
I mean, it still could be a simp. He still could be a simp.
But I thought they were the broke ones. I thought the Pookie was
Cause,
the broke
'cause I
motherfucker who
look at
got
okay, I
10
look at it
kids.
this way. Then, if you doing anything to try to, or you gotta go out your way, right, to get some punani, and you can't address like negative behaviors and oh girl, this is all that. That's that. I feel like that's simp behavior. I don't. Maybe I'm got the definition wrong, but I feel like that's what simps do. You know what I'm saying? Can't hold nobody accountable. You gotta do all this just to get some punani. I feel like that's simp.
Let things fly. You
You
adhere
let
to that.
everything all right.
You know? I mean,
Them
and
simps are so precious. Oh, just use them. Just use them up and do that in the first like month, because that's the only time that they're gonna pretend to be good. Just use them. That's what they're meant for.
hey Jane, you had you a good simp because you called me at 2 o'clock in the morning, you won't get no ounce.
That part.
Not
She
my
come to
boy
work.
Tooshay, boy.
No
He
ounce.
said, you a lover boy, Tooshay, you know, son. Well, I don't know.
Back
Yeah.
in the day when I was playing around, I'd be like leaving the club. I got my 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock joint. I would call it, say, "Yo, I'm leaving the club. You up? Okay, doors open."
Mm-hmm.
And
It,
that's a simp right there. That's a simp for a woman.
Oh no, I'm leaving the club at 2, 3 in the morning. You
And
it
good?
not,
she's waiting for you.
hey, is
See,
this
Hell
now
simp?
yeah,
you
she's gonna
know
be with me.
this how you know he lying because the dance hall parties don't stop until like 5.
No, I'm talking about here in the States.
Oh yeah, that's true. They're done by 2, 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Last call is at 2:30.
Last call
And you know,
forever.
it's
2 o'clock.
crazy is for the women that open the door at 2 o'clock in the morning, right? They don't realize that this man really was just hitting on like 4 chicks in the club that he was trying to take home. His first
Mm-hmm.
A string shorty didn't pick up. His B string shorty doing something else, so he had to fall through for you because he knew damn well that you'll open up the door because you just happy this nigga here. It's
Yeah,
wild.
'cause them are the ones that are afraid to go out and find a man. Them are the ones that would take any man. They don't care
Fact.
what he doing.
So let me ask you this, guys. This so none of you guys done about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning joint. They can call after the club.
Back in the day, I
Okay,
say,
that's
I
what I'm gonna
say
say. Back in the
back
day,
in,
like
back in the day.
every man
Wait,
gotta
say
go
it
to that
again.
food.
What was the question?
If you have about 2:30, 3 o'clock,
Oh, you
like
talking? You
leaving the club at two
uh
thirty in the morning, 3 o'clock, and you got nothing that night, and you can call this joint and you can go over there. She come open door for
mm,
you. You never had
She
that.
gonna she gonna leave it unlocked and
have
then
I?
make you
Um,
breakfast,
I'm
but
about
you're
to
not even staying the
I'm
night.
about to sit back here and tell y'all got the definition of a simp completely wrong.
No, don't try to make it change the fit
I
your narrative. I like
no
people like to do that
no
too, though.
no
They
no
make it.
no no. I ain't
But I'm gonna
trying to.
listen. I'm gonna hear you out.
Yeah, because you already started talking. Slow. What it say? Quick to listen, slow to speak.
I
Yeah,
got you. I ain't
yeah,
say nothing. I didn't
yeah.
even say nothing.
So listen.
I had to learn from earlier because I
One,
got tricked twice earlier, so I'm
yeah,
not about to
yeah.
get tricked for a third time.
You go be wrong, and you go be mad that you gotta admit that you wrong. Don't do this. Don't do this. Now it's a definition. It's a difference between being a simp for your girl, and then you just a dumb and a sucker, right? The suckers is the ones that sitting there just doing stuff, and they know that deep down inside it ain't going nowhere, but yet they continue to do something in hopes that the girl go see. Those are the suckers. The simp
So,
for his girl, you could be a simp for your girl, right? That means this is my woman, this is the one that I'm dealing with. Yeah, if my girl call me at 2 in the morning, yes, I'm gonna. And you, when we agreed to be like exclusive, yes, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna do stuff as because you my girl. Like, but that I don't think. I mean, call it a simp for your girl, I guess. But
does she send
I
for you though?
what? Yeah,
Okay, as long as you say the other end, I'm only hearing one side.
no, but see, now you're trying to play devil's advocate though, because you trying to say, well, what are they doing it for you? But then you supposed to
Yeah,
just do stuff out the kindness of your heart, right? You said that many a times.
And I'm saying, if you do stuff out the
but
kindness of
not
your
get
heart, and
used either though.
wait up, slow to speak, quick to listen. What I'm getting at is what y'all are saying right now. Them is wolves, and they just they sitting here and they gaslighting women to get to where they need to get to, or whatever the case. But those are not simps. Like if my homies call me a simp for my girl, I don't care because I'm gonna make sure that she's good because she gonna make sure that I'm good. What y'all are describing, oh, well, they could call you at 2 a.m. or they doing this or that. Those is wolves in sheep clothing. They just hiding who they are to get to where they need to get to. But those aren't simps.
See, I don't think a good man loving his woman correctly or a good woman loving her man correctly would be simping. I feel like that's just mature, healthy, adult love. Like that's real
But
love.
that's what I'm saying. But
But a
that's what they
simp
call
is
a
getting.
simp.
But touche, what we're saying, a simp is it's a one-way street, right? So if the man giving all the attention and resources to the woman and not get nothing
Then
back,
that's not
that's
a
a simp.
that's then I'm correct. I'm correcting y'all. That's not a simp. That's a sheep in wolf's clothing. That's just somebody
That
using you. But that's
no.
not a simp.
No,
That's still that's the
simp.
biggest sin when you don't get nothing out of it. When you think it, or the idea of getting it, that's the biggest
No,
sin
that's
when you
a
don't even get
sucker.
nothing out
That's
of
a
it.
sucker. A sucker is
A
when
Because
you
there's
ain't
dudes
simp
that
getting
do that
nothing
on
out
the
of it.
line that
literally.
don't get nothing, and they just take up
Yeah,
for women for
but
no reason.
it's a
Oh no,
that's a
baby, you
sucker.
don't it ain't that's simp. That's a simp.
No, that's a sucker.
But what you said, okay, the other thing I'm gonna take that back then because I thought about that about like players and stuff. They can't be they not simps though because they know what they doing.
Yeah,
So I
a player
guess
can't be a
yeah,
simp.
yeah,
They
I
just
get you.
Just like
I had
they
to
if
take
you're
playing the
that
in
back.
a
game.
if you're in a monogamous relationship with someone and you're doing something for your partner, that's your partner that you're courting. But a simp doesn't usually get to that point of courtship. And if they do, they usually turn because of their insecurities. A simp wears
Mm.
his heart on his sleeve. A simp will
Oh,
do
I'm a simp.
anything for any woman. A simp will sit there and believe a woman after 2 weeks and say he loves her. A simp has motives. When somebody
I'm a
is
simp.
dating and you to take care of them in any capacity.
Mhm.
Of
But
course, you're
that's what
going to want to cook for them because both of y'all got to eat. So
but
that's
that's what
not
we call
simping.
simp.
That's
So
being
that
an
is
no. That's an understanding. A simp has a motive, and usually those relationships are very short lived. That's why most simps are single, if not all, by this time.
no. I think most people are
Some of them
single is
married
because
though.
deep down inside, not every yeah, some like. But that's
Yes,
what I'm saying.
man. I
What
will
we
call
call
them simps.
what maybe
Those are
well no, I
doormats.
wouldn't call them simps. Them is doormats. You just a yes person. I'm saying what
A
I'm
simp
saying
is a
is
doormat.
whenever
All right, that's all I'm
A
saying.
okay
All
simp,
right.
well then
a
okay
simp's
well then
someone that
a simp is not that because like my friends would call me a simp because I would be willing to do a lot for my girl,
well then they
but my
just
girl
using
was
that
willing to
word
do a lot for
they
me.
they using that word
No,
completely
but
wrong.
But it depends though. Like it
okay,
depends on
well
the
no.
circumstance. Because it's like I'm just gonna put it this way then. Because I can get it. I think it's a deeper definition with that because it is some dudes that just like I thought this one dude was saying earlier, where it just seemed like that if he was scared to tell his woman no, he was like because he don't think he gonna get no buns or he gonna
He's just a
put in the
doormat.
doghouse. I feel like that's still like some type of simp behavior because how you so scared to say
Oh
no?
yeah, I don't know about that
But my
because he's a
man's cleared it
doormat.
up though earlier though. But that's what I had thought.
I, but he's a doormat. He's letting her run
I
over
mean,
A
it's
him.
dudes that
doormat
do
Like
is
that
a
in
he don't have
relationships.
simp.
no.
A doormat is
Yeah,
a
but that's what I'm
simp.
saying.
That's
That's
a simp is a doormat.
all
It's
right.
different forms of
I'm
being a
gonna tell you.
simp.
I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all in California. That's not a simp. It's somebody who just always booed up with their person. So maybe it's a different
It's
definition where
not
y'all are
maybe
at.
with
But
your
out
maybe
here,
with your group of friends or acquaintances because there's many different forms of being a simp.
Yeah,
If you're around people that say, "Oh, you did something for your girl today," they're just haters or they're very, very
and they
abusive.
not your friend.
They
Yeah.
not
right.
your
Yeah,
friend.
you could do
all right.
something for
They
your
Well,
not.
so
girl.
then
It's simple.
I'm gonna just agree
A
to
simp
disagree.
is a,
Say out here, what
a simp is attention and resources with nothing in return. That's the simp.
is that the definition?
Go
Hmm.
look it up. I know that's the definition in the street.
I just asked you. I asked you the question. Did you look at?
No, I didn't look it
Did you
up,
look
but
it
that's
up?
that's the definition.
Okay. Okay.
If you're giving
Okay.
attention and resources to some woman with no return, that's the simp.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
Okay.
same.
Mhm.
simple.
Yep.
That's what
Okay.
they
A
call
simp
it.
the one
I mean,
that
like I said,
that
in,
that
in
calls the
California, we call
girl
that like a sucker.
Well, that's what
You a
it is
sucker.
too. But
Right.
it's
That's a
Or
valid
simple.
or a
definition for it.
foolish person. A
Yeah,
person that's
a foolish.
foolish.
Yeah.
but like I said, out here
Hi,
we don't
Wednesday.
call simps that. That's a simp to us is somebody who like, oh, you be simping. Like, but it's not
You
even
talk
on a
about
like
like
hateful word.
when they be saying punani whipped and stuff, something like that.
Well, boo loving.
Yeah, like, oh, look at you. Oh,
That was
you
before.
like,
That
bro,
was
I
before
came to
Simp
my shit.
came
Like,
out.
yeah,
Simp just came out some maybe a couple years ago.
they
This
changed it. So
generation
they
Social media
changed
era
the
on
word.
word
TikTok.
simp. Simp has been out forever.
No,
Huh?
it ain't.
We've been we've been saying simp forever.
What? I don't remember
When I
that.
was in high school, we were saying simp in high school.
Shit, I
Mm.
learned that shit 2 years ago.
I about to say I learned
Me,
2 years
Yeah,
me
ago
too.
too.
so
Me
We
too.
us
'Cause
women, us women call it digmatized. I don't know about people calling it simp
hmm
concerning. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I
we
used to
know.
call it punani whip. Right,
even to
exactly.
go even
Or
further, we used to be saying
intimidated.
like you whipped. Like, oh, you whipped. Oh, she got you
Whipped,
whipped, bro.
yeah.
So what I'm saying is we've been saying that's why I just said on the where I live at, we've been saying simp since high
Mm.
But
school.
if you
I'm 32
whipped
years
over
old now.
somebody or like you all up under them, that's the beginning phase of the
Thank you, Hormiga.
relationship. That's not being a simp. That's because you're truly interested and you're not only,
I
getting some
mean,
But
if
niggas
it's
that's
off
how
only the
we
you too.
play with
You're
punani,
each
that's
with
other.
them. It's a
whipped.
lust. It's like a
But
lust inside.
That's
that's how we
yeah,
play
more of a
with each
lust
other.
thing. Yeah.
It's like being
We played
in
with each
love.
other like
Like
that all in high school.
say high school. When did you graduate?
We had, but I graduated 2009 or 2008. I can't
Oh
remember.
wow.
But I'm telling you, we've been using
Mm.
simp. We've been using simp. Simp was used when I was a
Yeah,
kid.
I,
but
That's why y'all saying y'all just now. Y'all. That's why y'all saying y'all just now hearing the word simp. We've
yeah,
been
no,
using
but
we
simp.
heard it just not about
I never
men
heard it
like
till 2 years
being
ago.
into their
Being
women.
good, right? Being good men to their women.
Yeah, that. But
We've always used simp like the men that call the chick and the chick be like what you doing? And you be like, nothing, just trying to figure out how I'm gonna pay my rent. And then he go, oh, don't worry about it, baby, I got you. But you don't get to lay your
oh
head
no, he a
there.
sucker.
You don't, right? But what I'm saying is like, so the different generations, right? So for us, simp, sucker, that was that. It was all grouped into one, like a paymaster, all of that, a sugar daddy, all of that was grouped into simp. You get what I'm saying?
I
Then
mean,
like it got turned
I hear
into
you, right?
something. Simp got
I
turned
hear you.
into something being like
Something
negative,
else.
right? So when
Oh
you loving
yeah.
your woman correctly, now you a simp. Now that's wild. Because whoever's
But we.
looking at you like you
But
loving your girl correctly as being a simp, then they lost in the sauce.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When we were younger, like it was just a kiddie thing to say when we seen each other booed up with each. Oh, look at you! You probably simping on the phone right now, over there sitting there talking. But we were. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know when did this. Hormiga says this word took a new form within 2 or 3 years. But like I said, we was using these decades when we were like wearing big baggy shirts and big baggy jeans. Like we had been using
I
that.
mean, you
So that's why
can
when y'all
you can
say
see in black and white movies that they was using that word many, many years ago, like when our parents were young. But I thought it was the same thing as, you know, if you're a simp, then you're being
right.
you're
Hmm.
not supposed to be taken
I think it's
seriously.
evolving
Mhm.
too, though. The more these years
You suck
go
it
on,
up.
because now it's like simps are starting to not hold people accountable now, to make excuses for. And I'm not gonna even play funny now. I mean, I ain't gonna play. I'm gonna be straight. Not hold women accountable, or not. They make an excuse for their behaviors and all that. Actually, that's the same thing, but backwards though. But
Well,
basically,
maybe I'm a simp because I don't hold nobody. Like I can only hold people around me accountable. We've had this conversation definitely multiple times. I'm only holding people around me
how do you
accountable.
hold
I
somebody you
have
don't
boundaries for
see
people.
accountable anyway? Hey, you in
Yeah,
India?
like how do you like yeah, like you tell that's like me coming out saying, Sam, I'm holding you accountable because Sam is I don't even know Sam. I can't hold her accountable for anything, but I can set my boundaries to not communicate with her because this,
So
that, and
you
the
say,
third.
okay, put it
Like
this way, right? Because we can hold each other accountable, right? It's simply just flat out
only
like
people
tell her, oh, I
around
feel
you.
like, hey, you got an attitude problem. I'm not wrong if I see you snapping or something like, or even just telling somebody to chill out. That's still holding them accountable. Hey, bro, it
Right.
ain't worth it or something like that. That's still holding them accountable.
But let's just be real here.
I'm not gonna agree.
Simping in real life and simping on TikTok is two completely different things. Because simping on TikTok is wild. we don't know each other, but we be in these panels all day long, seeing the same folks over and over again, having discussions. And if a man can come out of his mouth and be like, you can't judge that woman because she was twerking on a child, you don't know her struggle. Sir, you a simp. What are you talking about? You can definitely hold her accountable because
Yeah.
she doing something destructive to the community.
Right. That's what I'm meaning, right? You don't know what she
If
been
you
through.
like,
That's her
what do you have
skill.
to? That's not her skill. Like, why is this woman twerking at a gas station? Man, pump your gas and
Mm.
get the hell on.
Because that's, I mean, I don't know. Me and Kid always clash at this. I let people live their life. I just wouldn't deal with them in my life. Like, I'm
Until
sorry.
you have your own
I don't
kids,
even.
then you be like, oh, dang,
I'm trying
No,
to.
until I
get
have
that away
my
from my
own kids, I
kids.
would just teach my kids not to be like I would just be like, hey, that ain't cool. Like, I mean, that's not cool,
Mm.
bro.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna say this, and what I'm reading and what I've read, you can also be a simp in a relationship.
That's what I said.
I said no. I said that. I remember I said that. I said when we were
You
younger
just,
and you had a boo, you was a simp. That's how we played with
No.
you.
no, we not
What
saying it like
okay,
that.
Meaning
let me
like
give you the
We saying,
definition. It's
No,
by
we talking
giving
about
her
like your woman
compliments
eating all the time,
when
and
you
you be like, I
when
love
you
her.
giving her when you giving her compliments, never challenge her on anything. That's a simp
that's what I
behavior.
said. Right.
Oh yeah, they done changed the whole definition of
I
simp.
no,
told you it
that's what it's
evolved.
No, no,
It
no, 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 no.
evolved.
become.
As
It
you
ain't the
read
They
same.
done changed it.
what Kels just said, you read a little deeper, it gives you so many acronyms that gives you a definition of different types of simps. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
The
and
main
I
definition,
didn't have to
the
read this stuff. That's what make it worse.
right,
It's just paying attention to what's going on. You could tell that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? You could tell that even that definition has evolved. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise they ain't got no other words to call it.
right.
Okay, so just like old boy on Why Did I Get Married? The 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 muscular one that had the baby mother, but what's shorty name?
Michael Jai
Michael
White.
J.
Yeah, the one whose wife was like always like, nah, shut the hell up. We doing this
Yep.
Simp.
my way. That
Simp.
He
that was
been
that is
he
a
been a
simp
simp.
in a relationship.
Because
Yep.
he couldn't tell her anything. He couldn't talk to her. He couldn't
Anything.
say what how he really
Exactly. That was
felt. So
perfect.
he just kept quiet and allow her to do whatever she wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
what he do is keep his emotions intact and run to his boys. You should be anything. You know what I'm saying? You got to hold her accountable for all her actions.
You
Vice
Hmm.
got no
versa, she
frame.
gonna hold you accountable.
You got no frame.
You
That's
know?
No,
crazy.
But
no
the
standard. No
crazy
He
thing
frame.
is
was
though,
a simp.
if you use
He was a simp until he choked her.
facts, but again,
But
still
that's what
simp.
they do.
That's what it. But in
He was a
That's what
simp
Touche's,
until
simps
you
do,
choked
don't
her out, huh?
if you
They still.
using if you're using Touche's definition, then a lot of people would feel like old boy from Different World, Dwayne. They would have said to him, "Oh, you a simp for your girl," when in all reality, he was masculine, healthy. You know what I'm saying? Like, look how he would correct
you?
Whitney with no problem. If Whitney
Right.
miss, I'm gonna do what I want to do. You can't tell me nothing. Look how quickly she folded for a man that was like, "Nah, we doing it this way. This is how we gonna do it." And she was like, "Okay, daddy." You get what I'm saying? Like that.
Right. Yeah. He put her in check a lot of times on a different world. Even when they
Facts.
was just talking. Well, actually when he liked her, she just do everything she wanted.
He said, and I've been watching sports before I met you, Whitney. And if you ever say something to me like that again, I'll drop you like a bad habit.
Facts. And she was like,
I'm like,
hold
and
on,
when you
let me get
talk
right.
Oh, I
disrespect,
remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. I
but
remember
I
that.
don't. I mean, like I said, I'm surprised that the definition evolved the way it did
I'm not.
because I mean,
Me either.
I
I
am
don't
because
think it ever
how simp
evolved.
go
I've
from
been knowing it to be that since I was younger. And I was hearing my dad use that with his friends in the kitchen.
Facts.
Like
Oh,
it's a word that's been out. I think you guys are evolving it,
No.
because I
I
didn't know
mean,
it
no,
just meant I
yeah,
mean, I
it's
don't think it needs I think that's more of a
yeah,
that's more of an issue than anything else because that's primarily just loving on your girl.
yeah, it's evolved. It has evolved because I'm looking at the definition and they got it in four or five different ways of saying sip. You know what I mean? It's you know what I mean? I don't think it's the people, it's just the definition involved.
hmm.
But the behavior is the same, right?
Yeah,
They
I
give
mean,
attention for no with no return.
right.
It is what it is.
Maybe
Well,
California
I'm
put
gonna
it on
tell
the
y'all like
map. I
this.
mean, we said conversate so many times they put it in the dictionary. So,
Yeah,
California might have put it
yeah.
on the map for that, but that's sad though.
But that word is banned. That word is banned on Twitch now. You know that, right? Like on Twitch, because the other guys give these girls that play games on Twitch. That word is banned on Twitch.
Hmm.
As it should be, because I might lose money that way.
I mean,
You know,
Cause
it's
I ain't
getting
gonna lie
bad.
to y'all, I'm a simp. Because for my girl, I'm gonna make sure she good.
And she gonna
You
make sure
know,
you're good. That ain't sipping though. I
yeah. No,
mean,
I'm gonna be a
Right,
simp
as
damn.
long as
because
as long as the return is being validated on both ends, that's not
Right,
sipping.
facts.
Now, if
exactly.
You,
you're in a relationship and all you're doing is giving, now you're simping because ain't
yep.
nothing coming out of it.
now you a sucker.
All I'm saying,
No,
you
that's
should be
not
able to
being
check
no
your girl. That's
sucker.
all I'm saying. Y'all should be able to check one another. But if you
Right.
scared
Right.
to check somebody because you scared you ain't gonna get no punani, that's where the simp come in at.
Kev, stop. That's not for everybody. Some people can be a simp, and if they want to know who I am, they can always just come over. You know what I'm saying? I give you a little information. You know, because some just they not gonna recover, Kev. We can't take everybody with us.
Right.
The boat
You
ain't that
can't you
deep.
can't tell Kevin that. Kevin trying to save everybody, even the people that are
He
holding
said
signs.
everybody gotta be
Even the
saved. We
people
be
that are
like,
holding
Kev, you
signs
can't
like,
save
I
them
don't
all.
want to be saved. He's like,
Captain
no, yes
Save.
you do.
I
Come on.
love
What's
getting
that?
paid listening
What's
to the
that?
simp stories about how they can't tell their wives this. What does it mean when I haven't had sex in like 2 years?
She
I
cheating.
love it.
That's
I
Let
crazy.
love
me,
it.
boy,
What does it mean when she has her boobies out in the pool? Like I like hearing these
That
stories.
mean you that mean you a sucker and she playing with
He
you
a
because she
whole
don't think that you
simp.
you a sucker.
I refuse to be in any type of relationship if I ain't getting no poo poo. Don't worry about it. You won't get nothing
They be
else.
in
I'm
whole
mad he
marriages,
just
and
called
that's
it
the
poo poo.
poo poo.
I call it fat mouth.
Not the poop
But you
shoot.
know what? But you know what? They are the ones that everybody say they high value men.
Who?
Mm,
Do what
Who?
now?
Ouch.
mm.
That's the high value men.
Who?
For
Most of
some,
them.
for some
That's
women want that.
a lot of women want that, and I don't know why. Because if they only knew the high value men, they get bored. They can have any woman that they want when they're in high value, not this 6 figure. Because if you make 100,000, you're spending 24,000 on taxes. That's
Mm.
not. I mean, you're still not making six. So when it comes down to it, I'm talking about like the men that have enough. They've been all over the world. They met so many different women. They've had so many different escapades, and they are bored. And a lot of them are doing some strange things, not
Mm-hmm.
strange
Change.
things, but they're insecure and
Mm,
they're simps.
mm.
I told you could be
I ain't
rich
gonna
ones.
lie
I
to
said
y'all.
that.
Yeah,
Said that
you
earlier.
did. You said it.
I ain't gonna lie to
The
y'all.
high
I'd have
value.
been all
I
over the
literally
world.
said that to her.
I
I
mean, I
was
don't
only
know,
wrong
man. Like
about
I
that
said,
the player thing. I think I was kind of reaching on that one, so I had to think about it a little bit more. Yeah.
Kev, you be reaching a lot.
Man,
You be
he love
reaching
to
a
hear
lot.
me. That boy love when he hear me wrong, man. This is
Yeah, yeah, because you be wrong and loud at the same
okay.
time.
Cool.
You be
That's
like,
cool.
oh
That's
my
cool.
god,
You can't talk to him like that until his box get little.
Oh Lord.
You gotta respect the big box now.
man,
'Cause
Say wait till the box when
man.
it's
Kev,
small
I
you
said
again.
gotta
Then
what I
you
said.
when it's small again, then you can do it. But right now he in his high
can.
But
life
Kev,
and
you
shit.
need to
You gotta
turn
let him
because
rock.
you wrong, Kev. You need to turn your box small for 5 minutes so I can say what I gotta say.
I know you love that,
Cause I
man.
can't say
Hey, he
what I
love
gotta
when I'm
say.
wrong, man, because me and him never be agreeing on.
Boy, you can't the sky is blue because the ocean is. You be like, but what if it's really purple? And then
No, heck,
look,
no,
the
I'm not gonna say
dynamic
no.
said,
No, I say facts. I'm trying to make it seem like I don't say no. Don't do that.
hey Kev,
No,
Kev, I'm
you gonna make it seem like it's purple. Because what about if you look at it from this
yeah,
angle?
yeah, it's
It
purple on
ain't
my
wrong.
world. I don't care. I don't care what nobody. You know me, Kev, 10 toes. I'm gonna say what I want.
Maybe y'all just colorblind.
Exactly. Because I'm an individualist and I think the sky is purple. That's what you do. I'm actually
Yep.
talking about a
In my
blue sky.
eyes, in my eyes, it's purple. I don't care what you're talking
Exactly. That's
about. In
what
my
you.
eyes, it's
You
purple.
ain't telling me different. That's how you be.
In my
I got
eyes, it's purple,
I got
sir.
a question to ask
You
y'all
say from the
right
West
quick.
Coast, right? So that's a West Coast weather too. Probably the West Coast, because West Coast is different.
Hey,
Look at
I'm just,
DJ trying to help out. DJ, no.
I'm just kidding. I'm
Okay.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Can I ask y'all a question right quick, if that's okay with Kev?
what's up?
And it's not on the
Go ahead.
subject, but I really need to know if I'm tripping or not.
I'm so scared.
Um,
Bro, I'm scared too.
You
My
about to
stomach just
ask,
start hurting.
are you, I feel
is
like
it
if you about to
wrong to
ask, are you
want?
tripping, you tripping.
Is it wrong to want a relationship that's like super private? Like, to not settle until you have a relationship that's like extremely private? Like, is
And
it wrong to put
no,
that as a
Mm-mm,
requirement?
no,
No.
mm-mm,
it's not.
mm-mm.
That's
What the
Okay.
that
heck?
that
I
should be a
prefer that. I think that's the
right.
healthiest.
That's what I
Right.
want.
That's the best.
I think
That's the best until you
I think
know facts. Then you know 100% sure that this is where y'all are going. You know what I mean? You don't want to put something out there in the atmosphere and then it come back null and void. Then you have to worry about what everybody thinks. Have everybody gonna have their opinion. So just wait, chill.
Even if it's gold, and just like how
Fuck
Petty
how
said
they
earlier, I
said.
like how she said it too. I mean, keep it private. What's the point? Nobody don't need to know everything for real. What's the point?
That's what I want.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna say this: you need to find somebody who got the same mindset, because I'm big on saying be loud, quiet. So if I'm rocking with you and we rocking for sure, then I'm not about to be quiet about this, and
There you
everybody else
go,
can be mad
opposite
about whatever
head.
they're gonna be mad
For
about.
you.
I don't care.
Like we don't have to like change any statuses on social
Uh,
media. We don't have to be a part of everything with each
Thank
other.
you.
We can learn from each other. Don't
That
tell
sounds
your
like an
family
adult
nothing.
relationship.
Thank
right.
And
you.
right.
Mature.
And,
Mature.
Preach.
you know what I'm saying?
Adult.
Yep.
Yeah, and really getting to know that person. And but I like a private person now. It just seems like everybody posts their food. Everybody posts
Yeah.
if
Every
they went for a walk.
I'm very
Everybody
private.
posts if they went to the beach. You know, it's everything is a show, and I
Don't
don't
be
want
throwing
what's
shade at me,
personal
Jane.
to be
I
a
made a story about us at the beach. Okay, we was happy.
no.
I'm
Now
not gonna.
this,
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not talking
I
about
feel
you,
like if
Hey,
you.
Petty.
I
wasn't we
feel like
just
if you
talking
want to
about this
be.
earlier, Petty? Though that's crazy.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about it's no, not you, Petty. You married, and if you have fun, you have fun. I'm talking about, and I used to post now and then what I was doing with my ex-husband and stuff like that, but it wasn't like these
Every
things are
day,
like
all day
every
long.
day. It's like regular restaurant. You go on
Yeah.
Ruth Chris, here you go taking pictures of the steak. Why are you taking pictures of the
Mm.
steak to show everybody that you ate steak? Now you got somebody wishing food poisoning on you. You know, that
Because
Oh
part
my.
type of
you know
spell
That's
why?
how
check.
I be.
You know why people do that? They try to get validation, and their situation is unhappy.
Hmm. I
Hmm.
just said that.
And you know the
Cause
worst part
You
about
just
that though?
yes,
It, when they don't get
I'm
the
gonna
answer
disagree.
or the thing they want to be like, why y'all in our business? What the?
but
right,
you put us
I'm.
in your
I'm gonna
right.
business.
disagree.
I know
I
I'm a
mean.
steak guy.
You
I feel
know,
like
I
if
love steak.
social media is social media. Like y'all have. If y'all don't want nobody to know y'all business, then don't have a
That
social
be making
media.
me too mad. As soon as you get some negative response, but that's none of
you
your business. And then you got the people helping in the background. That's none of y'all
right,
business, anyways.
right. I
What?
mean, you can have
What's
a
the
social
problem?
media account,
Right.
but you know,
And right.
Let's
And
let's
Petty,
just be
your social,
your
let's just
marriage has
be
been for a while, right? You know
fair.
what I'm saying? You got years with your man. I'm talking about like it's so like if me and my
started
future spouse want to take pictures, yeah, we gonna take pictures. We go to Jamaica, wherever we go, we gonna
right.
take pictures, we gonna have fun. But I'm talking about it's so uncomfortable when you're vetting somebody. This is the third date, and here you go sitting beside me, taking pictures of the food, wanting to take pictures
Oh
together,
yeah, that's
wanting to
crazy.
like
Oh, I get that. You got
that's
to be
I can't
you
weird
got
stand
to
to
be
it.
me.
careful with that shit too, though, Jane, because
That's annoying.
you know how people get. Oh, you don't love me because you didn't post me on social
Yeah,
media. Wait,
I'm not
what?
running into that
I heard
anyways.
that.
That's one of my red flags.
You
Attention
don't
horse. I don't.
you
I'm good on
Yep.
that.
I
you don't
cannot
love
stand it.
me. You
I
don't
cannot
love me
stand
because
it.
you didn't change your relationship status. You didn't tell people. First of all, that's wild.
Red
Yeah,
You
flag.
can love me. You can
red.
love me as loud as you want to, and we still be private as fuck. Like
Right.
There you go.
Our relationship should be between us.
should be
Hey,
It
between
thank you.
should
us.
That's
have
all
to
I
And
care
be.
about.
I'll keep it
That's
all the
one thing that
way.
I lost. That's why I lost my. That's one reason why I'm not married. Right there. We ain't got to post everything on Facebook.
So I always tell my girl like, any girls I'm dating, I'm like,
We don't
yo, we will go on
necessarily.
dates.
Let's go ahead
I'm
and
gonna have
let's
dinner.
let Tooshay talk real quick. Let's go ahead and eat
There
him
you
up
go,
real quick. I'm
touche.
talking.
I don't. You
I
know,
know
bro.
you about
Once
to say.
again, you know,
I
I
don't
don't
care.
care.
Mhm.
I stay at 10
You know,
toes.
I don't care
I'm going
because
on dates. I'm a date
exactly.
guy.
I'm gonna stay 10 toes because at the end of the day, I feel like this. Right? We don't have to post a lot of stuff, but if we not posting each other, and that's not something that we openly open with our love about, when we get married, don't post that wedding dress and that wedding ring. When we when we get further down the line, don't get to posting stuff again. Like, let's not start that because that's not how we started.
No,
Like, I feel like when you start go ahead, go y'all.
when you
Go ahead.
when you get in a relationship, in the beginning of a relationship, you're supposed to have to mutually agree. Say, hey, babe, you know what? Hey, right now I'm not comfortable with posting us on Facebook or wherever the case may be. Okay, you don't know what will happen 10 years from now, 5 years from now. Your view may change. So you go with the flow when the things change. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be one way and one way only. At some point, you're going to evolve. You're going to change your ideas, your viewpoints on certain things. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to
You know what
always
I
be sticking to your gun. I
Lord
guarantee
have
you, in
mercy.
about 5 years, in about 5 or 10 years, touche, it'll change, bro.
Hey, it's so
no,
crazy
it
too.
won't. It won't.
That's
Back
It
in the
really
day
won't
when
because
Facebook
that's
was
how we
new,
started it.
Listen, you
This
gotta
this is
understand.
how we
You gotta
started.
understand.
This
A
is
lot
how
of
we
us
went through it.
came.
This is what it's gonna be.
A
back in
lot
the
of
day
us
when
came from
Facebook,
the generation when we didn't have social media.
Social media. Thank you.
It God forbid, like if social media. So you mean to tell me, right? If social media just disappeared, does that mean you
It
love
be
your
sick.
girl less, or
You
you
It be
gotta.
love your
sick.
man less?
I love
Like,
it.
so
Pay to be on.
No,
does my
I
husband?
think
Hold on,
I
pause.
think
So
I
does that
think
mean my husband doesn't love me as much because he not posting me 24/7, or do I love him more because I might make videos of me, and him, but
that's
he
crazy.
he doesn't do
no.
that?
We
I
had
mean
heart thing. Yes,
that's
like
what
we like.
that's what fit y'all, right? If that's what works for y'all, that's what works for y'all. But what I'm saying is, if I'm 100% in, and
Right,
I'm dating with pure intent, and
right.
you're not, and you're sitting here trying to cover up for the tracks that you already, oh well, I got this person, that person. Okay, well, bro, then don't, let's not even get into that,
The,
and let's not
Oh,
play the game like people not
dog,
out here doing
okay,
Yeah,
that.
I'm
that's
No,
crazy.
okay. Can
they
I
I thought that
you
was
definitely
more
ask
like a
that
they.
was
Raymond
a
thing.
super deflect you just did,
But
man. You just
that's
didn't even notice
super.
it either.
Is
The
that a
ones
deflect or is
That
that an
was because
hold
observation?
she
on,
literally
but
made she
the
made a
ones
good
that do
one up.
that,
She said, "Imagine if you ain't had an internet." Then you said, "Well, I."
right?
Yeah.
like the,
No, that
Touche,
wasn't me
touche,
deflecting. That's
touche. Can I
me.
ask a question? Oh, that's I wouldn't consider that personally. Social media is for everybody else, right? It's really the illusion of a couple of seconds of your life or just a snapshot. And most of it's pretend because there are people behind it, not just the picture. So when it comes down to social media, so you're saying that that belongs in the foundation of a relationship, even though social media is a personal thing, unless you're creating like a couples page, which
Mm,
I wouldn't do that.
me
But
either.
it's more like a personal connection to whoever you know, and then your partners is like a personal connection to them. Why should things have to intertwine just because you're with someone? And who are you trying to impress when you do that?
Mm,
or convince.
Ooh.
mm.
Okay.
Good thing.
Well, one, I'm not trying
Because I
to
know a lot of
convince
happy social
nobody.
media couples that are unhappy in real life.
Un- at that point.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at is with me, and I'm only speaking of myself. I'm dating with pure intent, which means I don't have extra people or nothing like that. Now, y'all may not be like that, but it is a million and other people that be like, well, I just want to keep it private. And the whole time they keeping it private, they got this person, that person, this person, that person.
What?
This is
So
true.
if we not gonna post
That
it,
sounds like an
but if we
insecurity
not gonna
problem,
post,
brother.
That part.
is that not a
Nope.
fact?
No, I
It's
got it.
not
I
a
had to
fact.
speak on that, bro. That sounds like an
It's a
insecurity though.
fact.
For I ain't gonna even
So it's
lie.
not a
Okay,
fact,
so
Kev.
hold on. So
So it's not a fact, Kev.
I'm gonna just keep it real, right? Because it's a double-edged sword to that. Because yeah, you can. There's nothing wrong with showing off your partner. There's nothing wrong with showing off how much you love and how much you care. There's nothing wrong with that, right? However, though, you also leave windows and doors open because while you might be posting your girl like, "Yo, I love her. Look at all the things that she does for me." You are now opening up that door for other men to see your woman as, oh, and how good he is to you, what he does. Now you opening up windows and doors because now women are like, damn, that's what she doing. That's what he doing for her. I wonder
Uh-huh.
if he'll do it for me
Mm.
And then
Yeah,
they
but
sit on
that
social
I'm not.
media and wonder why everybody in the DMs get
in the
out of my
DMs.
man DMs because you
Yeah,
posting them. You said,
but
wait a
the
minute,
crazy
they
thing
be
about it
saying
is
he's
you don't
so
have to
great.
answer a
Look at
DM.
the flowers he just bought me. Look at the car he got me. Girl, ain't he got a big old you're advertising.
Facts. And these
Yeah.
But
people is
so
You are.
delusional. Cause just cause you love your girl that way and your girl love you that way, a lot of people looking in are gonna be like, well, damn, I wonder if I could. I wonder if I slide in the DM
Mm.
and is she gonna talk to me? Is she
And
gonna?
then
Is
Mm.
if she talked to
and
them, that
then
shows that
some
she's not for
wait,
me.
Touche, and then some are looking and they're envious and they're casting ill will upon your relationship and trying to figure out
Absolutely,
how to dismantle it.
you can't stop God's plans.
You can't stop God's plans. I don't care
This is
who you,
true.
what you
And he's
cast. You can't
convinced.
stop what
But
God
but
got
we're
for
He's
on
me.
earth.
told.
We ain't in heaven yet. We're down here with the demons. So that's what that was. You're advertising to
But
everybody,
Touche,
and you really gotta. This is the thing, and this is what I learned a long time ago. You gotta dig deep when you say something out loud. You supposed to dig deep and figure out where it's coming from, because there's a baseline to it. There's a beginning. There's a prefix. So when I say I'm a shopaholic, right? It's not that I'm a shopaholic because I love to shop. I'm a shopaholic because I have anxiety issues. That's the problem. Or I'm trying to be more than what I'm not. So when you
Right.
say I have to be posted on a social media, if we started that way, that's saying I don't even expect the relationship to evolve, because maybe we'll get past having to validate each other. Maybe we'll get to the point where we love each other so much that when we post, it's a personal choice. It's not because I have to do this because I started. That's
Right.
like keeping your
But
relationship in one
I
place.
think you should do that anyway. I think you should only post what you want to post. So I mean, if you don't want to post that, that's cool. But what I'm saying is, I'm the type of person that we start. I'm not going to change that way.
So,
That's how we started
so
out.
here's my
I'm
question,
starting
right?
out. I'm like, wait. I started out being honest, right? When I start meeting people, I'm immediately being honest, straight up front. So I'm never gonna have a reason to lie because I already told you the truth from Jump Street. I started out that way. So why would I begin to?
I
Okay,
didn't
so
know that it was
crazy.
touching.
so
Most that's some disappointment thing.
say you and your girl y'all meet like that, right? And in the beginning she's posting you and you posting her, and then all of a sudden she stops and she tells you, look, I don't want to post our relationship no more because I don't like the attention coming behind it. Are you then gonna be like, okay, cool, babe, or are you gonna automatically think now you trying to hide something?
What attention is? Oh yeah, I'm gonna ask a question. Wait, first, I respect the fact that that's what you don't want to do that. But what attention are you trying to avoid now that we done been together and we already done did
That's an
this?
Negative.
Hateful ass
insecurity.
bitches. What?
Oof, that's
That's
a
an
negative
insecurity.
attention.
That's insecure. That's
There
an
Yeah.
you go. We
insecurity.
How is that?
unlocking
Yeah.
How is
something.
that
That was a slick way
insecure?
she did it. I like how she did it.
That
That
was a
was
good question,
That's
Petty.
not
clink,
That was
clink,
a
insecure. That's
good
me
clink.
asking
question.
you.
That was a good question,
Wait,
Petty.
how is that
I
insecure?
heard it.
Because
I
I'm
seen it
asking you
coming a
all of a
mile
sudden
away
things
too. When she,
change.
Because the reason why it's insecure, bro, because for one, once she says that, it's you said out of respect, but why? You went into
Yeah,
another
because I
question.
want to know the reason.
It shouldn't be no reason. If she said I don't want to do it, that should be fine.
And that's a simp, which I was saying
Nah.
is somebody who just taking something without answering.
What?
There y'all go. Y'all burnt out. Try it again.
How is that a
Nah.
Yeah,
simp?
I'm asking
That's not a
why.
simp.
Touche,
I'm asking
touche.
why
I'm just
because I want
touche.
to know.
I'm just letting you know, sweetheart. That is insecure. For one, you don't have any controlling
Say that.
factor of
Oh.
the choices that anybody has when they want to do something. And this is the problem at hand when a great deal of people expect something different who they were. What
Right.
a simp does. Now, a simp will
Right.
So
sit
that's why.
there
So
and
me
want to
asking, me
twist
asking why for
and want to
confirmation
control the
is
narrative.
insecure.
That's controlling the narrative. That is saying that if somebody wants to be with you, they are only going to be changing based on what you would expect, based on how
Right.
you felt
No,
about
that's
that
not. I'm
situation,
asking the reason. You
and
can
they need
Jane
to
change.
is
check
good.
in
Jane is
with you.
good.
No one
And
needs to
that's
No,
check.
what I
I'm.
Wait a
said
That's
minute.
not
Wait
earlier.
a
what I'm
minute,
saying.
Touche. Nobody needs to check in with their partner to do something that they're choosing to do based on when they want to do it. Even
You
when it
don't
comes.
have
Wait a
to, but I'm
minute. Wait a
asking
minute. Wait a minute.
why.
We grown. Even when it comes down to cheating, the problem is not the fact that, oh my God, I'm so shocked. The problem is the fact that you allowed it in a situation. So the insecurity will come in as you got to check behind to see what this person is doing. No, they're going to do what they want to do based on how they feel and what they want to do at the moment. And it's your choice
Right.
whether you want to deal with it or not. But
Exactly.
showing off for social media or not having any type of evolution when it comes to the relationship, you're going to be doomed as soon as you start.
Right. Exactly. And that's what goes to show when I just said earlier, you know what I mean? Things change in a relationship. Opinions, thoughts, mood, everything changes in time. Because what you thought in a year might not what you thinking in 5 years.
Mm.
Everything changes. So we can have social media today and tomorrow we might never have social media. So you have to be able to evolve and be able to say, you know what, hey babe, you know what, I love you regardless. Even though we don't post nothing on Facebook, I'm still gonna love you. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to
Again,
adapt.
I think I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question once again. what is the problem with communicating on the reason why?
Okay, so if she goes, you know what, babe, I don't want to post this because I don't like certain attention. I don't like women in my inbox telling me things about you. I don't like men trying to holler at me. So is that
Okay,
is that okay?
that's fine, but at the end of the day, I'm in my mind,
Oh Lord.
and my thought processing is like they're gonna still be haters regardless. So why would I even stop doing what makes me happy? If I'm happy with it, oh well, so what? Everybody's gonna be upset.
But if
Okay,
Okay.
your
So
other
but
hold on,
your
hold
it's
on,
other
wait,
half
wait,
is
wait, 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 wait. So second part of the question, right?
right.
So you meet Shorty and all her pictures is extra sexy. Now you with her now. This your girl. But you met her and she was posting extra sexy pictures, right? Now y'all together and she's still posting these pictures. If you go to her and be like, babe, you know what I'm saying? You mine now. I don't really want you posting pictures like this to get attention. Everything on
I'm
your
not doing
comments
that.
is wow.
okay.
All
All
right.
You
right.
make it you make it easy for you making it easy for the Jodies and the Tyrones.
But I'm not Jody or Tyrone,
I
so
said
that's not
you
my
no
problem.
no no no. I said you're making it easy for the
I'm
Jodies
not.
and Tyrones.
I'm not making it easier for them because I'm not. I'm
Yes,
not
yes sir.
speaking for them.
Yes sir. Listen, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. You know what I mean? I don't know if you believe in temptations. I don't think you believe in anything like dealing with the Bible. But if you keep throwing bread out there
No,
to
I'm not religious.
if you keep throwing bread out there to the dog, what's the dog gonna do?
He gonna eat that bread.
Keep throwing that meat to him. See what happens.
Can I play devil's advocate and say that when Touche came in, he did advise us all that he was a simp.
Yeah,
He did say that.
I
So
he
did.
did.
I
So
did.
that's
Tim, let me ask him. So why it's so important to be on social media?
It's not. I'm just saying, if we start out like I said, I'm dating with pure intent. So everything I'm coming with when I first start dating somebody, I'm coming with straightforward. I mean, I'm telling, hey, if I run into an ex girlfriend or whatever, hey, babe, we here. I just want to let you know this and the third. So it's not no, oh, somebody can come into the relationship, hey, are pure because it is already my man already tells me the truth. He already comes to me and tell me everything, so it's not really nothing as far as like for me to second guess, this overthink or nothing. I come to you. I've been telling you the truth since we started dating, so that's what I'm saying.
okay. Okay.
Well, I'm saying though, social media, like why that's so important? Because that's what we're talking about, isn't it?
It's not important. I'm just saying if we go be on this type of time, let's be on this type of time. If we not on that type of
Is
time, then
that
we
what
not on
you
that
want
type
to
of
do,
time.
or she want to do?
That's what I'm. That's how I'm coming. If she has the option to either
Okay.
date me or not date me,
Touche, do
Okay.
you check
So
phones?
no, I'm not going through no phone. Mm-mm.
I couldn't even press it.
I don't
I'm
check
not
phones
checking
either
no
though.
phone. I'm not checking. I'm
Oh,
not checking no phone.
I'm not
okay.
checking no phone.
I have a
Would
question.
you
Okay.
check your woman's social media?
Yeah.
No, I'm not checking the social media either.
Okay. So
You
you're not
sure?
If you
checking
play, listen.
for
So my thing is,
If
okay,
I,
so how will you
if
okay,
you, if I,
if you're not checking social media, all
come
right.
on, BK.
So how will you know that what she's posting on Facebook is
that's because probably we would see it like scrolling down, but I'm not
You're gonna
going to
look
her
at the
page
But
to
who
see what
what
she
if
liked
she
it,
don't want
posting.
to
who
be your friend?
hearted.
What if she don't want to be your friend on social
Ooh,
media?
ooh.
that
Yeah,
part?
that's fine.
Right?
Like
That's fine.
what if y'all in a
But
They
don't
relationship?
add
trying to
me
make it
later.
sweaty in this.
I'm
Yeah, they trying to move. They moving the
no,
goalpost so
I'm just trying to
fast.
get
No,
No, no,
It
no,
I'm
ain't
no.
just
no.
even
trying to get
sweaty.
This
a
is
It's funny.
facts.
I
I'm
think
just
they
trying to
just
get an
trying to
understanding.
understand you. That's all it is. That's why they
That's
asking a
all.
bunch of questions.
Bro, why he's so crazy? He's a dude. Like these are women who fight for. Put me on social media. Like he's crazy, but it's fun.
Yeah. You would
I,
expect that.
but I
You
want you
would
to
expect the
Touche, go
most.
ahead and answer Petty though. What would you do if she was like, nah, block?
Yeah.
Oh, you blocked me and we was never friends on there anyway.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
What?
I guess. I mean, that's why you got blocked me. We wasn't friends on there
She
anyway.
don't want you as
Oh
her update.
my! You got it in real life, so why you gotta?
Oh, this sound.
Damn.
I'm
But
so
why did you
sorry,
block
Touche,
me?
but
We wasn't friends. We wasn't friends in the first place on Facebook. Why did you block
And
me?
that's the
Hey,
Like you
dangers
went to
of
the
social
extent.
media, right there.
hey yo,
Maybe
hey,
she
touche.
You
maybe
went to
she
the extent.
maybe she
That's
could
kind of
be maybe
weird.
she
That
could
would have
block you
sent.
because she don't want because you got to understand like okay so your people on your Facebook feed might not be the same people on her Facebook feed. So
Right.
I mean I went through this with an ex. I would tell him all the time like yo can you stop posting me? And he'd be like, why? And then I would show him my inbox and he would get mad. Mind you, it was 1,000 dudes from his side of Facebook that were all in my
Okay.
inbox that I wasn't even paying no attention to. But
Mm.
because you
But
opened up
was
that
you
door,
entertaining
You
them?
was
hell no,
light skinned.
I don't like people. Listen, even when
Okay,
I was
so but
single,
see,
I
listen, I
don't do
wouldn't
that.
be. I would laugh at that. You know why I would laugh at that? Because if you're not entertaining them, then
Empress,
they're
what's the
gonna try to
deal?
talk to you. They're gonna try to talk to you.
So
If your girl, no, they're gonna try. Any dude, it don't matter what kind of girl you have, dudes are gonna try to talk to your girl regardless. Are you entertaining them? Is my question.
I don't know about
Are
that
you
because
not entertained?
since I've been
okay,
married,
okay.
not
So
one
what
dude
if?
has tried me.
Okay, I have a
Are you not
question.
entertained? It's
What
crazy.
So
put
Who
her in that
said
so
that?
situation
can
though?
so can random like okay, so say like there's like a party promoter or whatever, he's built all up and stuff and he's her friend on social media and then he decides that he wants to market and use her page sometimes to get people to come to the club or wherever he's at or whatever. Would you allow that in your world?
Can you explain the scenario again? Because that was confusing.
Okay. So the social
Explain
media
it again,
thing,
please.
if a man she knows is an
Uh-huh.
entertainer, right? Your girlfriend knows he's an entertainer and he's always got his shirt off, he got muscles and everything, and he promotes on her page all the time. And
Wait, why is he promoting on her page?
Because she lets him.
oh yeah.
They're friends.
Yeah, bro.
Why is he
You would
why is he promoting on her page?
Because he the king of the
Uh,
dance hall and he want everybody at the
right.
party.
And maybe she got like a whole bunch of
And she
homegirls. She's
lit.
successful. She got homegirls that's successful. They come out to the parties, but he just choose, okay, well, that's where my money come from. That's my friend. I'm gonna
oh
promote
yeah,
on her
that doesn't
page.
sound right. That how is that, why once
Oh,
again, why is he
But she
promoting
like
on your
when you
page?
met me, he was my friend and using my page.
Right. Like a bunch of people
Oh
are
yeah,
being
that's
added
weird.
and she's one of the ads. Right. She's one that
hmm
gets shared to.
Oh yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Oh wow.
Cause it's
So
like why that's
if it
weird.
don't start, you don't got to worry about
But then if we never was on social media and they still did it, then what would change anything?
it. It ain't gonna happen if you are not on social media.
The chances are a lot slimmer.
But that's that point.
The eager was
You think
hyping you up
That
wait,
in
sounds
his
like a
wait.
life.
relationship with social media. That doesn't sound like a
That's
relationship
it.
Yeah,
with that
that sounds
person.
weird.
Hey,
That's
Tusha, are you
but that's
trolling?
what
Are
I'm
you
saying.
trolling? Are
Like
you being for real, bro?
who?
No,
Yeah.
he for real. No, he for real. He not trolling. He for real.
Who is he talking about? Me?
Yeah, are
I
you
told you
trolling?
we two opposites. Yeah,
I'm
he
not
talking about.
trolling,
Yeah,
bro.
I know he not. I had to let him know that you
Are you
you
dating
not.
now, Tooshay?
You said what?
Are you dating now? Like in a relationship?
No, no, no,
Never say he's not trolling.
no.
Can your future
Let me keep
women have
saying it.
male
Let me keep
friends?
saying it. If they was there before me, yeah.
Sir,
Because I'm not
what?
getting rid of my homegirls.
What about
Oh wow.
after?
I'm not getting rid of my friends.
All right.
Y'all getting rid of y'all
So Tusha,
friends?
what is the
My
standard, bro?
husband is
You
my
have the
best friend.
standards. What is the standard for relationship?
Honesty and like being like starting off with honesty and being straightforward. Don't hide nothing. Be straight up. Be pure intent like I am.
Well, how do you know though?
If you
Yeah,
not
you have
go, if
standards. How
So
would you
oh
know
my
she's being
god,
honest?
it's called. Yeah. If then why are we even dating?
So someone has been
Mm.
untrustworthy
What you mean? Where are y'all? Why are y'all everywhere with
in
this?
your
I'm
life.
confused.
Someone has
I'm
in your
confused.
relationships.
we
Someone
just
has
trying to
been
It's a
very
understand
lot of people.
Touche.
It's a lot of people who have been untrustworthy. It's a lot of people who we just went through life and we kind of outgrew each other. It's different scenarios.
Okay.
So Touche. So have you encountered that woman that you are ideal woman that you're looking for that will, in the beginning post comments or pictures of
I mean, I
y'all
already
together?
had that. I dropped the ball on that one already before. That was the one that got away.
What happened?
Oh,
I messed up.
What happened? Where did?
It
What
was my
did?
fault.
What happened?
what'd you do?
The
You ain't post a
what you
picture?
do? No, here you go, trying to be funny.
I was
Trying
just,
to be funny now.
it was
What
like
happened?
girlfriend day and you didn't do it?
No, I just wasn't. I wasn't meant. I wasn't mature enough at the time.
Oh,
Mm.
mm.
What you commented on the girl page?
No, I just was. I just was was talking out the side of my neck, and I had to pay for that.
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
Mm.
What you mean?
Mm.
Hey, Claw, stop digging, please.
I know. I got you.
Yo,
Thank you. Thank you.
I got you. We just
yo,
so
DJ, like, what do you mean though? Tell me what's going on.
I'm curious.
Like I said, I'm gonna take accountability. I messed that up. That was the one that got away.
And you could, it was that bad that you couldn't fix it.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I think we had already been on edge,
Mm.
and I think that was just the straw that broke the camel's back because we really didn't break up on no bad terms. We just got into an argument and we said some things to each other, and it just was like we can't fix it. We can't get
It was
past
bad
Oh,
turn.
and that's
I'm
that's
not
not good
using a
bad terms.
filter.
it. No, we not bad terms. Like we cool. Like I can see her. I can see her. We speak. We talk. Like, but we
I
just
mean, but no matter what happens, you know, but over time, you know what I mean, when you break up, if you break up, we cussing each other out, that's bad terms. But eventually you
we
evolve and
didn't
you
cuss each
become
other out.
friends.
We didn't cuss each other out. Like
Just saying, just use
there's
that
no
example. Just use
misunderstanding.
that example. Not saying literally that's what happened to you. But if me and my ex broke up on bad terms, we having an argument, that's bad terms. But you know, eventually we got over it and said, you know what, we cool now. We can still
Mm,
conversate. You know what I'm saying? Now we friends. You know what I'm
mm,
saying?
makes
It's
sense.
the way it's the way you end it.
What did you say?
That is what you ended.
What did you
No,
say?
we didn't end. Like I said, we both agreed that we didn't end on a bad. We just was young. We kind of said some things, and that was it.
So
We cool.
was that your last relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're like 33 now, right? Because you said you graduated '08.
32.
32. Nah.
Yeah.
And you say you were young, like how?
I was with her from 24 to 28.
Aw.
When I got away. Mm-mm-mm.
DJ,
Hey,
you're not
yeah,
helping it.
that's. I mean, that
I'm
saying is
asking.
real, and a elderly person told me that. Like they said, it's always when they get away, and as soon as I heard that, later, like a couple of years later, I was like, damn, she the one who got away. God.
Is she single still, or
No,
Real bad man. You know what? I'm not doing this.
Everything happened for a reason.
Yeah, yeah.
DJ ain't shit.
I'm just asking? She's
Here you go fresh. Trying
they're
to
still
take
friends,
some.
right? They're still friends, so I'm just curious.
I mean we cool. I mean we just got back cool. We wasn't. I mean I felt like I needed to separate myself because the emotions.
Now
So you and
you
the
basically
girl
just
that
really
broke your
want to know
heart,
what's going on. Like,
or
what
y'all
Oh
happened?
broke
yeah,
each other
yeah.
heart?
My heart wasn't like I got like 4 broken heart tattoos after that.
Oh my God.
Damn.
I've been showing to her.
That,
Four
Yeah,
what
she
you,
broken
did a
hearts.
number on me.
isn't that what you call bad terms?
I don't think that's bad terms.
Yeah. Cause
Throw
that
that back in the face.
touche,
Huh?
touche. Let that shit go.
Oh no, I'm cool.
It's
I'm
a whole
cool.
book too.
Touche. When y'all
Let
broke
No,
that
up,
shit go.
what was your breakup song?
y'all want me to play my breakup song?
What was your
Oh my
breakup song?
God, you had a
This
breakup
this will
song?
determine so much.
Baby, oh,
What's that?
I ain't never had no break.
What's that? It's too late. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone.
too late to
There's no place.
apologize.
Oh my God.
Oh
I love
man,
One
was it?
Republic.
Was it
So,
that?
I
so
was I
Jen,
was
so you never had a breakup song?
No.
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm breaking up.
What?
BK. I gotta ask you this. What's your breakup song?
I never had a breakup song.
He's
Man,
Jamaican.
DJ Clark didn't
They
ask
don't
you.
have.
And the boy had ain't he not in cut that in.
I don't know. I never had
BK.
one.
huh?
DJ Clark said more love, more love. Let's get together and be
I
alone.
wish.
Y'all make me sick.
I wish.
My
But
life.
to say to answer your question, like I mean, when my broke up song was Brian McKnight, One Last Cry. No, I'm sorry.
Oh
Ooh.
No,
man.
no, no, no. Take that back. No,
Let's
no, 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 no.
let's
It was not.
go.
It was not. It was not.
And
It was not.
leave it all
It was
behind.
not. It was
Hey,
not. It was not
hey.
Brian McKnight. My bad. My bad. No,
What was it?
it wasn't
What
Brian.
was it? What was it?
Oh my
Damn,
God.
son.
Maybe
Listen,
I deserve.
hey, but the
I
thing
know.
about it
Gotta
is,
start being
see,
lucky.
I had to understand my story though. You know what I'm saying? Now, my thing wasn't with two shit. I was married for 13 years, so that was
Mm.
my story.
Well, the
So
reason
I know
why the
DJ
reason why I
Claus
think I
song when he talking about he playing that I can't help but wait.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
I
I think
can't
I took
help
it
Oh,
hard
but
too.
you funny,
And
yo.
I'm gonna be 100. The reason I think I took it so hard when we broke up
You
is because
funny.
we had been together for
That Trey
4
song?
years.
Yeah,
I was
I
in
hear
her
you.
son life for 4 years. I was
Damn.
consistently like a father figure. I was taking her football practice, basketball practice. I was doing the like I had a kid. And we
Mm.
had moved in together at a point. So it was just kind of like everything. It was a lot of first times for me.
Right.
And I was like, like I was trying to be gangster one time. I'm gonna laugh. We can laugh about this because I'm able to look back at it and laugh. I remember walking to my mom's house and I was sad and I was just thinking about it the whole time. I'm like, dang, I can't believe the relationship over. My mom opened the door. You know how moms open the door when they ain't seen you in a minute. They are extra happy. Hey, I'm
So hold on,
like,
bro.
hey,
Was it your apartment or her apartment?
it was our apartment. We got the apartment
So
together.
who had to leave the apartment though?
We both left.
Oh wow.
We both left.
Oh, so the lease
come
got
on, man.
so the lease was finished and you guys move out after the lease and you
Be
guys
real,
separated?
man.
Did you look back when you was
Yeah.
leaving and do like the little side
Yo,
baby
James, shut
thing
up.
on the
Y'all are
movie?
so toxic. You guys got to stop being toxic one day. You know that, right?
Why? Look, we all been through it.
right.
No,
I got
I
my
didn't.
heart broken, started
Listen,
swinging like old boy did in Boys in the Hood. You know what I mean? Like it was.
uh,
Ah!
Did I have a
when I, but no, when we broke up, we kind of had like moved up in another apartment, and before then, we was like staying at our folks' house because my people was old school and she was old school. Her mom's was old school. So I was like, oh, bro, we gonna have to just thug it out until we get into our new apartment. And then right before we could even get into the new apartment, we went through like a big old argument.
What was the
And
argument about?
I don't want to talk about that. So now we're not gonna get that deep into it.
Mm.
You
It's a little bit too
remember it?
far.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
remember. I remember
Of
it.
course they do.
And you
it's
said it
still,
Yeah.
was when you was 24 to 20. So 20, you remember that?
When I
yeah,
was
he's
Absolutely.
still
bored in my
affected.
room,
He's
but
still affected by it, little bro.
exactly? I was about to
He's still
say
affected by it.
I'm not still
because
affected
it,
by it.
it
Why
had
would I
to
be
start
affected
deep
by
to
it?
remember something like
That was
that.
but I told y'all the reason why it was something to me because I was in this first we was together for 4 years. It wasn't just me and her. It was me, her, and a kid. Like
hmm
Hold
it
on.
was a
See,
lot.
Hey, I was married for 13 and she had a whole son and I had two kids by my ex-wife. So I don't remember the reason why we broke up.
Yeah,
Oh well,
get
I was
them,
married for
get them.
10
So
and
and I've
I
been
felt
I
like
don't
divorced
Touche
for
remember
was
no
11.
asking for a lot of
arguments.
adult.
That's because you learn how to let it go.
I learned
Let
how
it
exactly.
go,
It's some
let it
things you have
go.
to let go.
That's your
You
song
know what I
right
mean?
there.
Because what if it was meant to be,
man.
y'all still be together. So it's not meant to be. So some things you have to heal, move on, and hey, move on.
Maybe it wasn't even your fault, Touche. Maybe it was hers. Did you ever think about that?
No, it was my
Maybe you was
fault.
made
No, it
believe.
was my
Well,
fault.
what'd you do,
It
Touche?
was
Did
Tuesday's fault.
We
you
just
ever
want to
say
know
what you
what you
did?
did.
It was
Did you
Tuesday's
sleep
fault.
with a
No,
midget?
we're done.
It was
What did you
Tuesday's
do?
fault. She was perfect.
What?
It was your
What?
fault. She was perfect.
All right, Claw. Now you going
What
there.
happened? What did you do? Did you cheat?
Now you keep
I
now
should
you
have
poking the bear.
cheated.
Stop.
Did you cheat or did you like use Messenger and
I'm just
message
kidding, bro.
somebody or did you post something?
It was just a lot. Like no, we're not gonna go. We're
You
not gonna
change
dive
you
into the
change your
reason.
relationship status.
Oh my
Oh,
god, I'm not gonna do that.
That's where it started.
You said
Just to
that's
be
how it
clear, listen, we
started?
just
That's where it started. The status changes. Who changed the status first?
Yeah. And then it just boiled into breakup.
touche,
we didn't
Taylor.
like two posts and it went left.
So, do you think that you're over that situation, especially remembering like your
No,
last?
no, he ain't.
Yeah. Thank you, conscience. Thank you for answering for me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You know what,
Man,
Touche?
gotta
Though
Thank
quit
you
you,
putting.
can hear
conscience.
it in you. You can hear it in your voice, my brother.
No,
Listen,
because I
she
just don't like. I'm a grown man. I can speak for myself. I'm not speaking for you. You feel me?
it's
You
okay.
have,
So
We just trying to get
respect
you to
that.
laugh. You gotta laugh about the pain sometimes.
yeah. That's how I know you
Listen,
I mean,
tripping.
I laughed.
if she posts
I did
her and her
laugh.
new boo tomorrow,
Oh
is,
Lord.
is,
Oh, that's cool.
is you gonna like? But is you
Oh,
gonna like or heart the picture?
We don't follow each other on social media.
Oh,
That's why men
she
can't
blocked you,
express
huh?
themselves.
Hmm.
Coming up with these songs.
Listen, he already he said it was too late to apologize, bro. Like that opened up the doors
It's too
for
early to
so
apologize.
many. He didn't even pick like a gangster back like breakup song, like you know what I mean. So it opened up the doors.
It ain't nothing good that he
That
ain't
part.
right?
loyal.
Oh, that's yeah. I like that song,
Yeah,
but it's
bro.
not a breakup song though. But that's my
Yes,
shit.
it is. I used to play that like it was. Oh, you know
It
your
Mhm.
won't
time is running out.
mind. It won't mind petty, but it should have been.
So let me
When
ask you a
and,
question. Last
and
question,
Kevin
man.
Gates.
So have you learned anything from this relationship? Would you do the same thing again, or would you do something different this time?
Good question.
Ooh, okay, DJ.
I'm definitely doing something different.
What would you
Not
change?
gonna talk.
Be slow to speak and quick to listen.
Oh no.
Hmm. Okay.
So whole time he was a hypocrite. That's crazy. That's why you been using that word like crazy.
Full
Makes sense.
circle.
Why was
Right, the
I a
full
hypocrite?
circle. That was crazy.
Right.
Be
Why was
slow
I a
to speak
hypocrite?
and quick to listen. Oh wait, hold up. Wait, that's that right?
Oh yeah. Oh, once upon a time. Yeah, definitely.
Once upon a
Okay, I
time,
did
not
say it
long
right.
ago. So, do
I
you
was a
think?
hoe.
And I,
Oh
you know,
Lord.
I'm not doing this. Yo, I wrote that in the comments, and I got blocked after that chick said that she used to cheat, Kevin, in that live when she was like, I cheat, da, 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 da. And I wrote that, and I got muted. I was like, that's fucked up.
Told you I got
So,
blocked today.
so
And
Touche, quick question, right? So,
Welcome back.
because you said, you know what I'm saying, in a relationship, you're a simp for your girl. Do you feel like being a
Hmm.
simp for your girl backfired?
No,
Okay. Do you think when y'all broke up, she played "I Should Have Cheated" by Keisha Cole?
And it's thundered.
no.
Okay. I'm
is she
trying.
single?
Y'all see where I'm going with this, right? I'm trying to figure out what happened.
Is she single right
But
now?
we,
You see, he ain't telling it.
he
you ain't
ain't saying
sneaking
that.
it.
I'm not telling y'all
You
nothing.
got him early
I
though.
wonder
You
when
got
y'all
him
gonna
with the
stop.
puzzle and stuff. How we figured out some things, but he ain't falling for the opposite end.
Right.
Which one,
Does she
Timmy?
tell you about the dates that she goes on? Are y'all that type of friend now? I don't see.
No,
Okay.
no.
What if she
Hmm.
did?
That's good for you.
What if she wants you back?
No, thank you.
Are you still hitting?
Oh,
Dang.
damn.
Damn.
Would you still hit her or no?
No, no.
What are
DJ,
y'all
we know
talking?
you toxic. DJ the
Like,
type
what
that's
are
gonna
y'all?
hit you with
DJ
that.
for sure.
Nah,
He for
can I
sure
see you in
frigid.
person? Just let me hit one more time. Like this is the last time before we part
I
ways.
swear it's the
Just
last time.
It's been 4 months, right? So
Four times, you know what I'm saying?
yeah. 'Cause,
Last time
what
four
she say?
times is
Opening the door
crazy.
at 3 in the morning. I'm done.
The last time four times is crazy. At that point, stop meeting up with them because they are just
So
stop meeting up with
so
them. You losing.
so in your and after y'all break up, so you didn't go back and hit, you know what I mean, a couple of times?
No.
Hmm.
Dang,
Damn, you ain't cold turkey.
that's
I ain't
crazy.
lying.
Cold turkey.
Damn.
When did y'all become back cool? You said it was
Cold
like
tuna.
recent.
Right.
I mean, well, it really was.
Kev, time out.
I
Mm-mm.
had to steal your word for us.
You make me sick.
That sound trifling too. Some cold tuna.
Some cold tuna. That's horrible. Mayonnaise just extra soggy. Never mind.
That's crazy.
So,
Don't talk about no
it was
mayonnaise.
Talk
recent
about
when y'all
full circle.
started.
Right.
Okay, touche.
Bueno.
Y'all became cool
Now he bilingual.
like
We got this
Right.
dude speaking
recent
Spanish
months
now.
or
That's how
like.
bad he got.
You said what?
Bueno.
I like Touche, bro. Touche
Bueno.
Me
cool.
too.
Okay, here we go.
Cause he chilling and answering, and I have a lot of questions, but I know Kev ain't got all night. But
Oh right, I am
Yes,
right.
he do.
neither do
Kevin got
Y'all
you.
done
nothing else to
forced me
talk.
up. I done went way past my bedtime, but I'm gonna do it up to about 20 more minutes though. This done got juicy.
Lies, Kev.
I'm
You
about
have
to
been
be
on TikTok at
I'm
like
about to be
12 in the
sleeping in the
morning. Don't
bathroom
do it.
again.
Are y'all?
Oh,
Are you?
well,
How long have y'all been back
mute your mic.
cool?
Like a couple of months. Not really. I mean, we just speak in passing because we share a lot of mutual friends. So
Mm.
we not really like it was definitely, I know it kind of like took a toll on our friends because they would be around us and everybody would be speaking and it would be obvious that we're the only ones that's not speaking.
Okay, so you show up or she shows up to the same events, like, and at the same times, and then you guys bypass each other and not really speak?
Yeah, we wasn't speaking for a minute.
Would she come to those events with
There's a
with her
stranger in
boyfriend?
the house.
Why y'all
DJ.
laughing, man? It's a real question.
DJ. No more. You in timeout. You
No more.
DJ.
I must have missed it.
DJ already like, so did you hit one of the friends up? Like, what the?
Did I what?
You didn't smash one of the homies, did you?
Oh,
He said everybody trying to figure out the thing. He's not about to tell it.
It's
I'm not
okay.
about to tell you. Like,
Not,
why are
not
we
now.
going down it? Like, why
It's
would we go
okay.
any
You
deeper?
answer so
We
many
don't have to go any deeper.
questions, and um,
The
you
song
already
he
become
chose
This how
says it
you.
all.
Hey, look. This a prime example how we know you're not over it because you can't tell it.
Yeah.
No, it's not that I'm over it. I just choose not to talk about it. I
It's
could
okay.
be over it and not speak on it.
That's right.
No.
That's your feeling. Don't let these people convince you to tell us what you did.
Kevin just tried to manipulate me talking about some you not over it because you don't want to talk
It's
about it.
I
You just
almost
want to
got
hear
you
it.
too.
No, you
Almost.
did it. You got it.
But a lot of the times I do mean that though. If you once you comfortable telling it, then you are. But I mean, I can
we
understand
do.
both too. I mean, it could be something private that you just really don't want to speak on it.
But we don't know his
She threw
person.
up on it.
So I believe I know what it is, Touche. I believe I know what it is. Just listen to you. You know what I'm saying? It ain't cheating. She didn't cheat on you. You didn't cheat on her. Um, let's see. Y'all got into an argument. You must have called her a B or something.
No,
It ain't
never. I
that
don't even use
soft.
that in my vocabulary.
Oh,
Hey,
you
hey,
said her
it's no
kid
way
was
to get
ugly.
Yeah, no, I don't use that in my vocabulary.
when
You
you
don't use
mad, you say
ugly.
anything.
You said horror.
No,
You called her.
I never said that. With disrespectful in these times of living these days, would that really
yeah,
be?
because you're
No,
a
they
simp,
like it.
so that would be very disrespectful if
Oh,
you
I
was
know
to
what
call her
happened now. It
crazy.
makes sense now. She said the A word, accountable.
Mm,
Mm.
Makes sense
mm,
now.
That's
Mm.
crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Kev, you
Yeah.
might be
Nah.
right. You might be right, Kev.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah.
Nah.
Kev.
See how you
I
put that
figured it
together,
out,
Kev?
boy. This is
You
the great
you
part, boy. I'm
nowhere.
tell you, rub it enough
Yeah,
times, you
mm.
you
boy.
are nowhere near it. Get over
Touche. At this point, that's what we're going with. Okay, we're gonna say that you did not want to hold yourself accountable for being in the club with them strippers, and that's just the story we're gonna go with. And it's too
it.
late to
All
Mm-hmm.
right,
apologize. It is what
There
it
you
is.
go.
all
And
right,
you called a kid ugly. It just
all
happened.
right,
Mm-hmm.
bet. If that's what y'all want to live with.
He said, I ain't doing no more. I'm,
You confirmed it.
They had a fight over the ocean. He was like, "It's purple." She was like, "It's blue." He was like, "You stupid." She was like, "I'm done." And then that was it.
Man, that's
mm.
crazy. Man,
Is it
that's
getting closer?
crazy.
Is it getting hot or cold?
Nah, y'all ice cold.
Mm.
I told.
Touche said, I can't do this no more. And she's like, okay.
Right. He said, "You got some fire for me?" She was like, "Nah, son, I'm good."
It's time to get on his head now.
Right, Touche.
You right,
You
man.
guys beefing.
You right.
I can't do this anymore.
You
He
are
said,
smart. You are smarter. You are smarter than a fifth grader.
So the friendship that y'all have now is not due to from your side evolve into anything else. There's no motive behind it, no none of that.
Mm-mm. Yeah, it's no motive behind it at all.
He just said he wouldn't take her back. So obviously, she must have did something. Because if that's the one that got away, then why wouldn't you take her back? Damn, she smashed on the homies.
Because sometimes you don't need to be with somebody. It's cool. Y'all outgrow each other. We just not. I don't want to be with her.
Okay.
Y'all outgrew each other, but you have
Hmm.
Yeah.
you have broken hearts, four of them, touche, on your
That's a
body,
lot.
tattooed.
That's
So
a
that's
lot.
not growing
Yeah.
apart. Growing apart means, you know what? I mean, it's just dissipating. It's just dwindling down. We both agree, you know what? This is just not working because we're not compatible. Okay, see you
I
later.
mean, I was
Bye.
hurting. I
Please
was
tell me you
hurting.
don't have
I
a
was hurting
broken
at the
heart
time.
over your.
He got four of them.
How do you explain that to the new one? Like when you start dating
I
again,
was hurt.
how you gonna? She gonna
I
be
was
like by
hurt.
4 different people or by that one?
Nah, by one.
About
Have she
four
seen the
different
tattoos?
times? Is it 4 different times
No, it
in the
was just
same?
one.
So why four?
Yeah. What?
Because
Why?
I just was hurting.
Damn. You should have just got a neck tattoo like Kevin.
Have she seen the tattoos?
I'm actually covered in tattoos.
I'm sorry. I was just throwing shade at Kevin. Don't worry about
Have
So are they just broken hearts?
no.
Just like, do they have
Have
a
she
name, or they're just like hearts that are broken on your body?
They're broken.
have she seen the tattoos though? Have she seen them?
No, no,
it. You
You
don't
didn't
have her
post
name
them?
tattooed on you, right?
no,
Did you
Okay,
post
bless her.
them?
no.
Okay, cool. Are these like gangster broken heart tattoos?
Or are they
No, they soft tattoos. They hard
like
tattoos.
really
Damn, like
rounded off
he
to
got the
resemble
bubble
They're
heart
her?
like
with the.
they're like bubble hard tattoos.
Oh,
I feel
Yeah,
like
okay.
you.
and then it says love sucks.
Oh
Damn,
Oh
wow.
no.
damn,
That makes sense.
damn. I feel like he also listened to that Omarion song Icebox after a while too. Like I feel like
Uh
I
that's
did.
oh.
I was out in the rain
I
dancing.
know you
Hey,
was.
that's some real shit.
I was out there. I'm so
I'm so
cold. I'm so
cold. I'm
But
so
cold.
like you
cold.
guys are friends now,
No.
right? You know, time back in
No,
there, but
no, TJ.
That's thank you.
No,
she needs to know.
TJ. She don't need to
No,
know.
she
She
don't.
don't care.
She needs to
So
share.
TJ.
hopefully we put the next tattoo be a healed heart on there. That's the next
Yes.
plan.
No, thank
Can
you.
we get one of these
Hopefully the
tattoos
next one
healed?
doesn't have any connection to somebody else.
You
Hopefully
said
the
what?
person that he meets makes him cover up the 4 tattoos.
I'm not
Mmm.
covering up anything.
Preach.
Yeah. I mean, you
Damn.
branded yourself to never have love and for it to suck.
What if she's
All
like,
because
I
of
Oh
love
another
man,
you,
woman.
but I love you. You're the perfect man for me. I'll do anything you want. I just need you to cover up them 4 hearts.
I'm not covering it
I
up.
most
Like,
definitely. Hey, no, I'm 100% sure that if you when you find your one, that's gonna be they probably gonna make you well, you probably yourself gonna cover it up anyways because why would you want something to remind you of your past when you got
Because
you
it
something new?
reminds Kev, because it reminds him of his past and he's not over it. And
Yep.
I'm glad that you're not
Exactly.
dating right now.
That part.
facts.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm glad.
Take
I'm
your
glad.
time,
I'm
love.
glad y'all think that.
You just said
Look,
you wasn't dating.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm over it. Why do I have to do all that to prove that I'm over it?
No, that's fine. I
because
was
you
just
don't want
asking.
nothing.
Like, say you
Go ahead.
propose to this woman and she like, yes, I'll marry you. I'll spend the rest of my life with you. But before we get married, I just need the tattoos covered because it makes me feel some type of way.
But
No, the
but
thing is,
why?
look, not
What do you
even
mean?
that.
But why?
Like
Because you said you brutally honest, right? So
they
the
not
woman
gonna
that get with
force.
you and she like, yo, what these tattoos mean? You like, man, it was this shorty that I was with when I was like 24. We was together for 4 years. You now like 36. You know what I'm saying? And she like, yo, for you to be with me, I love you to the end of time. She do everything that you want her to do. She like the perfect woman. And all she wants you to do is cover
And
up
you
these 4 tattoos.
and
I don't.
and a tattoo is stopping you from being with.
I, I'm the opposite though. I don't think that she. By the time he found his real love and he got to go through his full healing, I think he's gonna remove it himself. Nobody gonna have to tell him to do that.
Facts.
That's what I feel
Right.
because
Right.
that'll be
She'll turn them into butterflies.
because he gonna
Right.
understand himself that he don't need that on it. Like, hey, you know what? That's when he finally, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
Yeah. When you find that right woman, you're not gonna
I'm
think
trying to
that love
understand. I'm
sucks.
trying to
Love is
understand. Why do I
amazing.
have to? I'm joking. I really don't have love suck tattooed on me. Okay, I'm just
I don't
being.
think we
Okay.
believe
I
in
Just
it.
was going
the
along with
heart.
y'all BS because y'all kept just talking like crazy. Yeah.
Just the hearts. You got the hearts though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
But the thing is, the next girl not gonna become second to her. But I think for the ex though. He's trying to save for her because they're gonna go back together in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Keep hope
No,
alive,
we're
DJ.
not. We're
Mm-hmm.
not. We're not.
Well,
Y'all think so?
I think
No, I
so
Nah,
don't
it's
because
think.
over with.
I mean, he even goes to the same circles and avoids her. Like, it's I don't know about anybody else. It's uncomfortable to have to avoid somebody. I ain't avoiding nobody for shit. You know, I could still be cordial with people.
I
I
don't
don't
think we
hold on
avoid
to
each
any
other. I
grudges.
just think we just don't speak.
mm.
Avoiding.
I don't think it's
That's a
avoiding.
that's an
I just think we
avoidance.
not talking.
That's avoiding.
Y'all both hurt.
Avoiding.
I think she's
But
just as hurt. Has she moved on?
She ain't hurt.
Yeah.
She's coming to the events with
Oh,
her
she
new boyfriend.
yo,
Move forward, but that's
DJ.
right.
Women
I
doesn't
don't
stay
think she
single
gonna
for
be as
long.
hurt as the dude though.
But I'm saying the
Think
women don't
so.
stay single for long, right?
Yeah, I was
And
about
she
to
not
say
gonna.
because she probably done found something already.
Well,
You
Yeah.
know,
how
on
long
real
after
talk.
y'all broke up did she move on?
I don't think it's that
Well, okay,
hard for women to move on.
yeah, it's not hard.
What?
What?
Look,
I don't
Yeah.
know.
if a
She moved
woman,
forward
listen,
though.
if
She
y'all
got
break, dude has always been.
Yup.
If y'all have been
Mhm.
Yeah.
together 4 years,
oh
and
dang.
if she moved on in a month after y'all done broke up, that dude has always been there. Like,
Always.
knock it off. Like,
I
what?
get what you mean on that, but I'm talking about after this time since 20 something years old, she done probably had a couple dudes if she ain't got one right now, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I know
Maybe
my
not.
I
Ain't
know
no
my
woman staying single
stepmom.
that long.
Do you
My
think it's a couple
stepmom
dudes,
was right
Tooshay?
up in there,
You think
Petty.
it's one dude or a couple
You
dudes?
said,
I don't know.
oh, I don't know. I don't care.
Because after my daughter's father, it took me 7 years before I even wanted to even get a man's attention. I wasn't focused on that. I was still hurt. I gave this man kids. We were supposed to get married. It like I didn't just jump out like nah, bro. I had to heal and
But look, we said you was rare. We know that. Everybody
Facts.
not like that.
I don't.
Women need attention
Bruh,
now. The average woman need a lot of attention. They need
that's
attention for real.
wild. Why?
Yes.
Petty,
We know
it's
that.
been 5 years with a man. It's been 5 years with a
Ooh,
man. That's a
mm.
long time. But I don't feel like I miss it. I feel rejuvenated. I mean, I got my fingers, I was born with
Hold on,
them.
you said it's been 5 years without a man?
Yes, it's been 5 years.
DJ, you still in timeout?
But that woke me up. She said
He
5 years.
said
Five
that woke
years.
me up.
But
It's
that
been
won't be it.
2023.
Five
DJ,
years, June the
DJ, you from Keystone?
17th.
Said 3 years, Angel. Mm.
All right, let's be real. Is it 5 years relationship or 5 years with no physical touch with a man?
Huh?
Oh,
Is we
those.
talking
She
about
said,
relationship or are we
huh?
talking about
Oh,
physical
I'm
touch?
sorry.
No,
No,
she had a man. She I think,
since
don't you?
physically touched. Physically
Okay.
touched and been in a relationship was my
Mm-hmm.
marriage 5 years ago.
Do you say you dating? No.
Oh, a female.
Yeah. Right.
So Angela is 3 years.
Say it like that.
Listen to her voice.
That
Yeah.
So she
I
have
mean,
been
what?
That's
through.
why everybody keeps saying this, man. I said the average woman needs attention, so that's
Mm-hmm.
rare that they're not going to look for something next. Everybody keep putting they one. Yeah, everybody not like yo. I believe a majority of women they not about to be staying single that long. They don't do that.
You reaching.
The
You
DMs is
reaching,
full.
bro. Some people can stay single for a while.
Kelby.
You're
Facts.
reaching.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, stay single is different though from
peterless,
doing right.
peterless for a long time. Dude. Let me put it that
I
way, or
Yeah,
I did it
attentionless.
Yeah,
for
but that's not a
I did
relationship.
it for
And a
7
lot of
years.
people
That's
You
who
what
go
I'm
know,
without it
meaning, though.
after they
They
don't
gonna
have
have
it.
some type of somebody validating their situation. We can even see on like how
Yeah, but then
online he is now.
what?
They can't do nothing without
But what about the
without
people?
some type of validation.
it's
You
true.
know, when you go without it for a long time, you don't kind of like fiend for it or crave it no more, right?
bro. Women are different.
But
So that's why we ask if
but
you're still hitting the girl,
Women are
your
not.
ex.
So y'all just think we just have to have it?
But so you tell me
no.
the
No,
ex that you had, because women will go back to their ex instead of adding new bodies. Like women that care about their bodies, right? They rather go back to a guy that was hitting before, rather than adding a new person.
ask the body count girls.
So, but
That
to
is
physically
true.
say
People
no, it's a stretch.
Body count don't
Physically.
matter.
Oh wow.
Mm-mm.
So she
I
said.
mean,
So all four men
Once
in
you an
here
ex, you
says,
an ex. Period. You can't even breathe my air.
that
Let alone.
he must have really messed up then,
No, I
because
just
I
look.
mean,
Once you an ex, you an ex. Like there's, I don't. You're an ex for a
You
reason.
don't double
We don't
back.
need to be friends. You not doubling back. We not doing none of that. Like it,
mm-mm.
you lost all. I'm not. No, the fuck.
I
Hell
guess
no.
I
My
guess I'm different.
ex. Hell no. That part. That
I'm
part.
different. Yeah.
I'd rather.
interesting.
I would. If I was single, I'd rather scrape my tuna box on sandpaper than go fuck my ex. I'm not doing that shit.
What is that? What hurt is tuna box? You
I like to
lying.
get my tuna box
That John sound like
pierced
it. Oh, that John heard it.
everywhere.
And I don't even got a
Just
tuna box. That John.
10 million piercings everywhere on my tuna box before I go back to my ex.
I'm trying to tell you.
Then
Damn,
take them
that's
out and do
crazy.
them again every day.
I got 5 minutes, y'all. Y'all,
That's crazy.
why this couldn't be Saturday, man?
This is crazy.
So wait, y'all would still smash y'all ex?
I'm cool with all my exes.
DJ.
DJ Claw go smash his exes.
I wouldn't say I smashed, but we cool.
Who said
He
that?
definitely.
No, you go smash him.
Potato,
He go
potato.
smash him.
Touche, you gonna smash your ex.
No, I'm
That's what
not.
you waiting
No, I
on.
will not.
That's what you waiting
No,
on.
I'm not.
He
No, I'm
waiting on
not.
that
All
one
on
night.
I'm not.
Instagram, waiting for that
No,
heart,
I'm cool. No,
Yeah.
I'm cool.
waiting for that comment.
Hit that
Anytime she wanna talk, you
like this new
there.
picture.
Yo, I
Where your
can't
X
stand
man
y'all.
at? Where your X man at?
Who mine? I don't know. He my ex.
Yeah. Yeah, he gonna be right in your DM in a minute. Don't worry about it.
No, he not.
Let's put that
I'm grown folks.
yeah.
I don't allow
Yeah.
that.
I don't and I'm not allowing her to come back and smash.
So
And
Nah.
you
so
shouldn't, because you
so
are
let me
not
ask you. So
peaceful
why
nurturing.
you not cool with the exes? Jane,
Huh?
why you not cool with the ex? What's in the back?
Cause he still
Mm,
No.
Hell
No, because he was abusive.
Okay.
that's a good
Look
reason.
at Touche trying to act like I'm
See,
him. I ain't you.
see,
That's a good
right? I'm
reason.
nah
about to say,
nah
and she did it
nah
too. She actually spoke on it
see.
because she's not hiding it because she's over it.
Okay, that's different.
That's
That-
cool. No, Kev, I'm just choosing not to speak on it. That's just how if I ask you something personal about your life and you say respectfully I don't want to speak on it, as respect. I know that you don't want to speak on it. You can be over
we get it too, Shay. Now we understand.
We get it as soon as she call and be like, I just need to talk. You're going to be right there. I'm your
Yeah,
listening ear.
come and talk to me.
Yeah.
I really wanna.
ain't easy.
Right.
I pray pregnancy in all y'all lives. That's all I
Oh
pray
yes,
for.
blessing. That'd be great. I'll take that.
Oh my!
No. In fact,
Mm.
let me text my husband now. Like,
I'm
babe,
going to give
somebody
mine
just
to
was
Peggy.
pregnancy on us.
I'm going to pass
Oh,
mine over to
I'm
Peggy.
about to pass mine.
It
Mine
gotta
is
be a boy though.
tied. I'm not with a man, so that ain't gonna happen. But if I do get
Oh,
one and it slipped through the little, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is because I don't have casual partners. I'm too old for that though.
So you see your DMs is dry right now, you're saying?
Too
Are my
Yo,
mature,
DMs dry?
mature for that.
you got
You
women,
said are
so
my
it ain't.
DMs dry?
Yeah, I'm asking.
I'm a woman. My
No.
DMs are never dry.
I know that. That's what I
Ooh.
was trying to get to.
Ooh.
So
Yeah, they're never
method.
dry. I say thank you. If somebody gives me a compliment, I say thank you. If I'm disinterested or not interested, I just won't respond. But if somebody's giving me a compliment, and I feel like that's one of the issues now is that men can't even get compliments anymore because that's just what it is. If somebody says I'm pretty or whatever, thank you. If they continue on and want to have small talk and I don't, I'll say I'm not interested in the conversation, but have a good evening or whatever. But yeah, my DMs are full.
How about in real life?
Fufu? They fufu. Okay.
How
They
about in
on
Okay.
real life?
fleek.
she got a
Huh?
girl.
You got a girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she got it.
Yeah.
Oh, shit! I missed
You don't
that.
want these problems. I'm complicated.
I mean, okay,
Wait,
gotcha.
I'm an
so
alien. You don't want these problems.
DJ,
Oh Lord.
that means he's smashing two of the X's, and he got one on the side that might be a possible. My man playing
And
spades
she
over
can
here,
cook.
and she could cook.
DJ over
Mm-hmm.
there. Scratching it.
What about you, Kev?
Who,
Yeah, look
me?
at that smile. Look at the smile go away real quick.
Yeah,
I'm celibate for
Kev
2 years,
over
so
there
I ain't got
selling us
nothing.
lies.
Oh, I
Hell
forgot this
yeah.
Kev
person.
smashing
Say
Every
it.
now and then we go on
Kev
a date. You know
Kev
what I'm saying?
Kev
Every now
Kev
and
be
then.
smashing
Hey,
girls on the
now and
low and
then, man. One of
saying
them hype nights and stuff. I done seen a fat booty by
So,
mistake or something.
so
Yeah, I'm
because
a
you
date guy.
celibate,
You know, I like going on dates. I like getting dressed and go on dates.
Kev smashing on the low key but telling us we wrong.
Get out of here.
Kev over there Kev over there beating somebody's daughter back in and then talking about some
uh,
I shouldn't have
I need
did
a
that
mic.
because the Lord said to wait to
Now be
marriage. You know what? I'm
celibate.
gonna repent.
So why aren't you dating, Kev?
Oh
And you can't
man.
say celibate because
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 he's
you
smashing
I
somebody.
I think It's my fault. It's really my fault because I just been so focused on myself and trying to better myself. I guess that's the reason why. Because I haven't been thinking about it. I be trying to check my little social things every now and then. I don't be going out like that either. Yes,
Because
I guess
I be
it's
seeing
my
them
fault.
throwing it at you on TikTok. I don't know if you be catching it, but they be
I
all
already know you did. You be catching me. You be catching me catching it. Well,
so
try not to catch it.
I, I was just wondering, you know what I'm saying? Because they be throwing it at you, Kev. I just,
Mhm. I
they
see it
show.
too, Kel, because sometimes I gotta watch from the window because if I come up in here, it might accidentally press the guest and I'll be nasty online and I don't want nobody to hear that. So I gotta watch from the window. But yeah, they be throwing it
Yeah,
It
they be
is,
throwing it at
Andrew.
them now.
in a
And then
circle.
and then
And they,
he be having women claiming him like, you know, you
yeah.
my man, and Kev be like,
I'm not gonna lie. If I wasn't as mature as I am and didn't have a whole family and stuff like that, because I'm completely against trying to slide in the DMs of men that do not have children. I feel like they should be able to create their own families. However, if I was to pinpoint myself somewhere or lead another young woman, it would be the Kev.
it's the neck
Oh
tattoo,
no.
huh?
Because he's chill, he's handsome. You know what I'm saying? I like what he talk
Yep.
about. Yeah, it would be the Kev.
But Captain,
Go
last
ahead,
night, like the
Don't
Q.
woman
make a
said last
thug
night, she
blush over
want no
here.
man. Didn't a woman?
I
You're not a
gotta keep my
thug.
thugness going, man. Chill.
Didn't a woman last night on your live said she had kids,
Appreciate that.
but she would never date a man with kids?
Yeah, that was her.
Yep.
That was her. Yeah, I remember.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. And
Wait,
it made sense. And I was telling her,
run
like, I
that
was
back.
just saying,
Oh,
um,
who?
huh?
Run that
Who
back. What
won't date a
happened?
man with kids?
A woman with kids.
No, I said I wouldn't date a man without kids.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep, yep.
But this
Wait,
other
wait.
lady, that's she had kids, but she said she would never date a man with kids.
Oh, you
That's
talking
wild.
about? You talking about Tiziana when that was my last. That was yesterday.
It was last night.
Yeah, because
That's wild.
I remember I had to talk to her about that. I'm like, hold up, but you said you gonna put the dude second to the kids. I'm like, why would you think a dude with no kids gonna want to be put second? I'm like, I don't know,
That's
whatever,
crazy.
but
How? Wait, pause. How are you a woman with kids saying you don't want to date a man with kids?
without, yeah,
Right.
Wait,
And she's
Yeah,
what?
because
older
that
too.
would be like backwards. Because I feel like I told Kev the other day, I tried to date a man without kids, and he was great. All that other stuff, I'm talking about 10 out of 10 for me, right?
oh
But I
yeah,
just felt some type of way because it was like he would ask me, "Hey, you want to go such and such," and I'd be like, "No, I can't." Spare the moment type of stuff,
Right.
and that just don't work out well. You know what I mean? Because it's like
No.
I children, they have busy schedules, place for themselves.
And
Right.
I'm
they
not
can
trying to
up and
bring.
move and do stuff. We
Yep.
can't do that. We gotta find babysitters. We gotta.
mm,
Mm-hmm.
It's yeah. When I was single,
right,
I didn't really even date like that. But if you, I didn't want to talk to somebody that didn't have kids, especially if I had kids. That was just wild to me. I didn't want to do that because you don't even know what it's like to be a parent. You get what I'm saying? Like I can't. You're not gonna understand. I can't come to you and really talk to you about certain problems or get advice on certain things because you don't know what it's like to be a parent. You have absolutely no idea. You don't even know what it's like to love a child. So I know that you're not gonna truly love mine. You get what am
Mm-hmm.
I saying it the right way?
Mm-hmm.
You
Correct.
said the right.
Correct. Yeah. But
I mean,
petty,
but it's stepdads out here, so
that
Huh.
thing,
I'm
petty
one of them.
hurt my feelings.
I was one about my ex.
Yeah. Every
I mean,
relationship I had, what I mean, I always have a woman with kids. There's never a time
That's
where I
double
didn't
the
have a woman
heartbreak,
with kids.
right? Let
Man,
me give you a
listen,
tattoo real quick. It's like no, talking.
I'm gonna get me a tattoo with all the kids I dealt with. So
Oh,
so
yeah, that's a whole nother level too. Because when you break up, especially with my situation, or just in general, a dude break up with a woman with kids, it's like that's like almost like 3 times the heartbreak because you done had a love for the woman and the kids at the same time. That junk be bold. That junk
see, that's
bold.
why I
I ain't
really
gonna lie.
didn't. That's why I really didn't date when my daughters was younger. Like I didn't date. Like they didn't see me interacting with a man like that at all. Like they might have seen like my homeboys come over and stuff like that. But as far as mommy being physical or mommy being lovey dovey with a man. I didn't play that shit. Like, no, I don't want
Facts.
you. Real life, I didn't have time. I was I was like, yo, nope, I have to focus on just my kids. Like I didn't want to do a relationship and shit because I had to think about them getting too attached. And then what happens if it
Mhm.
doesn't work out? Now it's another failed relationship. Nah, son.
Another dude, another
Wouldn't it
dude.
be a double-edged sword too, though?
Hmm.
Wouldn't that be a double-edged sword too? Not being able to show your kids what true love really looks like and how to deal in a relationship.
Well, that I mean they
Mhm.
But it has to get to that point.
in the course of my daughters are now 16 and 17. They've seen me.
Hmm.
They they their father and I
How
went.
old are you?
You're not supposed to ask a woman her age. I'm
Oh,
38. Um,
because you don't seem that. You don't seem that. It sounded like you was older, though. Because you said 16. Okay, I guess. Okay, that's good though. I'm just
I
saying
had
that's a
my
good
kids
thing.
at 21 and 22. That was that
Okay.
that was
Hey, I'm just old. That's what it is. I'm
Looking
old.
like she's 21 or 22.
thank
Right.
you. But I can count on one hand how many relationships I had. I had their father. Then I was single for like 7 years. I met a guy. The only reason why I didn't work was because he wanted to move in. I wasn't really too cool with you moving into my spot. I wasn't doing that at all. Not to mention I'm the type of mother where if my daughters get a bad vibe from you, I can't fuck with you. Like it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
If my daughter's like, nah, mom, we not feeling him. We not feeling you.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
But
As
they
well
get a
too,
vote.
though.
yeah, they get a vote. That's their life too. You know what I'm saying? And looking back, I got into a real bad relationship, and they watched their mother be a person that she wasn't supposed to be. Period. And then seeing the turmoil after that, and now they see their mother being loved correctly, and his kids get to see their father.
But yeah, I'm glad it got quiet real quick because I gotta get off. I was trying to wait for the breakthrough.
Look at you.
Everything was getting too good, man. And I done went way past my time. I'm a whole hour and actually more than that. Hour and
What
38
you got a
minutes.
date, Kev?
Huh?
You got a date or
No,
something?
I got a
Is it
date
Bible
with the
study today,
bed
Kev?
so I can go to date with work. I be able to do
Oh,
10 hours a day. Yeah,
damn,
right.
Kev. 10 hours?
Huh?
Kevin, get into the chicken.
Man, I do like
So I can get.
56 hours a week.
Damn, ladies, are y'all not hearing this? How many people? It's only
I
8 people in here.
know.
Huh?
What
I
is wrong, Kev?
know.
I got you, Kev.
We
By,
gotta find.
by the
We
end of
gotta
this
do
year, we're
this,
gonna find
Petty.
Kev's love.
We gotta.
What?
He
Yeah.
is. We're gonna call it for the love of Kev.
For
You
real.
see,
That's exactly what we're gonna call it. We're gonna be the
we
Uh,
got you,
judges.
Kev.
you
Yeah.
know, you know about three of them already after you, so you know what I'm saying. So be on the lookout. You know what I
On
mean?
them hard too. They like, Kev, I know you saw me when I came in here. Kev's like,
Right.
nah, I really didn't.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
I
Well,
guess.
the ladies
It's
gonna
funny
find you
because
somebody.
I'm not even really, and that's probably why I don't really be noticing for real because
ladies
I
love
just
it.
be so focused on here, right? All right, Angel. Because like I'm not on here to look for no attention and all that stuff. I'm really on here. I'm really on here just trying to, trying to spread the word to help people out for real. That's what it is. 'Cause I know people be coming on here because I can come on because I got my ears pierced. I got all type of stuff, hats and all this stuff. I come on here, like, hey, whatever, you know what I'm saying, all that stuff. But it's like I ain't about to do all that because I ain't trying to press nobody. I got at least
I'm gonna
cut my
call
hair though. I'll
Cap.
be at least doing
I'm gonna
that
call
though.
You know,
Like
Cap. I was
but
sometimes
just
you
you
be
about
know
to say
one
careful.
that.
thing about it.
I'm
You
gonna
know one
call
Uh,
thing
Cap.
about it, Kev. You already impressed a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Men and women. You know what I'm saying? So you won't have to do all that because you already the talent already going for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And some women are paying attention to that.
yeah.
So you don't have to do all that because you already got impressed.
Yeah,
You
right.
already impressed.
And that's how I've been
And you,
lately, though. Especially when I got older. I'm like, you know what? I was doing all this trying to see if I can get some buns and all this. You know what I'm saying? But now I'm like, I don't care no more. I don't be drinking like that for real because I'm like, all that stuff was leading to that. But my thing is like, that's the reason why I became celibate because I'm like, no, if it ain't getting nothing at the end of it, there's no point. This little free stuff trying to get something, it do nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? I have to find my energy to put it into something else. That's what it is. So. That's probably the only reason why I be thinking like this because I'm not thinking with my head all the time now. You know what I'm saying? I can be able to see what attitude look like. I can know what to put up with and all that stuff. So, that's just kind of easy. And I told you it's a superpower.
You know, one
It's a
thing about it,
superpower.
Kev, you got more time behind you than you got ahead of you. So you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So you gotta really kind of put your perspective. You want to do this, but you can still have somebody and still do this.
most definitely. Oh yeah, most definitely.
Don't worry,
You know what I'm
kid.
saying?
We're gonna get the show together. Just hit pack up
Mm-hmm.
so we can go ahead and
Man,
Hey,
get the
make sure y'all
show.
link up with Kanadi. I know her group
Yeah.
probably got some stuff in
I
yeah.
know a couple from her group. Like, yo, Kev and that neck tattoo.
there. You said catfish, right? It was a catfish. That's what they
The
were calling
tattoo.
it.
Catfish.
They're like, yeah, he all the way tatted and he intellectual. Then like, damn, it's just the neck. Huh.
That was Nick.
Oh my God, Penny.
And that's when I was young when I did this. I wanted attention and stuff. So I mean, yeah, I guess it was attention. I guess I could be real with myself now that I'm older, because I probably would have made an excuse for that. But I was like, because my excuse was like, well, at least I ain't gotta have it only up here, so I can't get a job. But I can get it down here. No. I'm glad my tattoo makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Because people got stuff on them, and I'm living, and I'm actually living by this. Only God I trust. So I don't think you can put. But I can explain. That's gonna be a whole nother topic. We'll have to explain that.
We all
Man,
do things to get their attention.
Huh?
don't worry.
Yeah, we
Go
do.
ahead.
I said we all do things to get attention.
Yeah, it depends on the type of attention, though. At the end of the day.
Whenever you
Something
want to
wrong.
feel bad, Kev, about your tattoo, I want you to think about what I have on my chest. It
Oh
says,
Lord.
as a woman scorned. I love Shakespeare, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's
Oh,
no fairy as a woman scorned. He put as a woman.
as a woman.
So, not as a woman scorned. It was
Oh, he
Smosh.
misspelled it.
Yes. Yes,
A
he
Mm-mm.
did.
woman.
And this was at a shop.
A
So I
woman.
want you to think about that every single time somebody asks me. That's what I got to tell them.
Wow.
Mm.
So,
So
love
you
your
tattoo
tattoo.
chest.
That's stupid. That's stupid on my chest. That's dumb.
Oh,
But you
that's
can
what you
get it
get into.
done over.
I just
Is it
thought
a big
about what
one?
you're saying.
Is it a big tattoo on your chest?
It is. It's the whole chest piece.
Oh.
He said that's what I'm just gonna call
Oh.
it. But hey, look, that's the thing about tattoos. At least you can make it something else. I mean, you can probably create something out of it.
Yeah.
Make it a jury or something. Or I don't.
Look, we holding Kev up. Kev, go to bed.
Okay.
Oh,
Good night.
I forgot y'all be having that good talk, man. Why y'all want to come in with dropping gems and all that stuff? But yeah. All right, y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, man. And I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be, I already know I'll be on from Wednesday to Saturday all the time. Some Sundays, but I'll catch y'all.
All right, G.
Right.
Later.
Holla.
Yep.